Hello, Vivek.
Hey, how you doing?
Very good.
Ben.
Morning, Vivek. Good morning, Eric.
Eric.
We're going to get started in a minute here. I just shared with everybody the schedule for the day in the chat.
Are the people I see the people we have, or are there additional people?
Everybody who is online right now is online. So in total, we have 12 participants.
Okay,
I assume that it's
There
going
you
to
go.
fluctuate throughout the day.
that's right.
But it is now 10:05, so I'm going to share my screen and we're going to get started. So hello, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. We're very excited for this student chapter networking event. The e-NABLE Hub team has been working really hard on putting together this event. Some Zoom guidelines. During the event, please make sure that you are on mute unless you are actively participating. Please use the raised hand function if you have a question during a presentation, or you can also chat a question into the chat box. The presenters they all know the set amount of time that they have for their presentations. Kevin Dardick, please raise your hand. Kevin Dardick is going to send the presenters a chat message 5 minutes before their allotted time is up. And he's going to use the raised hand function, which will pop up on your dashboard, even if you're sharing screen, 1 minute before your allotted time is up. Since we have a whole bunch of speakers, we want to keep everybody on track. We've shared a participants resources folder with you all. If you did not receive that, please email info@enable.org and I can share that with you. I will put all of this information in the chat in a little bit, so you'll have the email address handy. But what the participants resources folder has is 8 different folders, one of which is chapter missions, which are activities that you can do throughout the day. I would suggest heading over to the participants resource folder and just checking out what we have to offer there. Everything's pretty self-explanatory. As I said, I already posted this schedule in the chat, but we have a whole bunch of speakers and awesome activities lined up for today. So we're going to try and keep everything as timely as possible. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce John Shull, who is the co-founder of e-NABLE. He has previously been a professor of biological psychology, an entrepreneur, specifically with digital goods, digital right management, and 8 patents. He was also a professor of human-computer interaction, innovation, and invention. So, John, please take it away.
Thank you very much. So what I'm supposed to do is share my screen and find my slides and say hello. All right. And I'm sure Allie will tell me if I'm doing something wrong. So we begin with a little bit of the e-NABLE story. As most people here know, this is what we do.
John, would you mind just pressing slideshow in the top right corner, please, to make it
I
as
don't
large as
mind.
possible?
Thank you. Top right corner, click. Okay. So this is our classic intro video. This was one of the very first young women. You can see that she's got missing fingers on her right hand. She's getting a 3D printed hand from a volunteer. She's bending her wrist. She's making her fist. This is what we do. We make children smile, we make parents weep, and we make nerds rejoice. And I believe that most of you are, in fact, rejoicing nerds who we are very happy to have with us here. Don't ask me why, but I need to go a little bit farther. These devices, as you know, are lightweight, they're waterproof, they're plastic. Prosthetists may look at them and say, wait a minute, these things look like toys. And kids say, hey, these things look like toys also. This whole thing began when a South African carpenter teamed up with a puppet maker who had made a mechanical hand. They collaborated for a year over the internet to come up with a solution for the carpenter who had in fact lost his fingers in an accident. They came up with a functioning prototype. They got a 3D printer. They learned how to use it and assemble a device, and a video was made. And I saw that people were really enthusiastic about this video in the comments. And so I added an item of my own. I said, you know, I've made a map. And if you know someone who needs a hand, put a pin on the map. And if you have a printer and you want to help, put a pin on the map. And that's what happened. People started putting pins on the map. And despite the lack of a real plan, we have now become a global community of volunteers producing devices of many sizes, shapes, colors, and types. And despite our best efforts, e-NABLE seems to be an ongoing success all over the world. Ben Rubin and I met in Thailand, even though we had worked previously in Rochester. And there are things like this all over the world these days. e-NABLE is now a global network comprised of a bunch of different things. And we're going to be introducing this esteemed group of university students and faculty and other people to the essence of e-NABLE. And you're going to help us figure out not just our past, but also our future. I am going to paste into the chat now a link to a collaborative whiteboard that I would like you all to explore. And the way I'd like you to explore it is by finding your way to this diagram, figuring out how to zoom up to it. Notice that we begin with who are we, and please add a link by clicking on the little plus and typing your name and where you are, and just start giving us a sense of who all are here. If you're part of a virtual group in a classroom, go ahead and put down names and interesting things about the other people who are there so that we get a sense of how many humans, not just how many Zoom accounts we have with us today. And with that, I go back to my presentation, and I want to talk about two things. I want to talk about the things we make and the reasons we make them. And it seems to me for many of the students in universities, the focus is often on the things we make. But of course, the real point is the reason we make them. The reason we make them became very clear. And the fact that the reason we make them was less important than the things we make became really clear when this guy was interviewed. Actually, an exact number of years ago. It was just before Thanksgiving, probably about 9 years ago. And at that point, there was so much media coverage about e-NABLE and 3D printers and this whole thing that kids were being interviewed on television before they even got their hands, before they got their devices. And so while we were focusing on the devices and how to get them out there, this guy articulated something out loud, which has taken me at least some years to really understand, which is that the devices are only part of what e-NABLE is doing. He said something like this. He said, you know, I've got this funny hand and it makes it hard for me to do some things like move chairs around and so on. And also, I have bad dreams, he said. In these dreams, there are monsters chasing after me, but now I'm counting the days until I get my e-NABLE hand. And so now, when these monsters come chasing after me, I just say, you don't scare me, because I've got two hands. Now, he hadn't gotten his e-NABLE device yet, but clearly this was changing the way he thought about himself, the way he thought about his hands, and this was independent of actually having a device. A few years later, I was on a trip in Honduras, and on the same day, I met these two guys who had both lost arms from electrical accidents in Honduras as it happened. And they both had become unemployable, and they both had therefore gone into business for themselves. Christian as a vendor of sandals, and Jose as a vendor of plants for people's homes. And they had these nice e-NABLE arms that have been made by e-NABLE Honduras, one of many chapters around the world founded by students at the university there. And I asked Juan on the left, how often do you wear your device? Because most prosthetics are not actually worn all day. And he said, well, I wear it every day. And I said, well, that's unusual. And what's the most important thing you do with your arm? And I thought he was going to tell me about how he was able to work on his plant business, but he looked at me like I was a moron. And he said, this is the most important thing I do with my arm, is I can hold my daughter's hand and we can go for walks together. It's the social function of these devices and the way they allow people to reframe their interactions with the world, which seem to make the big difference. 2 hours later, naively, I asked the same question of Christian, and he showed off how he could handle things and so on. And I said, how often do you wear it? And he said, every day. Again, this is unusual. And I said, and what's the most important thing with your, why do you wear it every day? Why is it so important? I figured he was going to explain how he was able to work in his shop. He said, when I go out with my buddies, I can just sort of hang out like one of the guys and like I can do fist bumps with other people. It's the social interactions, the psychological meaning of these devices, which makes all the difference. And yet, and because it makes all the difference, we have worked very hard on the devices themselves. This is the original device that was featured in that video that got us all started. You can see that now we have a variety of devices, some of them as simple as possible. This one has one moving part. Some of them substantially complex. A few of them motorized, and Vivek Badami, who's on this call right now, is leading an effort to develop more of these devices. And as Jeremy's going to discuss, we're working on a variation of this beautiful kinetic hand, which I think is the most lovely looking device. But it's undergoing a substantial improvement as we mix it up with some of the best features of some other devices. Now, for university students in particular, I want to point out that there's always a temptation to say, these devices are simple, and in many cases they're funny looking, but they ought to be robotic, and they ought to be bionic, and they ought to be really complex. And those are great learning opportunities, and I encourage you to get on it and to share that activity with us. But I think it's important to note that given that the mechanical function of these devices is not quite as important as the social and psychological function of these devices, and that includes the relationship with the designer, with the maker volunteer. Our goal should not to be to produce a device that is as good as possible and is the best thing a biomedical engineering student has ever produced, but to make sure that when we have something that is substantially better than nothing, we don't hold it back. Our goal is to produce devices which are functional, usable, useful, helpful, and appreciated. And typically that is not the most sophisticated technical device possible. It's the one that establishes the social and psychological relationships, which I've been talking about. And part of the way we do that, and again, this is something I want to emphasize for students and volunteers who are often hypnotized by the technology, which is way cool and changing the world. Our goal is not just to make devices and give them to people. It's not to deliver and to forget. It's to connect and to collaborate and to listen to the people we're interacting with. The listening itself by the recipients is providing a service and shows that we care. And once you listen, you'll hear what they really want. Some of them want to be superheroes. Some of them want a device that they can take to school on day one just to introduce themselves to the class and be the coolest kid in the class. Some of them want to be able to operate welding equipment, as some of our recipients now do with their enabled devices. And some of them want to do a particular thing, ride a bike or something else, in which case a mechanical hand may not be the right solution. Our job as enabled volunteers is to establish relationships with the people we're making the devices for and to figure out what will make their lives better. And that will actually make your life even better. So we are a global community now, and I want to talk a little bit about the global community and how we interact. We interact, first of all, and this is going to be relevant as you're playing around on the Miro board, by following a very simple code of conduct. This went up in the first few weeks of our first Google Plus community, and it stood us quite well. Demonstrate respect for others at all times. Embrace a spirit of sharing. That means sharing the difficulties you're having as well as sharing your successes. Share your questions and your problems. And when disagreements arise, which they should, because there are lots of ways to go about this and different people have different insights and arguments for how to do it, question each other's arguments, not their motives. It is not acceptable to say, that guy is just an asshole, certainly not in public. You can question the argument that guy is making. And then instead of just countering the arguments, which invites a counter argument, offer solutions as well as diagnoses of where the disagreement is coming from. On the Miro whiteboard, in your chat conversations, in the various activities that we're going to go through today, you'll go a long way if you just go ahead and do that. And if someone is acting inappropriately socially, you can find a way to say, remember, we have a code of conduct around here. I think what you're trying to say is this, and then model the good behavior. This is especially important because we're no longer a small group of people, we're a global network. And humans are not so great at dealing with large numbers of people all the time. That's one of the reasons our chapters are so important. Chapters typically are relatively small numbers of people who get to interact with each other the way humans and primates are used to doing. When the numbers get large, it can get out of hand. So instead of trying to produce a huge mosh pit with thousands of people, we have lots of small group meetings scattered all over the world and we treat each other with respect, which is to say, e-NABLE is actually not an organization. It is a global network. It's a movement. And movements, unlike organizations, are organized differently. First of all, they are driven by caring, not by the fact that you're going to be hired or fired. We organize in order to preserve the mission, not an organization. You work for a corporation, your job is to increase shareholder value and to make money for the company and to earn money for yourself. In our case, we are here to help people who are not being helped by established institutions. If they could get a medical grade prosthetic, they probably would. But if they're a kid, they're going to grow too fast for an expensive prosthetic all the time. But they can get one of our things, especially if it's lightweight, it's robust, and it's cheap. There are a number of other differences between movements and organizations, but the important thing about them, the important thing about ours in particular, is that it's based on sharing and caring. And we do this not because we're being paid, but because it gives us and the people we touch meaning and purpose in their lives. Sharing is an emotional and a psychological activity, but it's also based on the world-changing technological approach of open source methodologies. All of our designs are freely available on the internet. And the designs and the idea of e-NABLE have traveled all over the world precisely because they are shared all the time. The videos of people being given devices are shared and they travel all over the world. And so it is our shared values and our shared images and our shared digital assets, which, got it, Kevin, thank you, which glue us together. Then there are the utilities, which we use to glue ourselves together also. There is the e-NABLE Hub, which I imagine you're all familiar with, but I'm now going to switch over to the Miro board. And I see that a number of people, but not a very large number of people, put their own, their identities down here. And I'm going to go to hub.enable.org and just remind you that all of these things exist. No one is required to use any of them, but they're all quite helpful. Within the hub, we have the e-NABLE education space, and that is sort of the home base within the hub for this meeting. So I'm going to turn to Kevin and invite him to just show us the hub space, the e-NABLE space, the education space.
Mm-hmm. If I can. Here we are. A nice post by John Scholl asking everybody to upload their chapter lab tours. There's now a badge for that. And a huge number of resources, all education related in Miro in the hub. See?
Yep.
Is there anything else you wanted me to show, John?
Well, I think you were going to show off the launch pad at this point also, weren't you?
I can also do that.
So one of the things we and Kevin have been working on is making the bewildering complexity of e-NABLE a little less bewildering.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
So this is how to get started with e-NABLE in one page. There's a summary up here, which is essentially agree to the code of conduct. And then the most common way to volunteer with e-NABLE is to become a maker, the person who assembles and creates the prosthetic devices. And then jumping into the community by finding recipients and networking with other people, like what we're doing now. And then there are more information pages for all of these things. If, say, you want detailed instructions on how to become a maker, that is this. And
Well, that's great. And we should also demonstrate, if you're still sharing your screen, if you would, or I can share mine. That's all right.
It's 10:29, by the way.
All right then. On the hub, I want you all to notice that if you mouse over somebody's icon, and Jeremy is a great person to mouse over, you'll see that all sorts of badges pop up. And the badging system is another one of these utilities that we have, which hopefully makes it easy for people to do what we want them to do and makes it fun and rewarding for people to do what they want to do. Later today, we're going to be showing you how to get badges for your participation. And that's another one of these utilities that is meant to enmesh us in each other's lives and engagements. So listen, that's the past and the present of e-NABLE. The future is going to be determined by you and me here. And for that, I want to encourage you to start putting sticky notes and other resources and things you think should be a part of the future e-NABLE onto the whiteboard, which will be persisting throughout the meeting. And for that, I'm really glad you're here. So back to Alan.
Maybe I missed this. Did we share a link to the whiteboard in chat?
We did at the beginning, but I will do it again.
Oh, there it is. I had to scroll up further. Okay.
Okay. But some people came later, so let's paste it back in.
Yeah.
As I have now done.
Wonderful. Thank you, John. Up next, yes, let's give a round of applause to John. You can also use your emojis, your Zoom emojis. Up next, we have Eric Bubar, who is the Associate Professor of Engineering at Marymount University. He runs unique programs in biomedical and medical engineering that provide students with the skills to make an impact on the world, using low resource engineering tools to create assistive technologies that are used throughout the world. Through a unique blend of 3D printing, hobbyist microcontroller, electronics, and virtual reality development, Dr. Bubar's students brainstorm solutions to diverse problems ranging from retrofitting Barbie dream cars into wheelchairs to creating virtual reality games to make training for use of myoelectric prosthesis fun, and exciting. Most recently, Dr. Bubar has teamed with Dr. Kyle Reese of Recon Biotech to develop a robust curricular suite of laboratory materials to democratize bioprinting for the masses. So without further ado, Eric Bubar.
And let's just point out that Kyle Reeser is a graduate of the e-NABLE community, has been a big part of this too. So he's doing great work.
He is. I think he even invented a portable printer.
Yep.
So thank you very much for that introduction. So I will do like everybody does on Zoom and just share my screen and talk a little bit about what I've done. So with e-NABLE, my journey's been interesting. I say we have Marymount Engineering now, and that really is because of Marymount e-NABLE. So we've kind of created an engineering program that is meant to serve e-NABLE. So let's talk a little bit about that and what that means. So who am I? I'm now the associate professor and head of biomedical and mechanical engineering at Marymount in Arlington, Virginia. So any of you students that want to come, just send me an email. We'll get you started. I have a PhD in applied physics, and I've been an e-NABLE volunteer for about 6 years. I develop and maintain the university makerspace, which has 3D printers, vacuum formers, VR headsets, microcontrollers, and 3D scanners. So we use all of those technologies. And everything I'm going to talk about today, it's my opinion and doesn't necessarily represent definitely doesn't represent medical advice, and maybe doesn't represent the opinion of e-NABLE in general, right? We're all sorts of different people doing this. So different people will have different opinions. These are just mine. So when I started with e-NABLE, because I'm kind of a researcher, I wanted to get an idea of the scale of the e-NABLE challenge, which I would now call an opportunity to kind of start solving some of these things. We know there are about 2.4 million upper limb amputees in developing countries, and only about 5% have adequate prosthetic access from the World Health Organization. But prosthetics aren't the only thing that people need. People need all sorts of assistive technologies, and e-NABLE can help to make those technologies. Wide variety. And it's estimated that only about 10% of the world will have access to the just general assistive technologies that they need in the next 10 years. So e-NABLE's global impact can have a really strong influence on fixing that. We know abandonment is a big issue with prosthetics. John mentioned this as well. 35% of people abandon their myoelectrics because they're too complicated or unreliable. 45% abandon body powered because their muscles are maybe too weak or it's too exhausting to use them. So what kind of hybrid designs can we create to kind of fix that? And I venture that 3D printing offers a very wonderful solution for this issue because it's distributed manufacturing. You can send somebody a $400 3D printer, a couple spools of plastic, and they can make whatever they want. They don't need a full machine shop. They need some sort of reliable internet and a 3D printer, and off they go to the races. So we have some experience in my chapter with seeing what the needs are worldwide. It really started largely with this guy. This is a little boy named Amos. Amos actually, he's missing his legs and he's missing one arm. He has a prosthetist that could provide him with the legs, but no way to get an arm. So my university worked with our education department who travels to Uganda, and they met this little boy. The education professor came back and came to talk to me and said, "Oh, I heard you had 3D printers that could make prosthetics. Can you make one?" I said, "Absolutely, we can." So we got our measurements, and this was the first arm that Amos had. You can see he's trying to bend it with his other arm, other hand, because it was too heavy. It was a little bit too big. So what did we have to do? We had to continue working with him. So we had to iterate. That's a big point that John made, that it's not just you make a device, you send it and you're done. No, this is a continuous process. So we've sent him 4 arms now. This is the most recent one. You can see much smaller, much lighter, works much better. And we've identified even further things that we can do to help out Amos. So iterating has been a big part of what we're doing as a chapter. I always like to talk about Christian Silva and his e-NABLE chapter in Colombia. They do, it's amazing what they've done. And what they've found is they are very effective because they make a community out of the people that they serve. So if you have large communities that you're working with, bring them together. Have big days, big chapter days where they come in and learn how to use their devices and link them together with each other. So help build communities amongst the people that you are working with to provide devices. That's a huge way to make a great impact. I know there's work done in Haiti where they've really found that they needed aesthetic devices and not just the superhero ones. I believe they called the superhero hands zombie hands, and they were kind of scared of them. So you kind of need to think about the person that you're working with, right? That's something you need to do in engineering. Consider your client. Here we need to consider the people that are going to use the device. What do they want out of it? Do they want something that functions? Do they want something that just looks kind of cosmetic? And I've worked with both kinds of populations. So sometimes really they do just want something that looks like a hand. That's kind of their color, their skin color, that they can just wear to kind of blend in a little bit. So consider aesthetics in all of your designs that you're doing, and consider the resources of the places where we're sending devices. I like the e-NABLE Sierra Leone case where they kind of redesigned the Team Unlimited arm so that it would use elastics instead of the rubber bands, because the rubber bands would kind of deteriorate too quickly. So the elastics were more robust for that environment. Other things they realized is, hey, big problem that people have with these arms is they can't pick stuff up off the floor. So how do we solve that? They didn't solve it by redesigning the hands or arms. They solved it by teaching the people how to build tables so that they could put stuff on tables so that they don't have to bend down to pick things up. So you need to think about your local resources for the people that you're working with. e-NABLE Sierra Leone built them an entire workshop so that they can build their own devices and build furniture that they can actually put stuff on so that then they don't have the problems with bending over and picking stuff up off the floor. So it's really empowering your people to make an influence themselves. So teach them how to fish, don't just give them fish. And then Grit 3D, a group in Pakistan, we worked with them, and John Scholl and I believe it's Skip Meets designed the gripper thumb. The gripper thumb is great. It's super simple, one piece that moves, but it kind of recreates the functionality of this split hook design. And the split hook is the most popular, most widely used prosthetic in the world because it's simple and it works. So this is a brilliant design that kind of makes it look like a hand, but functions like the split hook. So it's super simple. So it doesn't always have to be complicated. You can go simple, and sometimes that's the most or best solution that you can have. And we've made a wide variety of devices in the lab. So this is just a smattering of the different things you can see. Of course, we have a hair dryer for our thermoforming. We've made orthotics, so you can do that out of very flexible plastics. We've made a variety of different arms. We have roctopuses because you need to 3D print the roctopus if you have a lull spot. We have finger designs, old school hand designs, cosmetic hand designs, bionics. We do a wide variety. Whatever they need, somebody that comes to us, whatever they need, we figure out how to make it. So what is MU Enable and MU Engineering doing, and what are we trying to push forward a little bit, right? Your chapters might not always have people to make hands for. So what do? Everybody wants to work with somebody, but you don't always have somebody to work with. So how can you still make an impact and do useful work if you're not making devices for people? We have thousands of people with 3D printers that can make devices. So what else can you do to help? We've got three things that I want to point out here that we're doing in our lab. You can test and assess devices. So give us data on how to improve things. Bionics is the big thing that school, at least university groups, are really excited about. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing with bionics, how we can improve maybe the electronics. I believe Vivek is really pushing this forward. What can you actually do with the simple bioelectrics? What can you do with mobile app development, maybe bringing some exoskeletons into this? And then how are we creating training games? We're using VR because VR is exciting, and we got grants to buy VR headsets. So that's how I'm learning game development. But you can take those VR headsets, VR games, you can put them on a cell phone. They can be a mobile game to help people with training on using these prosthetic devices. So there's a nice little QR code. You can scan that. That'll take you to our testing and assessing protocol. And I'll make this available for anybody that wants to review this later on. So what is the testing that we do? Well, we kind of dug through the literature to figure out what are tests that medical providers are using that might have some relevance to the prosthetics that we're trying to give out. So maybe try to get some buy-in from the prosthetics community by showing them how our devices perform compared to the commercial devices, the devices that they're making. So this is called the box and block test. It's very simple. Anybody can do this. You have a box of blocks, about 1-inch blocks, and you set up a little screen, a little partition. And what you can see here is this guy, he picks up one block, moves it over to the other side, and puts it down on the other side of the case. And you just time how many blocks can you move from one side of the box to the other side in the span of a minute. That's it. That's super simple, super easy. Anybody can do this. You can 3D print these 1-inch blocks. We bought the official set. I think it was like $50. We overpaid. You don't need to do that. Okay, so just set up a whole bunch of blocks and have people start moving blocks. Count how many blocks they can move with their hand, and then count how many blocks you can move with some emulated e-NABLE device. So what did we get when we did this? So we tested 4 of the most popular designs at the time: the Unlimited Phoenix, the Phoenix version 2, the Raptor Reloaded, and the Osprey hand. And what we found was we could move about anywhere between 13 and 16-ish blocks with the Phoenix hands. The Osprey hand was about 11 blocks, and the Raptor Reloaded was about 7. So based on this, is this any good? Who knows? How do we figure out if this is good? We need baseline comparisons. So an unaffected limb, my hand, I can move 70 blocks in a minute. So we're not at 70 blocks, right? But are we better than nothing? And how do we compare with commercial devices that somebody could buy for thousands of dollars? The lowest performing commercial prosthetics, so something that you could buy from Autobach, for example, the lowest performing ones move about 18 blocks per minute. That's our Phoenix and Osprey hands. e-NABLE devices are doing just as well as the commercial device that you can buy. And these are tests that the prosthetists are using to assess their devices. High performing devices, they're moving about 30 blocks per minute. So we're not trying to get up to 70 blocks per minute. That would be great, but right, it doesn't have to be perfect. Get it up to 30 blocks per minute. And that's just as good as the highest performing commercial prosthetic devices. Maybe this is one of the answers, the gripper thumb. We need to test the gripper thumb. How many blocks can we move with the gripper thumb? You can print up some gripper thumbs. You can start doing this test and see how many blocks are you moving. Have everybody that's in your chapter do this. Get 10 people moving these blocks. Get that spread amongst 100 different chapters. That gives us 1,000, 10,000 data points. And that is when we can start doing some statistics and we can start showing that these devices are effective and useful. And if they're not effective or useful, what problems did you find in moving these blocks? Can you improve the designs? Why was the Raptor Reloaded so much lower than all the other ones? Well, it's the thumb placement. You didn't get a good pinch because of the design of the Raptor hand. So I would tell people, if you want something that's functional, don't use the Raptor hand. I would say abandon that. If you like the aesthetics of that, if you like the way it looks, sure, print somebody the Raptor hand. But if not, go with the Phoenix. You'll get better pinching. Okay, so that's how we're kind of testing these devices. And we're publishing this. So for the university chapters, the university students, you can make posters out of this stuff and you can present it. The actual box and block test, this was written up into a paper and it's a published publication. We've also done testing of the actual devices as far as material properties. So this was done in collaboration with Grid 3D in Pakistan. So we sent them a bunch of devices printed out of a bunch of different materials. Hey, is ABS plastic that much better than PLA? Does your printer need to be able to do PLA? Do you need to use PETG? Do you need nylon? What are the properties that you really need? ABS, yeah, no need to print with that. No need to print with the fumes and the problems that are inherent with ABS, because PLA plus and PETG perform just as well. Flexible filaments perform just as well. So you can assess the properties of these things. You can do some engineering design and really figure out what is good. Okay. What else do we have? What else are we doing? Bionics. So everybody loves bionics. All biomedical engineering students want to do bionics and robotic hands. So what have we found? What are we doing with these? First, I think you need a good base starting point. So that's what I'm working to do. I've noticed this in all sorts of engineering education programs. Their introductory projects are build a drone or build a rover that can drive around and do stuff. And then nothing happens with that. It doesn't go anywhere. And then you have senior capstone projects and everybody's building the next great low-cost bionic device. And they all just recreate the same exact thing. And they all reach the same problems. And by the time they've realized what the problems are, there's no time to fix it, and it never goes anywhere. Everybody's just remaking the wheel, and they're remaking the wheel into a square. Right? Why do that? No, everybody should start from something that's a little bit better. So what's a good base platform to start with? That's what my lab is trying to create. We're trying to do this, and this is something we're going to have in our introductory course. Our introductory to biomedical engineering course, you're going to build the base platform for a bionic hand. So then if you want to build it better as a senior capstone, you're not starting from scratch. You're starting from all the problems that we already know exist. You've already kind of created something that you can then build from, right? We want to advance things. So what have we found? Well, if you can look on the e-NABLE forums, look in the e-NABLE hub, I talk about this as the Prusa hand because I'm working with Prusa on kind of designing this. First thing that I'm concentrating on is good motors. I'm not making the cheapest thing available, the cheapest thing possible. You can, that's the nice little cheap motors, but that's not going to be very robust and serve anybody. So start with maybe a little bit nicer motors. That's a place that you don't want to cheap out. We want to do something that's easily sourced hardware components. So I don't want something that you have to have an electronics engineering background to understand. I want to kind of minimize soldering, and I want to use Arduino boards that you can just go on Amazon, 20 bucks, buy a nice Arduino. Arduino brains, again, minimal soldering. I know how to solder, but I am horrible at it. I have seen this before with people doing projects. As soon as you start introducing soldering, there's the people that are good at it that'll be, oh, it's easy, no problem, you can solder. Not always the truth. Not everybody can solder. So we want to minimize that. And what kind of batteries do you want to use? So I've talked to people about this. I'm thinking, oh, let's just use cell phone batteries. No, not a good idea. Maybe that'll explode. We don't want that. Rechargeable AA's. Everybody must have rechargeable AA's where they are. Not necessarily true. This surprised me, but talking to people in a few different countries, they've said use 18650 lithium ion batteries. Those are widely available. They have more ease getting 18650 batteries than AA batteries. So these are slightly larger. Nice advantage there is they do provide a little bit more voltage, so you don't need as many batteries, and they're easily sourceable in countries like Myanmar. That's where I got that advice from. So that leads into your design for bionics. If you're going to start making your own platform, it has to be lightweight. You need to make it as light as possible. It has to be lighter than you think it has to be. I see prosthetics companies come out and they say, this hand is the lightest one ever developed. It's only 3 pounds. And then you talk to the people that are using this and they're like, well, I need something that's 1 pound. And the prosthetics company says, well, we've got it down to 3 pounds. Oh, okay, that's great, but that doesn't listen to your user. Your user needs it to be lighter. Okay, so you need to figure out how to make it lighter. And then the biggest issue that I see in bionics really is getting stuck with myoelectrics, right? It's very exciting. Oh, I want to read the muscle signals, and then somebody flexes, and I'm going to use that to control things, and it's going to make all the hands do all these different poses, and we're going to be able to move each finger individually, and I'm going to make a hand that actually does this. Yeah, you don't need to do that. First of all, myoelectric muscle sensing is hard. The $100,000 bionics have trouble with the myoelectric sensing. There's all sorts of issues, right? You can get cheap sensors that do it, $40, $50, but you need to think about your users. You're going to have to train them how to use this. If something doesn't work, how are they going to be able to fix it? All the problems that go into myoelectric muscle sensing. You need to get the sensors on the same place every time. If you offset it just a little bit, you're not getting the muscle. You need to make sure that your users know where to put the sensor. So I've done it so much. I have super strong Popeye muscles in my forearms now. I can find exactly where I need to put my myoelectric sensors. I know where to put it. I start working with students, they have no idea. I start working with weaker students that aren't as strong and muscular as I am, and they can't actually find where to put the sensors so that they get a reliable signal. So your people that you're making these devices for, they're going to have those same problems. So maybe play with myoelectrics, but that's not the be all end all. Use other sensors, use joysticks, use flexible force sensitive resistors, use an actual literal button. right? You need a good fit to make the prosthetic work. So it has to fit and be very skin tight to the hand, to the arm. If I've got something that's skin tight and I flex my muscle, it's physically moving. I can use that to push a limit switch, push a tiny little button, push a little force sensitive resistor, and then it's physical detection of actual motion. Use all sorts of sensors. And Vivek is working on this and doing great stuff with what kind of sensing can we do? Can we use infrared sensors and just detect motion that way? Right? Then you get rid of all of the problems of myoelectrics. You get rid of, oh, it has to be in the exact right place. No, I can sense that my arm is moving from a much wider range. Am I sweating? Oh, that won't affect the electrical signal because it's a physical motion. Sweating does not affect that. Can I offset the sensor if I'm using light a little bit so that I don't need to be straight up against the skin? Then I use light to detect it. Then it's much more comfortable. So explore different sensors. Don't just do myoelectrics because it's the new hotness and everybody wants to do that. Much easier to use these more simpler sensors and cheaper. And to this point, less is more. You don't need dozens of poses. You talk to people that are using these bionic devices that have 24 different poses, they use 2 of them. They use a power grip, they use a pinch grip. They don't need their fingers to individually move. They just don't use it. It's not going to function for them. So design your hand from the very initial stages to be good at those 2 things. Don't try to do everything. And don't build from scratch. Stand on the shoulders of giants. Newton was known for saying this. Newton's laws, everybody gives him tons of credit, but he built those off of other people's work, right? So do that. That's what we're doing. We're building our Prusa hand. We're not building it from scratch. I'm not that good. I've taken the Ada hand from Open Bionics, shrunk it down. We've got 3 little motors now. So we're getting rid of some motors. Same nice little design. We've just shrunk it. So this is the average size of an average child or young woman's hand. So we've gotten down to the smallest size that we can possibly do. We're going to run it off of 3 motors, and we're going to run it with a physical switch detecting. We're not going to do myoelectrics because it's too complicated. Okay, so that's my bionics suggestions. We are expanding to exoskeletons as well. So I think there's some good work that could be done there. And we can show you some of this at least a little bit in a nice little LinkedIn video. So here's a nice little exoskeleton, and there's my Arduino that I'm talking about. All the wiring that you see here, no soldering. It's all just crimping wires and attaching them together. Create a little app that can control the device. The big prosthetics companies love talking about how great their apps are and how it's wonderful, and this makes it worth $100,000. I wrote an app in a weekend, and it can do the same exact thing that their prosthetics that they're charging $100,000 can do, right? I'm just gonna tap a little button, wait for it. I like talking clearly in this little video. There you go. Simple little app, talks with Bluetooth, Android app, Android, the most popular cell phone worldwide. People in low resource countries, they have Android phones. So you can make a phone so that they can control their prosthetic. Okay, super easy to do, doesn't have to be complicated. So those techniques, start applying those to some, maybe push it to get some above the elbow prosthetic designs going. John challenged me to do that on LinkedIn. I need to get to work on that too. So we've developed some open source low cost myoelectric arms. You can see it right here. We used myoelectrics to control that. There was a good myoelectric device called the MyoBand, and they went out of business because they decided they could make more money somewhere else. So again, you can do myoelectrics, but don't get stuck with myoelectrics, right? There is work to be done, but think about, well, how can we make things more simply? And then we want to make training fun. So this is not my idea. This is not something that I came up with. This is Limitless Solutions out of Florida. They have a whole group that's doing myoelectric designs, and they've created something called the Bionic Kid. So this is a comic book that one of their recipients started creating. And this is a comic book superhero that goes around and he's the Bionic Kid. And they've made this Bionic Kid into a video game. It's a simple side-scrolling video game, and you control it with myoelectrics. So you flex to make the character jump. So kids come in, and while they're building the myoelectric device for them, you start practicing. You start developing the muscle memory and the muscle controls to learn how to control your device when you don't have a device. So they're trying to make it fun to learn how to do these kinds of muscle controls. So why don't we do that? Sure, let's do that. So that's what we're doing in my lab. We're creating games and apps for practicing with bionics. We're doing it for practicing with your muscles. Get your muscles stronger so that you can actually get those myoelectric signals, or that you can press in the right places. Practice different poses, different lengths of time that you're holding your muscles in different ways so that you can make the video game character do different things. It's very exciting when you actually do that and have somebody playing a video game with their arms, right? And this doesn't have to be limited to prosthetics. We can work with foundations like Able Gamers who are trying to make video games accessible to anybody. Use those same techniques. We're doing it in VR just because VR is fun, but you can do it in any kind of medium that you want. So we want to make practicing fun. Okay. And how are we doing all this? We have, right, it's an engineering department, so we must have millions of dollars worth of equipment. No, we're a small new engineering department. We have equipment that basically I've been buying myself. We have some TAS 6 3D printers. We have some Prusa printers. We have some resin printers that we're starting to explore. And we have just a tiny little Prusa Mini 3D printer. Anybody that's on the call that's or watching this later, if you're in a university group and they're starting to buy 3D printers, get the Prusas. They're the best that I can find. Prusa or Prusa Mini. Prusa Mini is like $400. It's fantastic. Jeremy Simon's on the call. His company sells lots of great 3D printers. You can buy from them, and it's amazing what you can do with 3D printing. And that's really our core resource that we're using. We're using different kinds of plastic, PLA, PETG. We're not using ABS so much. NinjaFlex, a little bit more expensive, but you can do some very cool stuff with NinjaFlex, with the flexible filaments. And then we're starting to explore some resins, trying to find some tough resins and some flexible resins to do some very high detail kinds of work. So you can do this in all of your labs. And none of these are very expensive, right? The Lulzbots are $2,500, so they can do a little bit more rugged pieces. Prushas are $750 to $350. Enders are even lower than that. And there's everything in between. Lots of different options that you can get for 3D printers. And what kinds of tools are we using? You don't need advanced CAD, but you can use advanced CAD. I love Tinkercad. Tinkercad is great. So you can play around with doing designs. The gripper thumb was made entirely in Tinkercad, I believe. I don't know how that was done, but that's amazing. You can now use Tinkercad to do circuitry too. You don't need to buy Arduinos. You don't need to blow up your Arduinos. You can blow up the virtual Arduinos. Except as you're learning this stuff, sometimes you might do something and connect some circuits together, and you might see some smoke. That does happen sometimes. It's happened to me a couple times. Sometimes I hear pops and I'm like, oh, I didn't know I could do that. Let's figure out why I did that so I don't do it again. That's the learning process. So maybe try your circuit in Tinkercad first and see if any little virtual smoke pops up, and then move on to doing it physically. What else? MIT App Inventor. This is how I make my apps. It's a great drag and drop interface. It's graphically based, so it's pulling around a bunch of blocks. I believe it's block-based coding, and it's free to use. Super easy. Again, I learned it in a weekend to make the app to control an exoskeleton. So I think we can do a lot of fun stuff there. And then if you want to get fancy, you can import your designs into Fusion 360, and it's free for educators. This is what I graduate my students up into doing full-on parametric CAD in Fusion. So these are the tools we're using, freely available for anybody. And let's just show you some of the stuff that we're doing in the labs. So we're doing fingers, giving people the finger. We're doing wrist actuated hands. You see a variety there, body powered arms. I love the Kwawu arm. It looks so realistic. We're doing cosmetic prosthesis and we're doing 3D scanning. So this is a iPad 3D scanner. We're doing grip testing, so you can test with the blood pressure cuff and making sure they actually work for holding bottles. So there's simple bionics. So that's making the gripper thumb electronic. There's our virtual reality detection. So I love this one. It does a little virtual fist bump. We've got full on fancy bionics, so we can do that. There's all the wiring for it. That one did have a little bit of soldering, but she can play with baby toys. She is now getting an actual master's in prosthetics, modular arms. So that's Nate Monroe's designs. So we 3D print whatever design comes out and we send it off. So this is Humanos 3D. This is the kind of extremes that your e-NABLE people are going to. Other things that e-NABLE can do, I think, right? We can 3D print, we can do electronics. So let's do some making wheelchairs. Making wheelchairs electronic. So this is just a standard wheelchair. You design some 3D printed pieces and now you can control it and make it electronic with a simple little joystick. So this is about $50 worth of parts to make somebody more mobile. Muscle sensing wearables. So there's your myoelectrics. Right? You can get good signals, right? We can do it. So this is proof that I can do it. I just don't think it's the best solution. Human-centered advanced CAD design, so we can do designing around the actual 3D scans of limbs. I think this can help a lot with fit, and we can teach you how to do that. Doing virtual reality development, so here's a virtual reality game, can change the sizes of planets in a full virtual world, all sorts of fun things. That's my little trailer for our Marymount Engineering. These are the degrees you can get with us. Come to Marymount. Okay. Damn it. And just as a last little thing that we're doing in our program, because there are students on this call, if you're interested, this is what our biomedical engineering looks like. Right? We're working with the bioprinting startup to do bioprinting. And this is what you're going to be doing in your classes. So all of the stuff that I'm developing for these courses, I'm going to put this all online. I'm going to share this all with e-NABLE, right? This is what John was saying. Share what you're doing so that other people can make it better. I'm sure many people will be able to improve on whatever I create and post up here. But in your freshman year, we're going to have students building body-powered prosthetics. In your sophomore year, you're going to be making those electronic. So by your sophomore year, you'll have a bionic limb. And then when you build your bionic limb, we're not just going to throw that in a closet somewhere. We're going to send it to somebody that can use it and can test it. And then junior year and senior year, you're going to be improving that based on feedback from the people that you sent this to. So this biomedical engineering, it's going to be very hands-on. Mechanical engineering, we're going to be building devices to help with mobility. So we're going to extend this a little bit different direction than just e-NABLE. But again, I think e-NABLE's global reach can have a big impact on not just prosthetic hands and arms, but on mobility devices and just healthcare in general. I think our distributed kind of model is great for not just prosthetics. So some useful links. These are the links that I provide to all my students. And then these are all the main e-NABLE resources. And I will stop sharing now. And there is plenty of time for questions if anybody wants to chat or ask anything at all.
I'll just say
If there are other,
I was just going to say that was a great presentation, Eric, and you're doing amazing work. Thank you so much.
Of course.
yeah, Eric, if other chapters want to replicate aspects of your program, how do they stand on the shoulder of the giant who is you?
Just send me an email. Send me an email. I will talk to you. I will now that we've all gone through COVID, I can meet with anybody virtually almost any time. If you're local.
In my presentation later today, 3 p.m. Eastern, one of the things I'll be talking about is how all of you can help to get some of these designs that you're creating into our catalog, even unfinished kind of, experimental works. And I'm looking at you, Eric. So I'll make sure all of you have the links to where you can submit those and it's a great platform for making them available so that, like Eric said, others can build on that work.
Yeah. So I saw in the chat the resources slide. So here's that slide again. I have a dual screen setup, so that's why I'm not looking at the camera. I'm looking at the people. Hi, people.
Cool.
Any other questions? Anything at all? Any students want to know something? Right, I'm a teacher. I like working with students. And thank you for the kind words. Yeah, don't be shy at all.
So Eric, this mechanical engineering program that you're creating, that is an undergraduate major?
Yes. It'll be a
That's
Bachelor
great.
of Science in Mechanical and a Bachelor of Science in Biomedical.
That's really cool. And yet you are by training something else again, right?
I am by training an applied physicist who does research in astrophysics. So, right, I'm an applied physicist who does astrophysics, and now I'm an engineer.
Yep.
Well, we always like to say
so-
that we have such a diverse skill set here in e-NABLE. You're the
It
perfect
is.
example.
It is.
Hey, Eric,
Yes,
is Tinkercad free, or is there a licensed version, or?
Tinkercad is free. It's just a website. You just sign up for an account. You can link it to your Google account. I believe it's an Autodesk product. So that's why I like Fusion 360 because it's also Autodesk, so it all plays well together.
Okay, thanks.
I've used Tinkercad a lot with really little kids. We'll bring in Girl Scout troops and have them design 3D printable bookmarks, and then we'll print their bookmarks or keychains. Or I find that very motivated elementary and middle school students are about the same quality as unmotivated college students. So I can use the same stuff with the kids that I use with the college students that don't want to be there. So it works well.
Eric, could you explain a bit more about the grip test that you were talking about, where you use, I think you said, a pressure monitor or something?
Yeah, absolutely. So what you do, because e-NABLE hands don't have a strong grip. I believe the actual device that that PTs or something will use. I know about let me drag there we go. Now I can talk to the camera. I know physical therapists and occupational therapists, they use something called a dynamometer. Dynamometer uses actual force sensing to detect how strong your grip is. Our hands aren't that strong, so we needed something simpler. So we found stroke patients, they'll actually use a blood pressure cuff. So what you do is you take a blood pressure cuff, wrap it around something and inflate the cuff just a little bit, about 20 millimeters of mercury. And then you kind of lock it. And then you use the e-NABLE hand to actually grasp and squeeze the blood pressure cuff. And then you see what offset you get in millimeters of mercury. And then you can convert that into actual grip strength. So it's usually very weak, but it does give you a quantitative value. And it is very valuable for comparing grip strengths of different e-NABLE designs. Does that help?
That is sorry, I was gonna say that's a very unique method. I really love it. Have you posted like comparisons or results from that?
Years ago, I think I did this like 4 or 5 years ago. And is this right? I see in the chat that you're from Rice University.
Right.
Yeah. So I think Rice around the same time developed a grip test, right? You had a cylinder with a bunch of force sensors wrapped around it so that you could actually detect the forces. So
yeah, we tried to track down that project. I think, you know, how engineering design works at Rice, you know, students work on a project for about a year.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you don't know what happens to the project afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was a cool device. Yeah.
And what you're saying is exactly the issue that I'm trying to avoid, right? Everybody does a project and then it disappears after the project's done. So
Right.
we don't want those to disappear, right? That grip testing device would be great if we had the plans for it so that other people could build it and iterate on it. And I think people would if we had those designs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
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 Well, thanks for sharing.
Yeah. It'd be very neat to see some comparisons of that grip device assessment with the blood pressure cuff device and see if you get qualitatively the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
This might be a good moment to tell Kyle Reeser's story, since it's sort of involves an important trajectory all the way through e-NABLE. I can start. Kyle was an intern in the Rochester e-NABLE lab 2 years ago. He was just finishing up a grueling PhD in Binghamton, New York. And he came to work in our lab, and he ended up writing 2 proposals, which were presented, and this is something any of you can do also, on Lumio, which is our decision-making platform. You can find information about that on Kevin's new Launchpad, Kevin being one of our current interns. One proposal was to make a suitcase that fits in a 3D printer that fits in a suitcase. And another proposal was to go to Africa and work with a prosthetist in Tanzania, and also work with a group in a neighboring country whose name I am embarrassingly forgetting. Nonetheless, he did that, and he wrote a stellar series of reports, which led to Creality, the company that makes 3D printers, to say, Kyle, you should become our global ambassador. And so Kyle's e-NABLE internship has led to his ambassadorship, and he's now going to be visiting every continent on the planet, delivering goods and joy with 3D printers. As a direct result of that internship, Rwanda is where he went. But in addition to that, Kyle started a startup, which is relevant to this group, to both Jeremy and Eric, and I will let them pick up the story from here. Eric, why don't you?
Yeah.
There you go.
So
there they are.
Yeah,
so
sorry, I stepped away for a second.
No. So I'm working with Kyle to purchase his Bio 3D printer. And something that's unique about theirs is they're trying to bring the cost down on bioprinting, and they're also providing educational resources to teach people how to do bioprinting. It's the same hardware as any printer, right? You just need something that'll move in 3 dimensions and just kind of plot an X, Y, and then move up. All very simple. It's just extrusion based. There are some things you have to think about when you're doing extrusion based printing. And what they're trying to do is build a whole curriculum for a whole lab course, a biomaterials lab course that will teach you the basics of 3D printing, all the way up through being able to 3D print with cellular materials and do microfluidics and all sorts of cool kind of advanced bioprinting. If you try to purchase these from larger companies, actually Christian Silva works with Cell Inc., one of these bioprinting companies. So I'm talking to them, and their printers, they're like, oh, our printers are very, very affordable. We have a nice $35,000 printer. That's well beyond my budget. So we're working with Kyle to get his printers, and we're going to provide some educational resources on top of that, because at Marymount, we are all about teaching. We are a teaching school, so we have people very well trained in pedagogy and curriculum development. So we're going to help improve his curriculum. Right now, the curriculum I've seen, it looks good. It just doesn't have pictures. Pictures are good, and they don't
That's
have
great.
videos. So we're going to make pictures and videos to go along with his bioprinting platform. And I think Jeremy has some stuff to add about that too.
Yeah, so I just put the link in chat if you want to take a look at it. We do have a name for it now. It's called the Tissue Bot. And so it's up on our site. You're welcome to take a look. We have better photos coming showing actual usage scenarios in labs, people in lab coats and all that. But for right now, there's some good images of the machine itself and a lot of details. It's got me pretty excited. I've been looking at bioprinters for a long time and have tested several. And the reason this one got me excited is it's really a modular platform for bioprinting. And it includes even some amazing modules like a lathe module so that you can actually 3D print onto sort of the outer surface of a syringe, for example, and you can do sort of tubular structures, think large arteries and things like that, that can then have liquid infusions. Just allows amazing sorts of applications. It has a nebulizer module so that if you have sort of a cross-linking agent or something like that, you can actually have that vapor being directed right onto your print. Just really a lot of thought went into it. And yet, as Eric said, he's got the price where nobody's come close. And he's just taken a very smart approach to it. And I love the materials he's putting together and the curriculums, and just really excited by what he's doing. And I hope I can help him to get that to more people, especially schools like the folks here.
Because a future e-NABLE is going to be 3D printing actual limbs? Well, we don't know, but
Hey, you
the
never
fact
know.
that it's robust, that it's inexpensive, that it's simple, that it's designed for students, and it's designed for expansion, those are all things that I think are very much in the spirit of e-NABLE, as well as the fact that you'll notice he's been able to develop a whole venture by tapping into the larger e-NABLE community, which is actually the general point I wanted to get to, in addition to providing a commercial for Eric's course and Kyle's product and Jeremy's vending and consultation services. I'm reminded
the
of,
plug there.
for example, Aaron Westbrook, who I think dropped out of his first year of college. He was himself an amputee. He got an e-NABLE arm. He said, "This is really cool. I'm going to make e-NABLE arms for other amputees." And he's now got quite a successful business, which this week seems to be moving into its own building. All sort of based on the kinds of collaboration and relationships that the community is here for. So that's why we're here. These face-to-face meetings, the hub, these conversations, and the willingness to support each other's ventures, I think, is what makes this valuable for the participants and the students and the teachers, and of course, the people with special needs or insights who we like working with.
Anyone else have questions for Eric?
I've got a quick question for Eric. Beyond your university, you've been doing a lot of collaboration with other folks, and later in the conference today, I'm going to be talking a little bit about the importance of chapter collaborations and networking. Can you describe a little bit about how that's worked for you and some of the chapters that you've worked with, and maybe even the value of reaching collaborations with chapters in Pakistan and other parts of the world?
Yeah, so this is what's great about the internet, and I think collaboration is going to become just even easier now after the pandemic. So it is a good aspect of that, right? Everybody's used to Zoom and virtual discussions. So I've worked a good bit with Jason Bryant. He's a prosthetist in Myanmar. He's not an official e-NABLE chapter, but he does inform me a lot on what kinds of resources he has. So I think that's important to know what's available locally. So he said, concentrate on kind of anything that you would use to fix a bike, he can get access to, right? Bikes are all over the place. So use bike tools or fishing tools, fishing all over the place, right? You can get fishing line anywhere. Let's see, who else have I talked to? For a while, I did get lots of good conversations with Grit 3D in Pakistan. And it really was interesting to hear them say, oh, you sent us these gripper thumbs, they melted. So we needed to, that's when we looked at the different properties of the plastics that we were sending. So that's when we had, okay, maybe PLA doesn't work. Let's try sending them PLA plus, let's try PETG, let's try flexible, and let's try ABS. They said that all of those were fine. Just PLA would melt. PLA plus would withstand and kind of hold up a little bit better. So we learned that from them, from talking to them about what they needed. It's not an official e-NABLE chapter either, but there's a group in Syria, a man that formed a nonprofit because he saw what e-NABLE was doing. So he's working in Syria to get them 3D printers and get those into the hospitals. I think they have a whole little floor now of 3D printers. So I talked to him about what they need, and what they really need was lower limb stuff. So I will advise them on, okay, this is what I would go about doing to get lower limb devices started to get created, and where 3D printing can really help with that. What we found is you kind of did need a prosthetist there to do the lower limb work, because that is the whole different ball game. And we did advise them on what they could do with 3D printing safely. So maybe some check sockets, but not something that's going to be weight bearing. Maybe do some fit devices to see, okay, is this going to fit before you start making the actual final device using more traditional methods. You can use 3D printing to design some leg kind of shapes. So normally with the lower limb, you just get the pylon. That creates problems aesthetically, because when you're walking around and you have your pants and your pants get really thin, somebody knows that you don't have a leg, and then they judge you for it. So 3D print the actual shell and then just attach that. That's perfectly safe. That's not weight bearing. That is just to get the shape that you want. And then they're wearing their pants and you can't tell that somebody's doesn't have a leg, because the fabric flows naturally. Working with some of the groups in India, talking to them about trying to get some bionic knee designs 3D printed, finding out that they really said people don't want free things. They want to pay for something. So they found a price point of like $40 is where somebody will say, oh, I can afford this and I will buy this, but it's not so expensive that I can't afford it. So $40 seems to be the magic price to charge in India for somebody to like the device and to keep it. Who knew? So we're learning all of those things. And I learned this all just by, this is kind of older. So this is all from Google Plus back when that was a thing. But keeping those communications going, keeping those conversations going with chapters. And then I will have chapters that'll reach out to me from different schools, and I'll just meet with them over Zoom to chat with them about what I've learned, right? All the stuff that I told you is stuff that I've put together from talking to other groups based on the questions they've asked me. So I think last week I talked to University of South Carolina and their biomedical engineers about what they needed and what their questions were. So yeah, just reach out, send emails.
Eric, yeah, it's really impressive how you networked and found recipients all over the world. Is the secret sauce here, not just yourself, of course, but using your students as ambassadors? I mean, what's the force multiplier here? How's it happen? It's just like one of the big challenges for me personally, but that's why I'm asking the question.
So students, I'd like to say they're the secret sauce, but students come and go. So I think the secret sauce to being the successful chapter really is to, well, first of all, I talk about all these cases, right? All these people I've helped, but that's over 6 years. So it's maybe 1 or 2 people a year that I make stuff for. or if I get the right chapter, right? Grit 3D really was spinning up. And at the time they were just getting started and there weren't a lot of people that could afford to 3D print the devices and then ship them overseas because that gets expensive. I funnel things through my university, and I was, I think, one of just a few chapters at the time. So because my university was paying for it, I could afford to spend, okay, it's going to be $20 to actually make the devices, but it's going to be like $500 to ship it. And the university would pay that. So at the time, a lot of just local chapters couldn't afford to do that. Now I can. So that kind of helps me out a little bit. I do have an uptick in cases anytime the university hears me about me making something, and then they'll have their PR people talk about it. And then I'll do an interview and the news will hear about it and say, oh, we need something happy at the end of the news because all the prior 29 minutes was horribly miserable. So let's talk about this guy that gave a hand to somebody. So I'll get some publicity that way. It really is, I think, having the university helping out a lot that has helped.
That's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Yep. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. And recently it hasn't been making lots of devices, right? It's been mainly testing and iterating and trying to improve stuff. So I think that's what I like to focus on. Allie had your hand up. 1 minute.
Yes, I was just going to say 1 minute. Does anybody else have one last question for Eric? If not, can you join me in a virtual round of applause? Thank you so much, Eric, for that wonderful presentation. That was fantastic. We really appreciated having you as our keynote speaker today.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So up next, we have a badge-a-thon. And what Ben Rubin is going to be discussing today is just a general overview of what the badging process looks like, what the acquisition process to acquire a badge looks like. We have some new and exciting badges for this event, so he's going to go over what those are. And Kevin's going to talk about how you can apply for a badge. And then Bob is joining us today, and he's actually available to approve any badges that chapters may apply for in real time today. So I'm going to pass it off to Ben.
Great. Hello, everybody. So I've been involved with e-NABLE, just a quick general introduction. I've been involved with e-NABLE the last 3 years, mostly focused on media coordination. It was a project that I proposed in the e-NABLEO project space. And I don't know if Allie or Kevin can share a link to that. But that's a place where any volunteer can come up with a project like what Kyle did as well. And through a community discussion, refine it, and then it goes up for a vote. So my, let's see, I'm going to share my screen really quick. One of the things that I worked on was the newsletter. The last newsletter, we talked about the new, I'm going to zip down, the new integrated badges. So if anybody has seen this last newsletter, I'll share it in the link, but you'll see that there's some information and some links about how the badges work. I'm going to give you guys a quick tour next and then introduce Kevin and Bob after I end this chat. Hold on 1 second. Great. Okay, so in the past, we had badges separate from the hub. It was through something called Badger, and we pulled those together. So if you go to the hub and make your way to the top menu bar, you'll see we have a space for badges. This is a really wonderful way to orient yourself in terms of how to be involved and contribute, especially in the beginning. One of the most important things about the badging process is that, again, if I go to the forum, this is something that John talked about in his presentation as well. If I hover over somebody, I'll hover over myself, you'll see there's a pop-up with all the badges that I've earned. So you can get a sense of somebody's skill sets. And this can be really helpful for new members if you're posting about a specific challenge that you have, or maybe a new device, and you see that oh, wow, here's a member that has some significant experience. I can ask them about these devices. I can ask them about, maybe some opportunities. So again, looking at the badges, we have several different categories. We've got community badges. You'll see there's maker badges. These are specific to devices. For folks that have been around e-NABLE for a while, you'll remember that we used to have separate badges for fabrication and assembly. We've pulled those together. It turns out that assembling is a really useful test to see how successful your fabrication was. So having those as two parts of the same badge makes a lot of sense. Let's see, I'll click on one of these to give you guys a sense. So you can see kinetic hand claimed by 19 people. You click on it and it gives you a sense of the criteria involved. There's a link to claiming the badge. Again, this is all within the hub now, which is really useful. You can add your images, provide the evidence needed, and you can see how this works. So going back, again, who else has this badge? You can learn about a community with similar skill set, similar experiences. We've added some new badges to our mix. Allie's going to add some of those links in the chat. Being involved in a e-NABLE event like today is a badge. So I'd encourage everybody as I'm talking to follow some of the links that Allie's going to share and see if you can fill this out. And Bob is going to be helping to review these in real time. A couple more badges I'm going to introduce real quick before passing it on to Bob. We have a proposed and e-NABLE badge. So if you look through these badges and you say, there's something that I've been doing that is significant and isn't part of this collection, you can come up with a badge that you think should be a badge and get a badge. So for today, for this badge-a-thon, we've got a couple sort of like challenges, I guess, that I'm going to put out there. So whoever can get the most badges today, between basically the beginning of this conference and the end of the day, will win a prize. Also, the chapter with the most badges. So if you have a couple people from the same chapter that are here today, the collective badges that you guys can accrue together will be a separate prize. The maker with the most device experience, that doesn't necessarily need to be limited to today. So if you think that you've got the most device experiences based on the badges that you've collected, again, these are the maker badges. You can email.
We have to exclude Bob Rieger from that competition. I'm sorry.
Correct. Yes, and you'll see that if you hover over Bob, he has really extensive experience with all this stuff. But for our educational chapters, we'll say that the student who has the most device experience based on their maker badges also gets a prize. And the fourth, the last, is whoever can come up with the best new badge. If you can come up with something that you think needs to be here, the best idea for that will also be a prize. So we have those 4 prizes. Maybe Allie or Kevin can add that in the chat. Again, it's most badges, chapter with the most badges for an individual, chapter with the most badges, maker with the most device experience, and the best new badge proposal. I'm going to pass the mic over to Kevin, and he's going to actually walk us through the process really quick. And maybe before I pass it to Kevin, a big thank you to Masvi, who's a lead maker in Lithuania, and he's been involved in the developing of this integration. He's done a really wonderful job. John's got his hand up.
Yeah, before Kevin walks us through it, I'd like to introduce the man behind the curtain so that you understand how the badging process actually works. Bob Rieger is one of our Herculean volunteers who has made more devices than anyone else in the entire community. And so his chest of badge drawers is all over the place. And when these requests come through, thanks to MASB's software, it is his job to take a look at the badge request, to look at the proof that has been offered to justify it, to approve it. That process can often take a couple of days, but because he's here now, you have an opportunity. And at some point, I'd like Bob to get a chance to go on screen and say hello. You have an opportunity to get badges quickly with instant feedback and to celebrate them. And if you want, share images of them on the whiteboard. So, Bob, do you want to just say hello so people know who we're talking about?
Yes. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. And for people I work with very frequently, yes, I really do exist. I am back. I've been out of commission for a couple of weeks moving house, but I'm up for air again and things are relatively normal. So good to be back. I have been with e-NABLE for about 4 years now, and I've donated about 31 devices to people. And as John Scholl mentioned, I help out with a lot of the backroom activities in terms of chapter administration, badging administration. I work on fundraising and kind of a jack of all trades. So I'm here, I'm back. Good to see everybody. Kevin?
And real quick, I was just going to address the question that I know Vivek wants to ask, which is how did you get those 31 cases, Bob? And so it's worth adding that Bob is also the case facilitator for e-NABLE Web Central, one of our platforms. I might touch on that later. So when we have all these cases in e-NABLE Web Central, we sometimes end up with some very difficult ones that nobody takes on. And Bob has taken a lot of those on himself, and that's why he's been able to rack up some numbers.
That's a good point. And outside of just the devices, I have the privilege of doing a fair amount of mentoring and sizing for people and commenting. So I'm available for those activities. Kevin?
Yes, hello, thank you, Bob. I will share my screen. Here we go. So under the community badges, I'll get the event participant. Now, if you have never claimed a badge before, then there will be a slightly different screen. It'll ask you to make an account on Badger. That's a one-time thing. I've already done it, so it doesn't show up for me. But it's very simple. And once you do that, you just hit claim this badge. Bob, since I am here talking to you at this event, do I still need to give you more proof that I should get this badge? Or is this...
Bob, do you require any further proof, or are you convinced?
I'm convinced.
I actually just submitted, I claimed one of these a moment ago, and what I did is I submitted a screenshot of the Zoom meeting in gallery view, because it's not just about Bob knowing that we're here. This all gets archived, and if somebody wants to later go back and say, why did this person get this badge, I do think it's good to have some kind of evidence in there. So okay. Screen grab is fine.
So,
all right.
So people know what I'm doing.
I will.
I'm going to my admin screen for looking at badges.
Bob, you're a little bit muted. Yeah.
You're muffled, Bob. Maybe move your mic.
Bob, you were telling us about your process?
Yes, can you folks hear me?
Now we
can. Now we do.
Okay. Sorry, I'm at my screen now. I have an admin screen where I can review all badge requests and take a look. And I see that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 badge requests already in the system here.
So do you want to share your screen,
guys?
Just to show us? A little sneak peek behind the curtain. This is a system that, again, MASB put together, which is
And
took a lot
I
of
didn't,
work.
I know we kind of breezed past that, but I really want to thank Masvi again. He's done so much development work for us, and he's working on so many different projects right now. And he's so behind the scenes. Most people don't know he's there, but he's built the customizer tool that we have for visually previewing devices with different color schemes. He's helped with hub improvements. He's helping with us with a new project I'm going to talk about later. He's really been a huge contributor. So I just wanted to give a big thanks to Masvi.
Can you folks see my screen?
Yep.
Sure.
Badge and chapter management, you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically I have a screen whereby when a badge request comes in, it shows up like this. And it shows pending. And then if I click on one of them, so Michelle Wang, well, let's go to event participant. Jeremy. Okay, then the screen comes up like this. And it tells me it's Jeremy. It tells me what the link is, right? For the evidence. So if I click on that, I see Jeremy has sent me a screenshot, right?
And I'm in it.
And he's in it. He's in it. So if I go back, then what I do is I can approve it. Approve. It asks me, do I really want to approve Jeremy? And I have to think about that for a minute. And then I confirm it. And it takes a moment to crunch and grind. Okay, and then it goes back and you'll notice that Jeremy Simon shows up as approved. Now, just so people understand, and this particularly pertains to the fabrication badges, when somebody presents all the evidence, it may be that I can't approve it for a variety of reasons. And the reasons tend to be the print quality, there is something wrong with the construction, or more than likely the tensioning is wrong. There's an angle of gauntlet to palm between 30 and 45 degrees in the relaxed position that we want maintained.
And I just want to jump in quickly to say that I already just received an email notification saying that I've been issued a badge, and that new badge that he approved is already showing up on my claimed badges on the hub. So it goes very quickly.
All right, so I close. So let's see. Jeremy Simon, Jeremy, an e-NABLE donor. I think he is the donor. Never mind, a donor. So I'm going to approve that because I happen to know. I'm not going to look at the evidence because I happen to know.
Yeah, we don't need to show that.
Everything,
Mhm.
Sorry, yes, everything that he's done. All right, and I will approve that.
So did we short circuit Kevin's demonstration of how a user requests a badge, or did we get through
Well,
that?
we interrupted it at the point where he was going to add in his evidence. So maybe we want to resume that.
Okay, I will stop sharing my screen. How's that?
All
And
right.
while this is going on, if everybody wants to, again, look at the badges in the list and just figure out which ones you qualify for and see how many you can fill out. So this section of the conference we've got another 14 minutes. So for everybody here, see if you can crunch through as many of these that you qualify for. And again, the evidence can be screenshots. It can be a link to some documentation. Kevin's going to show us what the screen looks like from his perspective.
Let me just say that while this is real-time approval, I'm not going to be able to approve everything in the next 14 minutes. So I may take 15 or 16 minutes, but I will work on it after this session, so it'll be approved very quickly. Okay.
Thank you. And so I have taken a screenshot that included me in the right corner, and I've uploaded it. And I will now hit submit badge request. And that's it.
Sometime soon, you're going to get an alert.
Exactly.
And-
So you'll get an email notification and you'll get a hub notification. And it'll appear in your profile as a claim badge.
How did you upload that? I did a screenshot.
There's a button to attach a file. So as long as it's saved somewhere on your hard drive, just click that button and then browse to where it is and attach it.
Okay.
And keep in mind that there's several different kinds of badges. So Kevin, if you wanted to click on one of these, if you share your screen, and you could show us maybe the proposed badge. You'll see that it's a little bit different. or one of the maker badges, it does require more evidence. Yeah, one of the maker badges would be fine.
So for example, the Unlimited Phoenix, in order to claim this badge, I would need to hit browse to get a proof image, and then I would need to do that until I satisfy these 3 requirements.
So yeah, with a device image, it's a little different. It's spelled out there in that blue box. There's photos needed, and that's mostly about how the device is assembled and the print quality. But we also ask for a video, and that's because it's important to see how the device moves, and we ask you to cover some basic information, which is listed out there. And so we ask for both photos and a video in this case. That's one of the differences with these device badges. So you can put that on YouTube as an unlisted video, for example. There's a lot of ways of doing that.
It's worth mentioning that the chapter system comes out of this badging process. So we do have a section in the badges for chapters. We have added a new badge. I can share my screen for a video tour of your chapter space. I'm going to go back to badges. Here they are. So all of the chapters that you're familiar with seeing on our map are basically groups who have completed that badge. So it's just one of many of our badges. And now under the chapter category, here is the Chapter Lab video tour. And this is something that we've just added specifically for this event. It'll be part of the sort of post-processing challenges that we'll do after the event is finished, but recording a video of your space, including any volunteers, device users, supporting staff, projects, and unique equipment. Make sure that these are all people and places that are able to be recorded. And the lab space is also fit for recording, but the public video being uploaded to YouTube and shared in our chapter leaders space. I'm going to update that and make sure that the link is there, but we do have a specific space for chapter leaders. We have a monthly meeting. That is something that anybody involved with the chapter is invited to. And these lab tours will be, I think, really useful for people to learn about the different spaces and how they can develop theirs.
I would like to report that with 9 minutes left, all badges have been approved that have been submitted.
You're awesome,
all
Bob.
badges that have been requested have been approved.
Yes.
Some of you have not yet done it, but you can do
Correct.
that in
Correct.
the
But
minutes to come.
as of 30 seconds ago, anything submitted has been approved.
Well, that's great. You should retire while you're ahead, Bob, because
I know.
it's not
Well,
gonna last.
I'm going to turn off the computer now for 3 more weeks.
Right. Listen, we're about to transition to lunch and also a bathroom break. And I thought I would remind people that if they have pizza about to come, I can show them how we go about getting reimbursed for approved expenditures by the e-NABLE fund. So if that's a good thing to do, I was supposed to do this earlier, but now is when it really matters. I'll do a brief screen share here.
John, do you think it would be worthwhile to see if anybody who's on is planning on ordering pizza before we dive into the reimbursement?
Or have ordered pizza? Well, that's fine. Anybody want pizza?
And maybe I'll just add in there that, folks from different parts of the world, it doesn't necessarily have to be pizza, but it's $5 per person. So if you are joining us and taking your Saturday to be a part of this, $5 per person for lunch. If you have a larger group, you can order some food together, and that's on e-NABLE.
Can we maybe use the virtual hand thing in Zoom? You want to raise your hand if you plan to order some food, just so we can see if anybody is going to be doing this?
I will
I'm not seeing anybody
anticipate
yet.
that
I'm sure some of
if
you are.
you do, all you need to do is take a picture of your receipts and you'll go through a process which I'm happy to demonstrate or not. And if your receipts, oh, and a picture of whoever is with you at your event, if there are multiple people, and you will be invited to provide Venmo or PayPal, and off it goes. Ben wants me to demonstrate. I'm going to do it quickly.
Oh, John, I just posted the link to the Open Collective Fund. That is where they would claim this from,
That
right?
is indeed. That is
Okay,
indeed.
good.
So
Then I
here
just
we
put the
are
link
at
in
Open
the chat.
Collective. Right. Good. And right here under actions, you get to submit an expense. In this case, it will be presumably a reimbursement. If you are already known, you're going to be here. If you're new to Open Collective, you'll probably have to sign up. For the payout method, you'll just use a custom payout method. You will say, here is a picture, you'll say, here is my PayPal address, etc., and you'll provide it, of course. And next, you will put it down in the title, my pizza, and you will add a receipt. And this will be a picture, and in this case, you can add multiple things. Drag a picture of the receipt and some other indication that you were really here. It will attach. You'll submit next, and off you will go. So the
If you're
important
ordering
point,
online, a screenshot is fine.
right? The important point is opencollective.com/enable fund, and there you can learn more about how our collective balance of $30,000 can be distributed to volunteers like you. Now, I need to excuse myself for a moment. I'll be right back.
Thanks, John. I actually put the short link in the chat, which is easier to remember. Finance.enable.org points right to that longer URL that John just gave.
Great. And I was just going to add in, Allie and I were chatting in the sidebar. There's only 20 people here right now. Would everybody here be okay with the idea of a $10 lunch? Is that something that might make more sense for people? Anybody else agree with that? Jeremy, Bob?
I have no objections.
I'd say go for it.
All right.
We agreed on an amount.
$5 pizza anyway.
Right.
We agreed on an amount. So if the numbers allow for something different, that's fine.
Great. Okay, so let's do that. It'll be easier to find a lunch, I think, to go lunch for $10. So up to $10 per person. And again, I know some of these calls, there's more people. So feel free to get lunch for the other people that you're with in your lab space. And just take a photo of your group and your receipts, and we'll meet back after we eat.
Yeah, so thank you, Ben. We're gonna have $10 per person. Please feel free to order in some food or run out and grab something. We're gonna have a 30-minute break. We're gathering back at 12:30. And then we're gonna do some speed round chapter introductions. So we're going to ask everyone who's present, who is a part of a chapter, to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what they as a chapter have been doing and the history. I'm gonna post more information with some questions and prompt ideas in the chat. But yeah, feel free to stay on Zoom, and we will resume in 30 minutes. Thank you, everybody.
Take care.
Are you saying something to me, Ben?
I was on mute. It's all right.
Okay. All right, cool.
Hey, John.
Jeremy here?
I'm here.
Did you say John or Jeremy?
Jeremy.
I'm here.
And
Oh,
Jeremy.
Messi.
Yeah.
I just popped into, well, whatever, a little far to farm a badge, but more importantly, did you said that the hub went down yesterday? Was that in the
Yeah,
logs, or was it something that you noticed?
No, it was just something I noticed. In fact, it was weird because I was using it at the time and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, I'm trying to remember exactly there. It wasn't the usual blue screen. Sorry, can't reach enable right now. It was something about being unable to connect essentially. And it's
remember what
possible
time?
that it was, what was it?
Ish?
I just remember it was late, probably around midnight, but I don't remember exactly.
EST?
I'm Central CST, but I could be off. My memory's horrible when it comes to time, so things kind of blend together. I just restarted the VM just like I did today. So the weird thing is I don't know why it sounds like some services didn't come up right. That's a little odd, but I did wait and refreshed until it, in the browser was coming up again, and then I went to bed.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I just couldn't connect at all. But the restart worked, so.
Okay. Yeah. Well, if you see anything in the logs, let me know. I mean, maybe we need to increase our
I
resources
didn't see
or something. I don't
anything.
know.
That's the thing. I have a
Okay.
web manager interface that I installed just to have a sort of, in case of emergency, have a web way to look at the services and logs. And I checked the logs. I was unable to connect. Checked the logs and it was fine. So I have no idea what happened. I think it might have been just an Azure glitch.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, if it doesn't, like everything with us, if it doesn't become a pattern, we won't worry about it.
Yeah.
So I think you missed the badge demo, but it worked very smoothly. We actually got to go through it from front stage and backstage, and it all worked.
Very nice.
Now, one thing that I did notice by mistake actually is when I set up these two new badges on the hub, you have to add the tag for category, which I did, but I didn't click the add tag button. So it's just an interface problem, poorly designed interface in Badger. So I saved it, but it didn't actually add the tag. So they didn't have the necessary tag. And as a result, they were showing up way at the bottom under like other, just like uncategorized badges.
Yeah.
But anything that falls into that category, when you try to click on one of the badges, it just goes to an error. So those don't work. As soon as I added the category and it moved up to community participation, then you could click on it, it works. So just FYI, if we forget to categorize a badge and it ends up under other, clicking on it gives an error.
Okay, I'll look into that.
Yeah.
At least it popped up under other. That's
it showed up. That was nice actually, because that was how I knew what I had done wrong.
All right, so it's a 30-minute break. And there we go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a break. So is this break conversation being recorded? I'm curious.
I think we're still live. So yeah, this is all going to YouTube, right, Allie?
Right then.
Or Kevin? I'm not sure if they're still here, but yeah, I think it still says live on YouTube. So I think the whole day is being streamed. And I'm just gonna turn off my camera and mic, but I'll be here.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're there, please feel free to turn your camera on or give us a thumbs up so we know that you're there. Awesome. So for the next 30 minutes, we are going to do a speed round of chapter introductions, and I will share my screen here. So as I just said, for the next 30 minutes, we're going to do a speed round of chapter introductions. I know that we have at least 3 or 4 chapters with us today. In your participants resources folder, there are a couple different prompts for different chapters to use during this portion of the event. It is definitely not mandatory. You can feel free to introduce yourselves however you see fit and however you wish. But these are some ideas, just, general background, who you are, when the chapter was founded, maybe how long the chapter has existed for, the location, the school, all kinds of things in that regard. And I know that Ben and John are affiliated with the Rochester e-NABLE, so maybe one of you would be willing to start us off with these speed round chapter introductions, please. And then we can just do popcorn style from there. So if you are a part of a chapter, we'd really encourage that you speak up and tell us a little bit about your chapter. And we can just do that popcorn style. It might be worthwhile to raise your hand as well. So I'm going to pass it off to either Ben or John.
Okay, so Skip Metz and I started the Rochester e-NABLE chapter while I was a professor at RIT. We developed the RIT arm. When we left RIT, we set up camp at a local high school where we were also training kids on 3D printing and 3D design and doing devices. And when COVID hit, we left that lab, and we're now sort of a free-floating chapter. And we spend most of our time actually working on the greater e-NABLE. Although we were also involved in a project with some people at Buffalo, as well as Jeremy Simon and others, creating PPE during the COVID era. So that would be my summary. Ben, do you have anything to add?
Maybe I can add, hold on, let me get my camera set up.
I can say that we have 3 3D printers. We have Kyle Reeser's 3D printer in a suitcase, which actually is in need of a good deployment right now. We have thought about setting up a lending library for that shippable printer, but we have not done that. If someone wants to take the initiative and become a 3D printer dispatcher or custodian, should let us know. Back to you, Ben.
I was just going to mention that one of the team members here in Rochester is Esteban de Jesus, who has a limb difference. And I think one of the things that I'll mention a little bit later in more detail is I think it's really important to, even with a loose chapter like Rochester e-NABLE, having a team member who has limb difference, who's piloting devices, can be just really important. So he joined right before Skip left, and it's been a little bit loose the last couple of weeks he's been working, but he does occasionally have a device that breaks, and we can fix it for him. And he's tried a couple different devices, and he's been involved in the device pilot meetings. So just something else that's been going on here in Rochester.
Who's next?
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Is anybody else here part of a student chapter that wants to share a little bit about where they're zooming in from today and what their chapter has been involved in over the years or months, depending on how recently the chapter has been formed? Also, if it's helpful, I can put up the prompt during your brief intro, or I don't have to do that. So Let's go with Chinwe. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah, Chinwe.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I am a Rice alumni now, and I am the co-founder of the Rice University e-NABLE chapter. We started our chapter, I believe, a year ago, so last summer, and we've been able to work on one project with a partnership with our local Texas Children. And we just recently delivered, or they just recently delivered that hand. And we also tried to do a sort of a experiment on trying to find the grip strength of the hands using a tensile machine. And yeah, so right now it sounds like the current chapter is just waiting for another hand. I think we have like a partnership with Texas Children, so we're just waiting for the doctor to send like another mold, but that's what we've been up to.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Also, I forgot to mention, if anybody has questions for anybody who's talking about what they've been doing as a chapter, please feel free to chat them in or just, ask
Ali,
them.
a question. Has it been covered just in general for everybody's information? How many chapters we have, maybe what the distribution of type of chapter? Ben has that information.
I'll be going over that in more detail at the end, but we have 197 chapters currently, and I think 45 university chapters and 43 high school chapters. So almost half of our chapters are educational chapters. But I'll dig into that a little bit deeper at the end, but great point, Bob.
Might I mention, as a chapter administrator, to be a chapter, we don't view this as a recruiting tool for people. So an individual can't become a chapter and then go seek other people. What we try to do is recognize and reward and encourage groups of people who are already working together in some fashion. And that is, that hence one of the requirements for the community chapter badge is that you have to have a social media with at least 2 recent posts showing group activity.
Cool. And I just wanted to, speaking of group activity and to add on to Chinwe's introduction, I'm going to add in a YouTube video that Rice University published of their work, and it's just really inspiring stuff. So wonderful job, Chinwe, and yeah.
Thanks, Ben.
So Chinwe, now that you've graduated, are you still involved?
Loosely. So it's my brother, Arinze, who's now the president. So I think his main focus this year was finishing that project and looking for new projects, and then also working on organization. So figuring out how to keep members engaged and things like that.
That's great. So there's a whole Appy O'Reilly dynasty. This is our first dynasty.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
And Arinze is going to be joining us later from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. for one of our networking breakout rooms about previous cases and challenges finding recipients.
That's great.
We have a bunch of moderators set up for that. So we're very excited to have both of you here today. Does anybody else want to present? I know I can see a few of you who are in chapters, and we'd love for you to step forward and tell us a little bit about yourselves, please.
I can go next.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'm Ananya, and I'm from the Moreau Catholic High School e-NABLE chapter, and we're in Hayward, California, which is in the San Francisco Bay Area. And we became a chapter in 2020, the summer of 2020, but for a few years before, since 2018, we've been working together as a school club. And our first main project as a school club was working on building a test hand. And right now we've completed 2 cases and we've delivered them to 2 little boys. But also another focus of our chapter is that we're really trying to teach all of the members as much about 3D printing as we can. Because at least until I joined e-NABLE, I didn't know anything about 3D printing. but I've learned so much being part of it. I've learned how to scale hands, and I've learned how to render pieces and put them together. And it's been a really great learning opportunity for me. And I'm really hoping that all the members can have that too.
And Ananya, you and I had some email correspondence on, I believe, the sizing of a hand and what hand to deploy at one point.
Yeah.
And I had the pleasure of giving a presentation to your group about our design efforts. It was great to meet all of you then.
Yeah, thank you. It was so much help. Our first few cases were really challenging because we didn't really know much. And so we're really lucky that all the volunteers are willing to help.
Yeah, great to have you with us.
And Ananya, how did you find these two cases?
We found them through e-NABLE Web Central. That's actually, I'm giving a presentation later today about how our first two cases went, but also we've been having a little trouble finding future cases because there's so many volunteers on e-NABLE Web Central and not as many cases.
Right. It's very true. That's something we're working on. We'll talk about that a little bit later too.
Looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, we're very excited for your presentation later this afternoon. Is anybody else interested in speaking up about their chapter?
I can go next if you want.
Thank you.
So I'm Alejandra. You guys can call me Alexa. I think it's a little bit easier. We are from Mexico, more specifically Guadalajara. We are a student chapter, and we recently became one, like a month ago or less than a month ago, I think. We began the process because we actually, we had a student group. Well, we have the student group. It's been operating since 2015, more or less, but then the pandemic came and we had to shut all of our activities, and we stayed like quiet for around a year and a half where we could do nothing. So that on that time we decided to reach out to John and Ben to see if they could help us with like a Zoom conference, and we started planning on it. And we had that conference on August, I think it was, yeah, this August. And that's where we began all of our process in becoming a chapter. Since 2015, we've delivered around 7 or 8 mostly unlimited arms. That's what we worked the most. And unlike you guys, we do have a lot of cases. We actually have like 15 pending right now, but we do have some issues with the printers. They are not working and we're trying to fix them. So yeah, we're like inverse with you guys. Like you guys are missing the people that need them, and we have a lot of them. Just like a fun fact. Yeah.
When you say, Alejandra, when you say the printers are not working, she can't hear me, I guess. Yes, you can hear me. When you say the printers aren't working, how are you going about getting help? What's not working? Are they just plain not working, or are you having difficulty with the quality of the print?
No, the quality is awesome, actually. The thing is, the 2 printers we've had them since 2015. And since we were a small group, the school didn't really help us, and they don't let us like collect donations from people since we're a student group and we are part of the school. So we had to sell stuff to get the money to fund all of the material and all of that stuff. So recently, John and Ben did tell us about a chapter help, a financial support. We're trying to get that right now, but since we belong to the school is kind of taking a lot of time in giving us all of the information needed to do the funding. And we also have a person who's interested in helping us. He's been helping us get the money from people, from friends that say like, this unlimited arm costs around 800 to make. Do you want to give the money to help people? And then we connect them with the people they've helped, so they get to know who they helped. And we just charge for the money that the material and electricity costs, more or less. We have like an Excel sheet that calculates more or less the cost for printing it and the material. So we look for it. And the printers right now, we were able to send one for maintenance and it worked. And then we started printing and then it stopped printing. So we need to have it again and again with the specialist. And once we have the funding, I think we'll get to fix the other printer. But it's not working. Like, we try to print and it does nothing, and we cannot calibrate it. We've had a lot of issues with it.
I guess the question I have for the CCC is, are we doing everything we can at this point to assist?
So John and I did a presentation with Alejandra's chapter and heard about all the wonderful things that they were doing and some of their challenges. So as part of the CCC, who hosts the town hall meetings once a week, we voted on supporting material costs for Alejandra and her chapter. It's taking a little bit of time, like she mentioned, for the university to set up how to receive funds. But it is worthwhile to mention to everybody that we do have the Wishbone project. I can share a link, or maybe Kevin or Ali can share a link. That's an opportunity for chapters to not only get financial support from other chapters, but also equipment. So we have a printer that's currently posted that we can send to any chapter that requests it. We also have basically a form that allows chapters to request funds and get support from other chapters. Additionally to that,
why can't that printer go to Alejandra?
It could. All it takes is filling out the form. So I would suggest that you guys look into that. And again, there's other ways too. Our weekly meetings, we do have the ability to, with the town hall meetings, any of you guys can join, and requesting small funds there is a possibility. But that's not just for chapters. That could also be for volunteers working on projects. The Wishbone project is specifically for chapters. I'll see if I can find that link while other people are speaking. And I did want to mention too, in the chat, it looks like Johannes introduced himself. He said his network is bad, but he's new in the chapter environment based in South Africa. He'd like to know how he can become a chapter, and he's a 3D printing fanatic. So maybe I'll pass that to Bob. Bob can tell you a little bit about the chapter process.
Well, again, based on some earlier comments, Johannes, chapters are groups of people who are already working together. So my first question would be to you, are you a part of a group of people who are working together, or do you yourself now want to form a chapter?
If you don't mind me jumping in there, Bob, I don't know if we've made this clear. I think a lot of people come into the community and think that they have to have or form a chapter in order to really participate. Yeah. Myself and Bob here are two examples of longtime e-NABLE volunteers that have never been associated with a chapter. There's lots you can do as an individual, so don't feel like you need to form a chapter. That's just one way that you can move forward.
Well, I would say you can do everything as an individual you do as a chapter, except for working with other people.
And even that, we collaborate online all the time.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
it's really a way of bringing local groups of people together. If you have people in your community that are interested in working together on this, a chapter is a convenient way of sort of getting together and organizing those activities. But it's by no means a requirement to be a part of this community and do great work.
Good point, Jeremy.
And I'm sharing in the chat, here's a diagram that shows 3 different ways that volunteers can get funding. So you can go through the Wishbone project, you can go through our Lumio process and make a project, or you can just request funds through the weekly meetings that we have at the town hall. And some of those opportunities are specifically for chapters, others are for volunteers.
And let's talk for let's talk for 1 minute about that what we would consider the main pathway, which is what been called the Lumio process. Lumio just happens to be the name of the platform that we use for presenting a proposal and letting the community vote on it. We have right now $30,000 in that e-NABLE fund, with a couple of more annual donations inbound. We want to support good projects. I think people in our community are a little bit shy, actually, to put forward proposals. We really want to encourage you. If you have something, we try to focus on supporting projects that are going to benefit a broad part of the community. Ideally, we prefer those to projects that might only benefit one individual or one chapter. It's best to put forward proposals for things that will, maybe you want to do something which will produce some deliverables that would get shared with the community so others can benefit from that. Those are the kinds of projects we really like to support. Anyone, no matter how new you are, whether or not you're part of a chapter, can write up a proposal, outline what you want to do, what it's going to take, how much funding you're requesting, put it out to a vote, and get that funding. It's actually a pretty easy and accessible process if you read our instructions.
I wanted to add to that traditionally we have indeed sought to support projects that benefit the entire community. But, thinking about the Guadalajara situation and perhaps some others, I think that if there are projects that are specific to a chapter, but will specifically get devices to people who need them, who you have already identified, I think that's actually quite a compelling case. After all, our general mission is to get devices to people who need them. Many chapters are struggling with the fact that they don't have recipients, but if you have access to a population who would really benefit from these devices, if you can organize a project where we can fund some devices and get real feedback and get the reports, I think we would be very sympathetic to that. And I think the community would vote it in, which is the way our process works. I also wanted to say that we individually and the Community Coordination Council, which meets every Friday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, is very happy to help you talk these things through. And in some cases, to help you create a winning proposal. We've sort of learned what flies and what is easy for people to vote up. So, an important part of what you should be learning today, appearances notwithstanding, is that it's okay to raise your hand and say, I'm confused, I'd like some more clarification about this, or we need some help. We're here to help, that's what we do.
Yeah, it seems to me if you got 15 people waiting for an arm because there isn't a brand new $500 printer that can deliver, that's not bad per cost per arm,
So maybe just to add to that too, the Lumio process has some staging to it. So you first start with a discussion, and that's a really great opportunity to get feedback. You can have an idea and say, I'd like some funding for this, and people will comment. And then it's open to the international community. You get feedback from volunteers all over the world, and that can really help shape a project. And I don't think any project goes through without going through some of those iterations before it opens up to voting. So don't be afraid of making your project public even before it's fully cooked. Looks like Vu has his hand up.
Oh, yes. Hi, I'm like this, and just want a quick introduction. I'm a few short years from retirement, and so I want to get something going specifically for people in Vietnam. So yeah, it's that's my goal. Yeah, so
very nice to have you.
Vu, where are you located in Vietnam?
Oh, right now I live in Texas right now, Houston, Texas. But I was born there, and so the language is not an issue. And potentially I can get contact from there. So that's why I want to start learning. how to get there. Yeah.
Great. I see there's a couple other chapters here. Masvi, do you want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your experiences with your chapter? We've got just a few minutes left. Might have stepped out. Any other chapters? Any other folks that can talk about their experiences?
I'm not sure Johannes had an opportunity to respond before when you asked about the procedures to become a chapter.
Well, I know the internet connection is bad, so let's see, is there anything in chat?
I can add in the chat
Said awesome.
some information on how to become a chapter.
Yeah, I think the requirements, Jeremy, were updated, right?
They are, yeah. So, it all goes back to the badging system. Becoming a chapter is essentially getting a series of badges, and each badge is laid out with what you have to do and what evidence you have to provide. And so you go through those steps, which are documented on the hub. Just go to the chapters page, and underneath the map, you're going to find the instructions. There's the link in the chat there. Thank you, Ben. You'll find the instructions underneath the map. Just scroll down and follow the guidance there. Let us know if you have questions.
And it's really useful to look at the map and see the closest chapters, to reach out to them, explore some networking. Some of our chapters, for example, e-NABLE France, is a huge network. It's the whole country. They do projects even outside of France, in other French-speaking countries. The chapter also Robotel, I'm sorry, in Istanbul, Turkey, again, is an entire country. It's a network, really, and there's different spaces and maker labs that are all working together just under that one umbrella of that sort of regional chapter. So there's some
same thing
very
with
small chapters
France.
and some large. Yep.
Yeah, France is another one where it's almost like a countrywide network.
Yep.
Brazil
also. So it's worth exploring and seeing who could be a potential partner. And those regional networks are really useful. So we're hoping to have more of that beginning in the US. That's part of what this is about as well, is that some of our universities have already begun to do that. Jeff Powell is one example of an educator who's built a network with universities, and we're hoping that some of you guys through this experience will be able to network as well and share resources and projects and move forward faster together.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for your contributions. That was really insightful and nice to learn a little bit about everybody who's joining in today from student chapters. Next up, we have Ian Roy. Ian is the Director for Research Technology and Innovation in Brandeis University's library. He is also the founding head of the Brandeis MakerLab and an adjunct professor at the Brandeis International Business School, and a lecturer in the anthropology department. His, I think somebody's unmuted.
Hello.
Oh no. Kevin, can you mute everybody possibly, please?
I'm muting.
Okay, I think everybody's muted now. Hopefully we have no more problems. His group, Research Technology and Innovation, manages the 3 public maker spaces in the Brandeis Library: the Maker Lab, the Automation Lab, and the Digital Humanities Lab. His team works with researchers to overcome the technological hurdles they encounter in their workflows top to bottom, and they constantly run local pilots in new technologies to address their needs. Their work touches on desktop, laptop, server, break fix, instrument machine support, digital forensics, and security tools, institutional storage of big data, cloud collaboration, and backup in a big data context, and many of the new tool sets in the maker community, including support of touch and gesture inputs, multiple displays, VR head-mounted displays, digital fabrication like 3D printing, laser cutting, and CNC, 3D scanning, robotics, drones, and embedded systems, Raspberry Pi, and Arduino. Ian and his team specialize in not only the technical aspects, but also the policy and political implications of implementing emerging technologies on campus. Ian was the project lead in developing both the research technology department and the MakerLab at Brandeis, and he started at Brandeis in 2012. So let's give it up for Ian Roy. I'm going to pass it to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. Very excited to be here. And I am not on campus today, but I have a really high energy virtual tour to present to everyone to sort of show what we're up to. And what I wanted to share was just some of the projects that we've been leaning into to sort of like stretch our minds a little bit about what's possible with these tools. So if it's all right, I'm going to share my screen and get started. And so I'm going to go into a PowerPoint, but I wanted to start. On Thursday, I knew I would be here virtually, so I grabbed a Matterport scan of our lab, like they do the home tours with. And you know, you can have like one of these per email account, so I put this on my institutional account. So we can walk through the lab quickly here. So this was our first space that we founded in 2014. It was the only space we had for a couple of years, but now we've specialized a bit. So this space is really for digital fabrication and design. And our newest upgrade, just on Wednesday this week, we put a new fleet of intro printers in here from FlashForge. We like that they're a little more enclosed, and we're partnering with one of the environmental sustainability groups on campus to have biodegradable PLA supplied for our intro trainings, which is new. We are a PLA mostly shop. We have up here our basic setting guides. There's no ABS in our space because we don't have the ventilation for our petroleum products. We do have a rules thing here. To get access to our spaces, basically we have to train you in the most dangerous tool in the room. In this room, it's just an FDM printer. So we'll start with one of these little flash forges, and then we have over here some dual material flash forges that we'll move to, and then a ton of specialized machines for projects. And there's a bigger wall over here with some big machines. So here, one of our first projects that we shared was how to modify low-cost machines. So this is a CR10 that's been modified with an E3D hot end. So like a $350 printer with a $100 nozzle. We're under $500 and we get a really big high-quality build chamber. And the guide to put those together, we have open source on a Dazuki guide that I'll point to in the presentation. So your institution could build one. We have a nice failure here, it looks like, from the night before. Coming around, there are electronics workbenches for working on the machines and for assembling projects, some workstations with our software. And over here, there's a bunch of club materials, including, that's a drone container, but one of these is our prosthesis club's hands that they're working on the e-NABLE products. So a variety of technology clubs from the campus meet here, including the 3D printing club. The virtual reality club has a bunch of their headsets. The aviation club uses our spaces for their flight simulation training, which we just moved out of this space, but I'll show it in another picture. And the prosthesis club is quite active in here too. We have up here the student life side of things. Here are some of the meetings that have been defined this semester. Oh, and our robotics club is quite active. Apart from that, a lot of classes use this for direct coursework, and a lot of researchers use this. We have about 40 research labs on campus, and we can create prototypes that they need for their research. So that's a little bit of what our physical space looks like. And then there's a rules thing. I was mentioning, to get access, we train you in the most dangerous piece of equipment. So that would be how to operate a printer in this space. And then we have you sign a contract with the room rules. And the first rule of MakerLab is we do not judge others, neither on the objects they created, nor the techniques they used in creating them. There's no right or wrong way to do this stuff. If it works, it works. You can make anything you want in our spaces free of charge for any Brandeis community member, student, staff, faculty, alumni. The only thing you can't make are weapons, drug paraphernalia, and other offensive objects, which are case by case. If you see something, say something, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Other than that, the big rule is it's a self-cleaning space, which means you clean it yourself. We'd like you to leave it as you found it. And we are open whenever the building is open. So on Friday, that was 8 a.m. to 2 a.m. and it's accessible by card swipe. So any community member can swipe in. And you don't know who else will be in here. So you'll have to book time with an expert if you want someone to support your project. And I put a link to this. I'll put this in the chat too, but I put it in the MakerLab Tour document. And here, I'll send it to the chat so you can poke around if you'd like to virtually explore our space.
Ian, I just had to jump in and say, if you didn't see it in the chat, that is so cool the way you did that. If you have a chance to share a little bit of instructions on how you did that in the hub, that would be great.
It. But you know,
Very
if you
cool.
have like any apartment or house tour, if you're renting or buying now, you get a thing like that through the house. You used to have a sensor from a company called Matterport, and they've open sourced that with an app where you just take pictures with your phone. So all I did was just take an iPhone, took like 10 minutes to grab that. Their model is based on renting or selling houses. So you can have one model for free. You pay to host more models. So nice. I'll put the instructions up. But we're always exploring these new novel ways to share information like that. So like Allison said, I am the Director for Research, Technology, and Innovation. I was also the founding head of the Brandeis Maker Lab. I'm no longer the head. I've delegated that out. And I teach in both the business school and in the anthropology department. And we're going to look through some of our projects. Just want to make sure, can everybody hear me and see the slide okay? Great.
Yes.
So this is sort of what our work looks like. I think as often we're in a server room or on a bench working on a project as we are in the field, bringing these tools around the world to support Brandeis researchers, both classrooms, students, and faculty. And so our department that runs these, we're in the library. We're part of the library. We're called Research, Technology, and Innovation. And we really focus on 4 tool sets that are not available anywhere else on campus. And that's digital fabrication, 3D scanning, XR, extended realities, and robotics. And we frame that differently depending on who we're talking to. But basically ways to take the real world and bring it into the design space, or take the design space and produce it in reality. And then iterate back and forth across that digital physical divide. We support XR because almost all the shapes we fabricate can go into VR environments. Almost anything in a VR environment can be fabricated. And we support robotics because most of our tools have a robotic component and they break all the time. And there's no one else we can call for tech support. So we are our own tech support for these tools. And today on campus, there are 3 spaces in the library that are group stewards. The MakerLab that we just did a quick run through, a place for digital fabrication and design work. The Automation Lab, the way we make a physical product in the MakerLab, we can make an electronics product in the Automations Lab. So there we have a good Arduino sensor kit, input, output, and we teach weekly soldering and intro to Arduino. And the Digital Scholarship Lab is a place for more computational or creative work. It's not always that messy, and we'll see some other pictures of it. But essentially, we've clustered our tools and specialized our spaces around the type of workflows that we see. And we'd like to someday be co-located. We're now sort of spread out across the building wherever we can find space. And we founded the MakerLab in 2014. And the Automation Lab was the most recent, which got started around 2018. And the newest thing from there is a machine learning workshop. I would also mention, we'll talk about our staffing in a second, but we have a staff member who stewards each space. The Makerspace has a huge amount of equipment. This is not meant to be a readable list, but if you go to our website, you can go to brandeismakerlab.com. It'll redirect, and there's click-throughs to all of the equipment we have in the room. So you can see manufacturer specifications on everything. Digital Scholarship Lab I'll show in a second, and Automation Lab more for electronics and sensor prototypes. And the team that runs all this at our institution is 3 full-time staff. It's myself. H is the head of the Maker Lab. She runs the day-to-day services, is also our VR expert, and runs 3D printer training, and administers our micro grant program to support student projects. And Tim is the head of our Automation Lab. He's our robot surgeon in residence. He teaches machine learning and Arduino and soldering, but he's also top drone pilot. He's been on ESPN in the drone racing competitions. And we're trying to have him coach up a local team in both combat robotics and drone racing. And then we have about 12 student workers, depending on the time of year, that work with us on specialized projects. And this is sort of what the space looked like pre-COVID. I think we were busiest from 8 p.m. to midnight when the student groups were in there. And we've looked a lot different and more hybrid over the last couple of years. But again, the before times, it was very rambunctious people in the room. And people are coming back to the room, but it's sort of at different times with different groups. And we've mentioned there's been a ton of student clubs that have formed around this. So our founding story, when we started the MakerLab, there was one technology club on campus. We don't have an engineering program. An engineering program was recently approved by the Board of Trustees, so we're headed in that direction. But there was one technology club called Bitmap, the Brandeis Initiative for Technology, Machines, Applications, and Programming, sort of an umbrella computer science club. And since the MakerLab founded, we've had about a dozen student clubs form and get funded. These are some of the bigger ones. And we steward a lot of their equipment and provide access to their tools. And a lot of this, we started as a research support group where we'd work on instrument machines in the sciences. And then from there, we sort of got the need to co-locate that same kind of equipment somewhere public for students. And we got into student life and student clubs. And only in the last 3 or 4 years have we moved into the classroom, which was the highest barrier. We really needed good use cases to get there. And beyond teaching, learning, and research, which is our core, we also do a fair amount of community outreach. So we've been with a lot of the nonprofits in town. We have relationships or have done projects in Waltham, Massachusetts, and the greater Boston area. This one was one with the Waltham Public High School, where a bunch of PhDs and postdocs 3D printed Estes model rockets with different nose cone and fin configurations to see how that affected the altitude that the model rocket would fly. This was another one with the Prospect Hill Community Center in Waltham, where a student had a project to build a community garden. And so we helped 3D print the brackets that put the PVC irrigation system together. And we've done a lot of design and outreach with other nonprofits in the area. A good example of sort of our design ethos, we do a lot of mistake-driven learning. We want to fail faster and fail smarter, have fast iterative cycles of feedback where we can get somewhere beyond where we started. So this was a project to take a $10 Amazon toy and gut its electronics and then redesign and 3D print an airframe to make it perform better than the stock one. And here we just used Tinkercad. This was like ultra low barrier CAD, where we designed an airframe that would fit all the components and the motors and use the right materials. And then going up a scale, this is now Tim, the head of the automations labs. This is one of his drone designs. He was taking a stock carbon fiber frame from a company called Ready Made RC and designing a pod that would hold all of the electronics and be an airfoil on top of that. So iterative design is really what we're all about, and mistake-driven learning. And then this is some of my drones from home. So when I go home, I still work on projects. I've built about 100 drones. I have about 20 that work at any time. So some of us, we're addicted and we can't stop. And we're not just going to build a robot and hand it to you and say good luck. We can do that if that's what the researcher wants. But more often, we can build the whole robot. A bunch of us also have FAA Pilot 107 licenses, so we can operate commercially. We'll do flight plans and insurance. And we can even go into Boston and ask for an exception to operate in restricted airspace, which we've done for a lot of projects. So we'll go all the way from the concept and design of building the prototype up to the insurance and using it in the field. And we can meet the team wherever they are on that spectrum. And this is a picture of Brandeis campus. My office is actually right. This is the main library where a lot of our spaces, the MakerLab, our offices, and the automation lab are all right here. And the digital scholarship lab is inside, but it's on the other side of the building. And downtown Boston in the distance there. Some trends we've been seeing in the last couple of years are people going up with the scale of their fabrications, 3D printing more pieces that are assembled into a larger object. We've also seen a trend to take more real world objects and bring them into their designs, from as small as a bug to human scale to I'll show a scan of all of campus. I think the biggest scan we've done is around 7 kilometers in length. And then the question is, how do we use these assets of different scales to create experiences or do academic analysis? And then more and more, we're seeing students put more electronics into everything they prototype. And remember, we are not an engineering school yet. We're headed in that direction, but these are anthropologists and business students and social policy students taking up tools that were traditionally relegated to engineers and then applying them in their domain expertise. And it's unlocking new possibilities in lots of fields, which is really why I want to be at Brandeis. We're a smaller institution. We have 3,000 undergraduates, 2,000 graduates approximately, which means it's hard to tell if someone's a graduate or an undergraduate. And we're also a liberal arts university smushed together with an R1 research engine with no engineering in the middle. So our team tries to provide those engineering tools across the institution. One of the things that we did early on to get this started was have a culture of hackathons. The student that founded the 3D printing club, Noah, one of our greatest champions on campus, really insisted that we start hackathons from the beginning. So we held the first 3D printing focused hackathon, 24-hour 3D printing hackathon in higher ed back in 2015. And back then we were working on abstract challenges. So our challenge was use a 3D printer to help someone with a disability in your community. This was before we had a e-NABLE chapter that was really moving and matching and making hands for people. And so the winning the winning prototype out of that hackathon was this prosthetic leg to ride a bicycle with, complete with a bicycle clip. And that's from concept to this physical object in 24 hours, not even a 48 hours. This was just it was actually a 23-hour hackathon because we did it on a daylight savings weekend. And it had, they later brought it to a prosthesis expert who said it would have needed a rubber band for it to return better, but the concept was relatively sound. And the runner-up that year was the Braille Tooth, which is a Braille keyboard for an iPhone that could be produced for $60 instead of $600. That was the cheapest thing you could buy on the market. So it was really cool to see some real-world practical designs come out of these challenges. And we've grown that over the last 6 or 7 years into, we've been waiting for a Dice Hacks branded hackathon. And the Dice Hacks hackathon is targeted at all the nonprofits in Waltham. So we've met a professor at the business school, Professor Jean Miller, and she embeds her students in all of the nonprofits in Waltham. And we've also found some other courses that do similar nonprofit work at the social policy school that we'd love to work with more. And instead of working on abstract challenges that we come up with, we actually have the students bring the challenges from the nonprofits. They work on the boards, they deeply understand their challenges, and they bring like a strengths and weaknesses assessment sheet, and then the hackers can read all those dossiers, pick one that's meaningful for them, and then work on something for the Boys and Girls Club, or the low-income retirement community, or the homeless shelter, or the food pantry. And then these hacks can not just be a flash in the pan for the weekend, but then can be developed over the course of the year. We really like this model, and we'd like to continue to grow and expand and see what's possible with it, or franchise it if anyone's interested in how to build it. This is the other type of support we do. So we only organize one hackathon a year, but we participate in several others that other groups organize on campus. And this is one of the types of support that we do, where this is a Scribblebot, a $1 robot. A lot of people, it's the first robot that they build. And this is really good for kindergarten all the way up to PhD level. And we stole this from Olin College of Engineering just across the street. They had a professional development workshop called Reimagining Education, where they brought 400 educators together to build these Scribblebots. And we thought, boy, we can unpack that and do a lot with it. So what we realized is there's about 12 controls in those robots. And as you build them, you realize that the first one is the size of the dot is inversely proportional to the size of the counterweight. A big counterweight makes a small dot. A small counterweight makes a big dot. So we've slowly got this into a design competition, or we've done different modalities with that platform. And beyond that, this is what the rest of our support often looks like, where we'll do physical prototyping and design resources. We'll loan hardware and help people integrate hardware into their hacks. And we'll also do workshops in early stage startup ideation, how to do a pitch. We've done lock picking, lots of hands-on physical stuff. We also tried to attend all the maker fairs in the region, although post-COVID, that's been a little different. We were traditionally going to Maker Faire in New York every year. And if anyone has been to Maker Faire in New York, it's a magical place, sort of like Burning Man for robots, where 100,000 people come through in a 2-day weekend. and we hope to be there soon in the future. But the last time we were there was 2018, where we set up a pavilion for about 20 students to come with us and show off their projects. So this is a sophomore who worked on our team, Daniel, who's showing off an adaptation of the donkey car, which is an open source self-driving car that uses Google's TensorFlow to build an equation in the cloud. Essentially, you drive it around this track for 10 minutes manually. There's a Raspberry Pi on board that takes pictures with its camera. As it's taking pictures, it records the steering angle and the throttle position that the human input, and then it crunches that into an equation. And right now it is self-driving itself based on live pictures, takes a picture, guesses the steering angle and throttle position. It works very well until you get a lot of people showing up with shoes around it that are the color of your track. And then it gets a little confused because we trained it on a data set without shoes. So we'd like to eventually do some constant training on that. We also recruit for our hackathons and meet a lot of vendors and peer institutions at these events. I also teach a couple classes at Brandeis. The first class I built was called Digital Fabrication with Robotics for the business school. And the textbook is a 3D printer. It's a half semester 2-credit course. Every student gets a flat packed machine, they build it, and then they do 3 design projects with it and they keep it. The printers cost less than a lot of textbooks. And the hope is if the students want to produce physical prototypes in the real world, but don't know what that's like, it gets them an intro to design and manufacturing. That's the explicit goal of the course. The secret goal of the course is empathy for engineering. I don't know if every student is going to work on teams of startups that make physical products, but they're all going to work on teams with engineers in the future. And we want them to have better, more productive conversations and teamwork. The first publication to come out of the MakerLab that we're really known for was created by an undergraduate, Eduardo. And Eduardo was studying biophysics and biochemistry at Brandeis. And he walked into the MakerLab one day and said, 3D printing is science fiction, but I want to make molecules. We said, great, we don't know as much about molecules, but we can help with printing. And I think our best projects have come when someone shows up and says, this is science fiction, but I want to apply it in my field. So Eduardo was ravenous about this. He then printed more than 50 different molecules that had never been 3D printed before. The NIH found out, the National Institute for Health, what he was doing, and they invited him to Washington, D.C. to the National Science Fair. And he presented his models at their booth at the National Science Fair. While he was doing that, one of the editors of Jove, the Journal of Visual Experimentation, walked through and asked Eduardo to write a protocol on this. So as an undergraduate, Eduardo published a first author paper in this technique. And if you go to NIH's 3D Print Exchange, this is still top level, the methodology to produce molecular models for low-cost FDM printing. Eduardo then printed more molecules that had never been made before, and he went straight from Brandeis undergrad to Caltech PhD, where he's doing this type of work currently. And we are all very grateful for his enthusiasm to unlock this sort of potential of the machines. And 6 years later, after this has been published, we still use this with the biochemistry department to produce models as workshops. And it went from sort of leading edge science fiction to it's a 10-minute video that almost any institution could follow. It's very straightforward. We essentially take a data set from the protein data bank, we export it, we put it in a molecular visualizer like Chimera or PyMol. We change a couple variables so it looks like plastic, and then output it, clean it up, and we can print it on a low-cost machine. And here is an example of some of those. So some of these are flexible prints where we can see how they move and interact. We used to use NinjaFlex. Now we're using a ton of different TPUs now that the market has exploded with different material possibilities. It really lets us dial in how the molecules feel. And then we also have some powder-based printing on campus where we can do full color models. Usually this is done by PhDs or postdocs who want to have a talking object when they give talks about something they're researching, an active site or how something works. Now going the other direction into the classics and anthropology side of things. This was a student, Helen, who was studying classics and scanned this ancient Egyptian vase from the UPenn collection. It was from about 1500 BC. Late Bronze Age, and we weren't allowed to pick up the real one by the handle. So after she scanned it, she 3D printed a facsimile where she could look at how a hand would interface with it. And based on that, she looked for wear patterns. And her research question was this a daily use object or was this a ceremonial object? Never used, but buried with the team, with the person. And based on her analysis, it was definitely a daily use object used in someone's life. And she went further and she did a residue scraping of what was inside the vessel and did XRF spectroscopy to see what elementally was in there. And it contained some sort of opium product. And she went on to do her thesis on opium trade in the late Bronze Age. And she's currently at UPenn's PhD program. So hopefully we'll be collaborating on grants with her in the future. We also do the campus tours with drones. So if you go on to brandeis.edu, there's a campus tour that you can see some of the drone shots of campus. And so mostly we're using the flying robots either for digital literacy about how robots work or for 3D scanning or survey work. But we'll also do video promos for the communications department if they ask. So this was the launch of a new dorm on campus. And we did a bunch of promo footage, so you can see some more of our beautiful campus. And this is more what we use drones for. So this is Professor Golden in anthropology department who teaches a GIS course. And the students there created this model for their course project where they were looking at the traditional walking paths, how they were designed 60 years ago, and then how they evolved. So they took this 3D model and overlaid it on traditional survey data. It's relatively low resolution because all they were looking at was the paths and how the paths moved. And you can see this is before they started construction on the castle. We do have a castle on campus. And speaking of the castle, before they started any of that construction, don't worry, we backed it up. So this was actually our first drone-based photogrammetry project in, this must have been 2017-ish, when we flew a drone to take a series of about 2,000 photos around the building before any renovation began. And then we used rough photogrammetry tools from 2017 to create this model. And eventually the goal is to, as the tools get better and better, clean this up and create a virtual experience. The castle was a dorm for 50 years. So we want to capture people's oral histories, pictures, their experience of living in the castle. And this is a very rough prototype, just to give you an idea of where we're headed. One of the things with scanning environments, anything that moves, you're going to have to cut away and replace it with a digital asset. So there's some artistry left here. More of our mainstream 3D scans are to support archaeology digs and landscape analysis. And so this is the last dig that I was on in 2018, just pre-COVID, where we were at a site called Kastruli, about half an hour south of Delphi on mainland Greece, a late Bronze Age fortification shaped like a circle. And we were in the ground here for a 4-week season with a bunch of students. We had about 20 students and 3 faculty. And our team was there to do landscape surveys twice a day and to scan the material culture that comes out of the ground. So this 3D model you're looking at is about 0.43 centimeters per pixel, where Google Earth is about 1 meter per pixel. So we have more than an order of magnitude more information than the Google Earth has. And here you're seeing the photos overlay where we can see the actual data acquisition that the drone did. Our goal here is to give the same data set to a researcher that would normally walk the paths all summer. Instead, they can take this data set and sit in their living room all winter and do that same analysis. And you can see from the data acquisition here, there's a play between being high enough up to get context so everything aligns and being as low as possible to get resolution. Another example here of a very standard thing we get asked is artist in residence at our art museum, the Rose Art Museum, Caroline Woolard, came into the library and said, I want to make one of the busts in the library out of mycelium. We said, great, we don't know much about growing mushrooms, but we're pretty good at scanning and fab, so let's figure this out. So first thing we had to do was find a bust that wasn't owned by a current institution that had strong intellectual property. Some of them are recent donations and probably don't want us turning them into mushroom. So we found Zeus. Zeus is from the year 400. No one currently owns Zeus. So the classic department gave us access. And we used an RTEC scanner to handheld structured light scan it very quickly. And then we cut it in half and we printed a front and a back half. And then we had to find a vacuum former. So more and more, we have a little vacuum former on campus, but we don't have one that's 18 inches where we could actually fit this. So we started calling around to different makerspaces in town. We're finding this method of like shared equipment is more and more prevalent, and specialization of spaces. So we're really good at scanning. We don't have as much of these high-end fabrication tools all the time. So called a couple places. Eventually we called Artisans Asylum in Boston, and the person that picked up was a Brandeis alum and was very enthusiastic, said the project sounded cool. So I asked, realistically, what would it take for us to get access to your vacuum former? I said, well, it'll cost a lot of money. It may take 6 months and some training, but we have an email, have it made at Artisans. If you email us, it sounds really cool. Someone might put their hand up. So we emailed them what we were trying to do, showed them the forums and how we were trying to vacuum on top to make a negative. And someone said, yeah, come over tomorrow. So the hardest part of this project, actually, from a technical support standpoint, I had an hour to get from Brandeis to Somerville, and I had to find clay for the model release for the beard. I knew the beard had an undercut where it would never release from the mold without something there. So I called like every Walgreens and CVS in the area and bought out all their Play-Doh on the way over. And then we had mold release to go under the beard, and we could get this great form, basically like an 18-inch cookie mold or chocolate mold. And then we gave that form to Professor Tori Fair in Fine Arts. Her class packed it full of mycelium spores and grew this mushroom copy of Zeus to then put on display in the artist Caroline Willard's exhibit in the Rose Art Museum. But before it could go on display, we had to prove it was inoculated and that the spores wouldn't infect all the other art in the gallery space. I like this as an example to talk through because the scanning and printing is sort of the least interesting aspect. There's this intellectual property aspect that precedes it. There is the change in medium and the implication of what that means. And more, that's what we're trying to play in for the space we want to explore. One of the first projects that we did with the Rose Art Museum was around the formation of the Virtual Reality Club. So the Virtual Reality Club was founded by Daniela and Mike. And Daniela was an undergraduate student studying art history and who worked in the Rose Art Museum. And she taught herself Unreal Engine to make a virtual environment copy of the space so they could pre-stage exhibits. She set up accurate lighting so they could see what it would be like to hang something before they actually put it up. And in academia, we mostly use Unity to teach VR environment building. But all the modern games are built with Unreal Engine. That's what like all the like title A games are made with. So Daniela went straight to that better particle effects, better lighting environment and taught it to herself as an art student. She then added a computer science major and founded the Virtual Reality Club on campus. And once she had the gallery built, she took this exhibit from Louise Nevelson from 1967. Louise Nevelson would cannibalize a lot of her art. So all of these sculptures were lost and turned into other sculptures. So based on the photos, Daniela recreated this lost exhibit from 1967. And then she went further. And one of these pieces of art over here, she 3D printed at scale, piece by piece, and assembled. And she then went on to get a really cool innovation job at IBM after she graduated. So we really want to help these students find themselves in emerging technology and then redefine or unlock their careers. Another really fun research group on campus, one of my favorite labs anywhere, is the Ashton Graybill Spatial Orientation Lab, and they do vestibular balance research. And we have one of those chairs like like NASA has, and they spin you and make you sick. And most of the time, these are used to disorient you and have you perform a task. And we were the first site anywhere where one of our researchers, Sasha, created a Unity environment, in a virtual environment, where the chair and the headset were in the same VR space. And they would do research where they would conflict your ocular and your vestibular sense of balance. So they would lean you forward, but it would look like you're leaning backward. And they'd make you do a balance task. And their research is all about how pilot learning works in strange force environments. Most of the time when a pilot crashes an airplane, especially a fighter jet, it's because they don't believe their instrumentation and they make an input counter to what the instruments are saying. And they want to understand how that learning works when your vestibular and ocular systems are in conflict. So what comes out of that is also very multi-dimensional data. It's very difficult to visualize. So they 3D printed that data set as a sculpture for our Festival of the Arts. So this tower here with the wafers as it gets narrower, what you're seeing is learning. That's the deviation of the person's balance. And as it gets narrower, they're learning and getting better at balancing. This data set is mine where no learning occurred. So they put me at an angle where I had no vestibular reference. I didn't cheat, I didn't get any better. So I had the same no learning through the entire experiment. And they're running some crazy trials now. If anyone's on campus, they'll pay you to sit in the chair and do some activities. The other exciting new thing for us in the last couple of years is we are bigger than the bounds of our campus with the tools we have access to. So Professor Alexandra Ratzlaff, who is a professor of classics and has worked on archaeology digs for 20 years, came to us with a problem in archaeology. She works at a site called Tel Kabri that has Roman iridescent glass that disintegrates while being excavated. And we wanted to produce a scanner to scan objects as they're being excavated in situ before they're broken. So we applied to Autodesk Incubator in Boston, and we were accepted as their first humanities project. And Dr. Ratzlaff just renewed our 4th year in a row there. And we've got a prototype that's been to the field a couple times. This is our robot. We call it the SCAP cam. It's the single camera automated photogrammetry platform. And essentially what it does is it takes a series of photos. Most photogrammetry, photo-based 3D scanning is an artistic process where you make an artistic decision about where to place each capture. We don't like that. We want to science that problem and get the same data set every time. And that's what our robot does. But since we've been at Autodesk, we can use their more industrial tools and do more material culture and cultural heritage patrimony analysis. So this is another project that I'll talk about where Professor Harry Mayerson in computer science has realized that Stradivari's manuscripts from the 1700s are written like computer code. And he's written software that generates cello patterns in the design language of Stradivari. And this one, he actually got a grant to go to the Cremona Museum in Italy and work with a famous instrument called the Cristiani, $18 million cello. You're not allowed to touch the real one, it's behind bulletproof glass. He had an armed escort do an industrial CT scan of it. And from that, we get extreme data that we can analyze. So we're not trying to make a playable instrument, we're trying to analyze the way that the instrument was designed, which I'll show some more pictures of in a second. But some of the things they've allowed us to get access to are these bigger scale tools like this water jet machine that you could cut a Volkswagen with, which allowed us to cut the gearing right into our prototype. So we produced this on a laser cutter that we could do on campus, but then to make it field ready and really robust, we needed to move to aluminum and a more geared system. And I should note too, that Dr. Ratzlaff, our PI from classics department, is the one who ran this water cut. So we're taking these engineering tools and we're really opening them up to all disciplines. And this is what our prototype does. Essentially, it moves a single camera in an arc. It's like a circular tripod to take a very regular data set. We were inspired by another professor at UMass, Duncan, who created the Beast Cam, which uses 40 cameras to scan endangered amphibians mostly. We don't have a grant to buy 50 cameras, and it's also kind of hard to bring those in a suitcase around the world, but we have one camera and we're really good at robots. And this is what we can do with it. So this type of iridescent Roman glass is very difficult. Most scanning types, structured light or LiDAR or laser scanning, mostly relies on the deformation of a beam. You're sending out a pattern and you're watching its deformation. On highly specular objects, no data returns to the sensor. So we want to get a really high quality surface detail beyond geometry that we can't get through any other technique. And here are some other examples of what our robot can do. I would also note that the control system, the guts of this robot, it is basically a 3D printer. It's running G-code. It's got 3 axes. It just happens to be moving and actuating a camera. We've built another robot that sorts trash for a student project for recycling. It has a gripper arm, but it's really just one of those CR10 printers with a gripper arm on it that sorts trash. We have another robot that drops crickets into an experiment. That's also just a 3D printer that happens to be dropping crickets. So we have sort of these core competencies that we've leveraged in many different directions for control and design and other verticals. I'm going to skip this. So the other thing that we can do at Autodesk is have access to bigger printers. So here they have a big rep, which is a meter cubed printer. And so one of the Stradivaris, and this is a Neo-Assyrian relief that we have some of on campus. So we've been able to do one-to-one scale fabrications for analysis of cultural heritage. And you can read all about our project on sciencethepast.com. That's what we're on, a Science the Past. And the Stradivari project was a fascinating one. The industrial CT scan of this comes in at hundreds of gigabytes of data, and you have to use radiology software to even look at it. And you can see every repair, the whole history of that instrument. So our design question is, how do we take 100 gigabytes of data and reduce it to 50 megabytes so that we can print it, but preserve all of the significance? That's a big data manipulation challenge. And then when we print these, we're printing it on a shared resource at an incubator, and we're running a 10-day 3D print that we can only schedule every month or two. So sort of the scale of feedback is very different from what we're used to with digital fabrication. And this is what that machine looks like when it's running. One of our first things is based on, I'm sure everybody does a little bit of printing here. You know, we can bridge maybe 2 inches on an FDM machine. You forget that 20% infill when you're at a meter is a pretty big span to cover. So some of those design details change at scale. And then this is to show the quality that we can get from that CT to fabrication translation. These striations are the process. This is a result of the FDM 3D printing. But these striations are the wood. This direction is the actual material that you can see from the shape. And we make these specifically to study the arching. You can draw on a 2D image almost all of the shape of the cello, except for how the slope falls off around the F-holes. For that, they would traditionally take a concrete plaster cast, but you have to cover the instrument in plaster. And the concrete casts weigh 50 pounds, and you can only maybe make 10 or 20, and then they deteriorate and fall apart and are heavy and break. So we want to take that same data set and make it in plastic, democratize it, and put it outside so people can touch and interact with it. Oh, and this is fun for any 3D printers. Look at the size of the supports we have to pop off of this thing. And actually, you'll see this is our first print. I didn't even know I had a picture of this. This is great. There is a shift here. You can see an x-axis shift of about 1 inch. Something happened in that 10-day process, probably environmental, we're not quite sure. But our first print was very rough, did not come out great. The surface isn't great, there was a shift. We didn't really like it. There's Professor Mayerson, whose project this was in the back. So our first print is in the middle here. Our second print is here. This is what we mean by mistake-driven learning. This was not at the quality that we would give it to a museum to put out in front of the public, but we learned a lot. And our second shot at the same process, we basically got it to as good as we could get it, which is what you saw that close-up of. And Professor Mayerson also builds cellos in his home workshops. So this is the same, based on the same designs that he's built himself by hand. Some other 3D scanning, material culture duplication. This was for a local museum that had a basswood art chess set. And it turns out there's not many artisans left that can carve like this. It's a dying trade. And they had lost 3 pieces in the set. So again, we fabricated, we 3D scanned with Artec. And this was a fabrication on Shapeways with a nylon printer to get automatic support material. I don't think we could have preserved that staff detail with support structures. This was later stained with wood stained and came out about the right color. So the edge for us that we're sort of moving into now is how to scan interiors of spaces and map exteriors with interiors. And this has been a huge challenge for us. There's a lot of different technologies we can employ. We've been talking to a lot of different teams about how to do this. And we just did a big push to digitize a bunch of hidden sacred spaces around Boston. So churches, synagogues, mosques, and prayer rooms that are off the beaten path that people don't know about. We did a prototype to get a big grant where we scanned the Seafarers Mission and the Our Lady of the Airways in Boston's Logan Airport. And now we're going to do a series more to tell some stories. And one of our questions here is how to tell stories using 3D models. So we're exploring that whole methodology of both data acquisition, but then what's the purpose? What are we trying to do with it? And at the same time, we're moving more into building VR environments and object galleries. So all of those objects from the anthropology department and the classics department, we want to create virtual galleries where the students can practice the methodology of both setting up a museum exhibit and how to acquire the data and process it. The other unique thing about our environment, all of those computers in the MakerLab and in all our labs, they're all built by our student teams. We build all our PCs in-house. We're a custom PC shop. For me, this was my original core competency in the 90s. I learned all of my trade skills in LAN parties starting in 1993. And so we sort of bring that rambunctious culture into the modern academic makerspace. We are the warranty of our equipment. I'm getting into the last couple things here. I'm just going to show some resources and then our fundamental ethos. So a couple of resources here. We do have a lot of public Dazuki guides. It's the same backend as Instructables, so we can do step-by-step guides. That CR10 modification is linked up here too. BrandeisMakerLab.dazuki.com. We have a libib instance where we have all of our electronics components listed so students can search and borrow them. Again, we're in the library. There's no cost for any of our services. We just want an academic justification, and they can borrow like it's a library resource. We have workshops throughout the week. We've covered a lot of intros that don't exist elsewhere on campus. We do an intro to machine learning, intro to Arduino, intro to 3D scanning, intro to 3D printing, that type of thing. And we run those weekly. Our newest one, the electronics and Arduino, has been very popular. And during COVID, we pivoted that from a physical workshop to a fully virtual workshop where they don't even get kits. It all runs in Tinker Electronics, thanks to Autodesk. And again, our website, BrandeisMakerLab.com, will redirect here and you can learn all about all of our services. Last couple slides is about our ethos. We mentioned fail faster and fail smarter. We also want to motivate with things more motivational than money, which for me, the big ones are access, autonomy, and mastery, things you cannot buy. You can't buy access, not just to the machines, but the community, the people, the conversations. Autonomy. We don't chase students or faculty down. They have to come to us and book time. And then hopefully that leads to some level of mastery. We see a lot of places where the designer is on a pedestal and the technician is somewhere below that. And we want all of our community to be designer technicians, where they own their whole workflow from beginning to end. Because of this, before COVID, we did not have a print queue. You had to show up and run the machine. You had to have skin in the game to operate. Now, due to COVID and the reality, we do have a printer farm that we stood up and we'll do fabrication on demand services, but we're teaching much more in-depth CAD and we're running them just as the files are sent, and we're taking videos so they can learn about their process. But again, this is mistake-driven learning. We made the front page of Reddit 3D printing for a couple days with this fail. And we see fails like this all the time. And we had to prove that our fear is fire. We have over 1 million books in the building. So we forced failures like this for years. And we watched the machines on webcams to prove that they were safe. And now we kind of know what our failures are like and we're more confident. So we've specialized our spaces around risk as well. Hopefully some of you have seen this. This is one of my favorite graphs. I show this to every student group I can get in front of. Gartner's hype cycle for emerging technology. Gardner, the research group, puts this out every August, and it tracks emerging technology. And the trend usually holds true, where new things come out, we get excited with the new innovations, and then there's this trough of disillusionment when the reality settles in, people move away from them. And then eventually it settles off to where you see it on Best Buy shelves. And this holds true for nearly every emerging technology. Except for when the marginal cost for something we used to pay for drops to zero, and then the curve continues upwards forever, and sometimes it triggers an industrial revolution. And so this has happened a bunch of times, right? Steam engine, all power used to be supplied manually, and then the steam engine marginal cost of power essentially drops to zero. The computer used to be a job for a human. Marginal cost of computation is essentially zero today. Telecommunications, for me to talk to you or talk to someone on mainland China is the same cost. There's no additional cost for distance. We might even have someone from mainland China on the call. And with digital fabrication, there is a cost that drops to zero, but it's not making things. I think on this call, we all know this, it's not the machine or the materials. When I talk to students, the example I like to give is Invisalign braces. For us to make generic braces that fit no one is the same cost as making custom braces that fit everyone individually. The customization becomes free. As long as the gram weight of material is the same, customization is a free byproduct of the process. And we're thinking a lot about how the future of intellectual property works. As we transition from an information economy to a creative economy, the fundamental nature of work is changing due to automation, We know that our students are going to enter a job market where they're going to change careers more than any previous generation into new fields that don't exist yet. So we want to prepare people for this new and emerging world. And the biggest thing for this is just learning how to learn. We want to create that safety net where people can bounce back up and explore. And I'm sort of calling this whole concept that we're playing in an update to the liberal arts called liberal technology. And my basic pitch is like when I take out my phone and I press a button on it and you pick up your phone and you see it with your eyeball. There's a lot between my finger and your eyeball that we take for granted. So we want to unpack those tools and give our student what they need to participate in a connected world. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. And I'm happy to take a couple questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ian. We have about 10 minutes for questions. And I noticed that there were 3 in the chat. So I actually wrote them all in one message and just sent that to everybody.
Wonderful. I see it. So the first one, creating or buying biodegradable PLA. We're going to probably buy it. We do have some filament recyclers. We have not thrown away on purpose any plastic since we founded the lab in 2014. I have over 100 kilograms of scrap PLA in storage if anyone ever wants to do a project with it. A lot of times our PLA recycling, the art department will come and take half objects and do hot glue gun sculpture workshops. So we're not always directly grinding up and making new filament. We're upcycling or repurposing a lot. But for biodegradable PLA, we do have a Philobot where we could grind up and extrude our own plastic. We've made tens of meters. We have not made hundreds of meters. It's a huge engineering challenge to get a circular diameter that is not oval and 1.75 millimeter over any length of cable. So the labs that do that they look like the East India Trading Company. They have long runs with PID loops to tension, and we're not set up for that, but we want to have students practice it. So they've experimented and made short runs. We do partner with some facilities that grind up and respool, but for biodegradable, we're going to try a bunch of options on the market. 3D Print Life is a great company that we work closely with for filament that does have some biodegradable options, but there's probably like 10 competitors on the market that we're going to test and find the one that works best for us, both print quality and recyclability. We'd eventually like to be able to work with like our rooftop gardening to put it into their compost, something like that. Ben says, what's the difference between combat robotics and weapons? Aha. So for us, it's that it's not intended, it goes to intent, and that these are not made to hurt humans, and they do a really poor job at it. They're made to hurt robots. So we have dangerous equipment, right? Everything can be used as a weapon. My great-great-great-grandfather was samurai. I'm a quarter Japanese. And samurai methodology tells us that my pad of sticky notes is a perfectly capable weapon. So it's more in the mindset. Anything we pick up can be visualized that way. I don't love that we call the momentum aspect of a combat robot a weapon. I think that nomenclature kind of is difficult to navigate in a makerspace. But it's a totally different space, I think, and the intention and the practicality of hurting a person is not there. I hope that addresses that. And then the other one, are these courses available for outsiders? So currently they're not. We are Brandeis community facing. We'd love to be more public, but we're partnering and finding more ways to expand. So an example, the Weston Community Makerspace, Weston Art and Innovation Center is the closest public makerspace to Brandeis. It's like 10 minutes outside of campus. And we view them as a potential public space where our e-NABLE chapter isn't listed officially because we can't have anyone come up. We don't have the parking on campus, but Weston Arts and Innovation Center does. So we're looking for venues like that. And the other thing we do is, my job is to work for Brandeis faculty, students, staff. But the students often want to be teachers or work with nonprofits. So if anyone has a group that wants to collaborate, we'll often try to matchmake with a student who it's in their career direction to work on that type of work. And they get the portfolio work, and we don't have to sustain that internally. We can find students that have energy for it. And John, I see a question about scanning.
Well, I do. A great presentation, Ian. And I'm impressed by your facility with scans of all sort, as well as with drones. And I know an organization or a non-organization that might like to partner with you. So I just want to raise the possibility. every few years, I pick up a scanner and I try to do a good scan of an arm, and it's not a happy experience. And even if I could do it, I'm not the guy who needs to be scanned. I want to scan some e-NABLE recipient who's somewhere else. So Ian, I'd like you to make something that'll fit in a shipping container about this big. And I open it up and I watch a little video, and a drone rises up and it finds the one person in the room with his arm up in the air. It circles the arm, takes the pictures, goes back into the box, and it gets mailed back to the maker.
This sounds feasible. We
I
might
know
need
it
some
does.
producers in the room.
Well, there you go. Can we get a team going on that?
I'd love to talk about it. Let's get the conversation going.
All right.
You know, it also makes me think of is like that box in Dune that they put their hand into.
We could do that too. In fact, you combine them and you will increase our recipient pool.
But yeah, I'd love to talk about that. And there's lots of methodologies that we could explore and try to find the most sort of field robust and low cost so we could get this everywhere.
Right. I think a lot of projects would advance significantly if there was an easy way of getting a digital scan of
I
a
love it.
remote
Let's talk
recipient.
about it. That's right in our wheelhouse. I think we could explore that.
Great.
Happy to take a couple more questions too. One of the ways that I think we could scan hands too, you don't need like a sub-millimeter accuracy, right? You need like maybe millimeter or more accuracy.
That's about right.
Exactly.
That's right. If
So-
it looks reasonable and it's watertight, it's great.
That's so, you know how the like orthotics, when you get those, you stand on it and it pushes up the little pins and you get like a topographical map. I wonder if something like that could be used.
Well, and there are those foam things that you step on when you're getting fit for a foot orthotic.
You deform. Yep.
That's right.
Scanning a negative is easy.
And we've also talked about the photogrammetry approach, which is becoming better and better. I've been thrilled with a $5 app called Trinio, TRNIO. Unfortunately, I think it's only iOS right now, not Android, but it's done, to my judgment, I scanned a cast that somebody sent me, and the result to me was every bit as good as another scan I did of the same cast with a $600 tabletop scanner. So I was super impressed. If you have a decent phone, there are apps where you basically just, move around your object and it takes pictures. And then what I loved about Trinio is it does all the processing and cleanup in the cloud, and you get back a nice, clean, watertight STL file.
All
So there
right.
are
So
things
I'll
like
have
that
to
that you can look into.
I'll have to go back and try it again for 2021. No sense inventing a super duper drone if we don't need one. But I do think that a really robust recipe for e-NABLE people would be a good thing.
Totally. The other really exciting thing just this summer that changed, photogrammetry software, sort of the mainstream one, Agisoft Metashape used in academia, sort of like a Unity, Unreal parallel, $600 per license. The next best one, Capturing Reality, was $5,000 per license and does a really great job if everyone's used this app. They were acquired by Epic Games this summer, and now they're free for education. So it went from being $5,000 a license, we're never gonna buy that, to we have that installed. We have a 25 license seat. Let's teach everybody that. So a lot of these tools are becoming free in the education
Right.
space.
And what product were you just talking about? Agisoft?
That's called Reality Capture by a company called Capturing Reality. Terrible name.
All right.
Awesome product.
That
And it
just as
leverages
a quick
NVIDIA
note, that
GPU. It's very fast.
for those of us from the CCC here, we ought to remember that I think putting together a list of some of these amazing free resources, I know of some of the ones for CAD and things like that, but there's so much wonderful software that's available free for these educational groups that I'd love to get a better list of all that together.
Well, and
We
that
could
was
share
my
all
other question for Ian. I heard Vivek said, can I take your courses? And you said no, but you do have a host of informational resources. Which
I'll give you my
will
syllabus. I just can't spend the time to meet.
Okay. So let me invite you to put a link to it or to drag it onto the whiteboard, a link to which will go into the chat soon, or do something else so that we can raid your pantry without emptying it, as is
Excellent.
our tradition.
Yeah, I'll try to put together some resources.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you for having
Ian,
me.
that was an amazing presentation. Amazing.
Wonderful to
work you're
talk to
doing.
everyone today. And we update that every year with the projects that we want to talk about. So maybe we'll have a new one in the future.
Cool.
Amazing presentation, truly.
Well,
Yes.
if you're ever in Boston, come on by and we can give you a tour. We can absolutely email me. We can get anybody through walkthrough.
I may do
Cool.
that. I'm only down in Rhode Island. So.
Ben, did
Ben,
you
did
have
you
one
have-
last question?
I was trying to do the clap.
Oh,
Like, so I'll just do a real clap.
There's your
round
applause.
of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ian. That was
Thank you so much for
amazing.
having me. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
So up next, we have Ananya from Monroe Catholic High School, which is an enabled chapter from Hayward, California in the San Francisco Bay Area. They became a chapter in the summer of 2020, but they've been working together as a school club for the past 3.5 years. So far, they've built 6 different hands with many designs. They've completed 2 cases and they host 2 monthly chapter meetings at their school. So I'm gonna pass it off to Ananya. Thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you so much for having me, Ali. This is a really great opportunity, and we really enjoyed listening to all the presentations so far, and we hope that you enjoy ours as well. So let me just share my screen. So just like Ali mentioned, we are from Moreau Catholic High School, and we became a chapter in 2020, but we've been working as a club for quite some time now, for about 3.5 years. And we have about 15 regularly attending members to our meetings, but all of our meetings are pretty much open to the entire school. And so if anyone's interested in just dropping by and seeing how e-NABLE works, they can totally do that. And we do different things in each meeting, so it's really just an open club. And it's been really great to see the interest in 3D printing and technology grow with e-NABLE. And so I'm Ananya, and I opened this chapter in the summer of 2020. And our moderator is Miss Chun. She's also here in this meeting today, but she's our school librarian, and she knows so much about 3D printing. And I don't think we would have been able to figure out anything if it weren't for her and her expertise in 3D printing. So we use the MakerBot printer, and we use PLA filament for all of our hands. And so now we're just going to talk about a little bit about how we became a chapter.
So my name is Anna, and I'm the vice president for our club at our chapter. And so a little bit about our presentation. The first thing that we're going to talk about is how we became a club and what our journey was like to becoming a chapter. And then we're going to talk about some of the things that we do as a club, like our meetings and the hands that we built. And then as well as the cases that we worked on. And our last thing that we're going to talk about is some of our struggles as a chapter, especially with finding cases.
And so right as we started as a club in 2018, our main goal was to become a chapter because we were already a group of high school students working together. Even though a chapter wasn't really a requirement to build a prosthetics for kids, it was something that would have given us the confidence as a group of high schoolers who didn't really have a whole lot of experience with 3D printing. Becoming a chapter would have given us the confidence to build hands and to be a successful part of e-NABLE. And it also enabled us to meet a whole lot of new volunteers and to join the e-NABLE community. And so that was our main goal from the start. And so you can see in these pictures, we started building our test hand, which was the Phoenix V2. And these were one of our first meetings that were in person. And it was this hand that we built. This is the completed Phoenix V2 that we built. This hand is really special to us because right at this time when we built this hand, our school went online and we weren't able to have our meetings in person anymore. And so this is one of the first hands that we built as a group together. And it's just really special to us because of that. And this hand helped us get our Phoenix V2 assembly badge as well as become a chapter.
So one of our main focuses as a club at our school is expansion. Ananya and I are both seniors, and when we graduate, we want to make sure that we have a group of people that can take over the club when we're gone. And one of the things that we do at our school is we have school join-a-club fairs every year, and that's where all the schools, organizations, and clubs get to present. And that's something that we've consistently done every single year. and we put up a poster board, and we basically talk to people about what we do as a club and as a chapter as well. And it's really exciting because we've gotten to see a lot of people get really interested in the club and the things that we've been doing. And it's great to see how we can come together as a community, especially when people join our chapter. And our most recent Join a Club Fair, we were able to have 30 new members, which was really exciting for us because it just shows that a lot of people are really interested in doing this. And as a club, we host meetings twice a month. In the past, because of the pandemic, we obviously weren't able to have in-person meetings, so we had to stick with doing things online, and it was really sad because we didn't get a chance to build hands. But recently, because our school opened up and we've been able to have in-person meetings, we started working on building some hands. And at our most two recent meetings, we worked on building the Phoenix Unlimited hand. And it was really exciting to work on that because it was the first hand that we got to build together again. And it was great because we also had a lot of new members this time, and they were all able to get a new experience of working on this. And another thing that we've done as a club is we've hosted a build-a-thon, which was an event where we had 2 teams compete to build a hand faster. And again, it was really exciting because we got to introduce a lot of new members into building hands, and it was also really fun for everyone.
And so just a little bit of context about the 3D printers that we use. We use the MakerBot printers, and they're pictured right there. And like I mentioned before, 3D printing wasn't really something that I and the other members knew a whole lot about before we got into e-NABLE, but we've really learned so much through being part of this community. I've learned everything from how to scale a hand to how to render pieces to the actual printing. And at least in our first few hands, the 3D printing and having the pieces printed perfectly, that was one of our biggest challenges. The pieces didn't always get printed perfectly, and they would be warped sometimes, and there would be a lot of debris that we needed to file away. And so as working together as a team, we've been able to figure out how to best file the filament and how to get all the pieces to work properly. And we use the PLA filament to print our hands as well. And so after we became a chapter, we started to take on cases. And so the first case that we took on was for an 8-year-old boy named Patrick, and he was born with brachysyndactyly. And so that meant that he couldn't dirt bike, which was something that he really wanted to do. He was really an active little boy who played sports like baseball and football. And so we were really interested in helping him get his hand so that he could test it out on his dirt bike. And so we started building his hand, and we decided based on looking at his hand and based on getting the help of other volunteers that the Phoenix V2 hand would be the best for him. And we also, since he didn't have an amputation, it was a birth defect, he had a lot of residual palm that we needed to take care of and fix the hand so that there would be room for it. And so that was something that we sort of brainstormed as a club and figured out how we would get the palm to work the best. And so you can see in this picture that we ended up thermoforming the palm outwards to accommodate his residual palm. And this was something that we weren't really sure how to do at first. And so we sort of tested out a few different ways, and we ended up going with a hairdryer and a screwdriver to thermoform this palm outwards. And this was something that was really easy, just using some household materials. And so it was something that even Patrick and his family could do in case he needed more room for his hand in the future. And this is the completed hand that we built. It was purple, and we did it Superman themed because that's what Patrick requested. And as we delivered it, just in case anything happened during the shipping with the dental bands breaking or with the Velcro straps having any problems, we delivered lots of extras so that those sort of minor adjustments could be taken care of at home instead of having to ship back the hand and us to take care of it. And this is Patrick with his hand, and it was really exciting to see him using his hand, and we even got some videos of him throwing a football and combing his hair with it. And this happened on Christmas morning, so it was kind of just a really great day for all of us to see our hand finally helping out Patrick and to see what he could do with it. And hearing that this was the best gift he had ever gotten, that really made us feel so great as a chapter, and we really came together. And we're still really close to Patrick and his family. And as he's 8 years old and he's kept growing, we even built him a second hand. So this is the Phoenix V3, and we just printed it at 3% of a larger scale. And he's been able to use that one too. He's still using this white hand that we built him, and it's been working really well. And he recently took it out to go dirt biking with it. And so that's been really cool for us to watch. And then the second case that we took on was for Sammy, and he was a 4-year-old boy. And so compared to Patrick's case sort of checked all the boxes for a perfect case. He was 8 years old and he was really ready for a prosthetic, and it was something that he really wanted. And it was a Phoenix V2, which was the hand that we had practiced with before. And so everything sort of aligned. But with Sammy's case, it was a little harder because he was only 4 years old and he had an elbow amputation, which needed the unlimited arm that was more difficult for us to build. And so we were a little apprehensive when first starting his case. We even got some second opinions from volunteers who told us that this would be a more challenging case because Sammy didn't have a lot of residual forearm, which is what was sort of necessary for the unlimited arm. And so we were hoping that just after building and working with him, we would be able to get the hand to work. And so we just started printing the hand. But when we were scaling the hand, we realized that Sammy's hand was so small that it was like a 96% scale, which was really small. And we were really worried that the pieces would break and it would be hard for us to build. And so we just printed lots of extras, and it took a little bit of trial and error to get all the pieces to fit the best. But in the end, it ended up being very successful. And this is the hand that we ended up building for Sammy. And it's red and blue and it was Transformers themed. And that's something that makes it so fun about e-NABLE is that the hands can be any different color and they can be so child friendly and so exciting. And I think it just really shows how diverse 3D printing can make the hands, because you can also make them so close to a person's skin color and so realistic, but you can make them so fun, like a robot arm for Sammy. And it was just really great to see the range at which the hands that e-NABLE can produce they are. And so this is Sammy with his hand, and he calls it his robot arm, and he took it to his first day of kindergarten. And his dad is an occupational therapist, and so they've been working together to really make this prosthetic a full-time prosthetic for him. And so far it's been going really well. And we're actually in the process of getting him a second hand as well, and getting larger measurements so that we can make this hand.
So after completing those 2 cases, we've been looking to find some more cases to work on. And some of the ways that we've been doing that is by using the e-NABLE Web Central, which is what we used to find the other 2 cases. But recently it's been kind of hard to find more cases just because we feel like there's been more members been able to help rather than actual cases. And we've also just found it hard to find cases in our area as well. And so one of the things that we have been doing to try and find more cases and to reach out to more people has been making posters and putting them up in doctors' offices, physical therapy offices, and amputee support centers. And so we made these posters, and we also made a Spanish version of the poster, and we hope to make a Chinese version and translate into other languages in the future, just because the Bay Area is really diverse and we want to accommodate for as many people as possible. And we really hope that we're able to find more cases using these posters, and as well as to get better connections within our community.
Yeah, we've heard from other volunteers that forming a relationship with the local amputees in our community is the best way to find a steady flow of cases. And so that's what we've been hoping with these posters. But so far we've been able to get a connection to one new recipient from an amputee support group. But we got some preliminary communication with them. But after that, she sort of never followed through. And so the case hasn't really progressed any farther. And so we weren't sure if that might be because we're a high school chapter and maybe people are a little apprehensive about coming to young students to get a prosthetic. And so we wanted to just sort of have a discussion if there's any other school chapters that have maybe been able to be more approachable and to be finding some cases in their local community. So if anyone would like to share how they've maybe formed a relationship with their community and found cases, that'd be really nice to hear.
I'll just share one thought that if you guys have already, as I believe you have, you already become recognized as a chapter, you've earned that chapter badge, you might consider somewhere in your materials, sharing that badge, sharing the e-NABLE logo, somehow indicating that you are a sort of officially recognized e-NABLE chapter, just to give a little bit more, legitimacy to what you're doing might help.
In the same vein, the fact that you have a family that is partnering with you, with the father being an occupational therapist, you might have a talk with him to see whether he's willing to lend his name on paper or off to what you're doing. That might reassure parents, and it would, of course, improve the quality of the support you provide, but it might make it a little bit more attractive. The story itself, just that you have a professional occupational therapist who's been working with an enabled chapter, is working with his son. That story, if you can get it out, and I wouldn't be surprised if the local news would pick it up if they haven't already, might well help other recipients find their way to you.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can try. We put up our poster in his practice as well, but we haven't really considered actually using his name and trying to get connections through that. So
OTs are a real asset. They are the professional group that I think is most likely to partner with us. And you've got one who's got, the complete range of experience from every angle. So I'd be interested in being that guy too.
I just want to add, there's a double value in sharing that if you're able to, because number one, it'll help your chapter to show that you have that connection, but it's also something that we're really trying to encourage throughout the community. We want people to have these relationships and connections with the medical professionals whenever possible. And so it's a great model to put out there and say, this is an example of how well this can work, and encourage others to pursue those kinds of partnerships.
Ananya, to echo John and Jeremy's comments, I really like the poster idea. Very innovative.
It is.
I'm just curious, because sometimes we've seen a blowback effect from professionals who deal with prosthetics, where they say, hey, what are you doing? That's a toy that could hurt somebody, all this kind of stuff. I'm curious, how many offices have you put these posters in, and what was their reaction?
I reached out to about 50 of them, and most of them didn't respond. I think we maybe got about 4 or 5 who said that they'd be happy to have our poster be in there. So,
do they provide prostheses?
No. We reached out to a few prosthetic clinics, but they didn't get back to us. So I'm guessing that they didn't want to include our poster.
Yeah,
But
well,
physical
you've got
therapy.
professional jealousies and people discrediting these, what they consider to be trivial devices anyway. But I think it's amazing you got 4 or 5 responses, to be honest. Do you know if they're actively supporting it? Or just allowing you to post it?
I think it's just putting the poster up, because the communication has been really challenging for us. We've started and then things just never followed through. And so we're really not sure how to get.
Have you considered giving presentations to church groups and social clubs, the Elks, the Moose, the Masons, in your area? Physical presentations showing devices?
No, we haven't. That's a good idea, actually. We can try that. Yeah.
Because the whole picture changes when somebody holds one of these things.
Well, and the whole picture will change when they see high school students like you. And I do want to salute your teacher and mentor as well. But you guys are doing extraordinary work. Mm-hmm. You gave a presentation that will impress everyone, and you shouldn't be shy. It's probably your best recruiting tool, is to get out there, give talks to the groups, Rotary and so on, that Bob has talked about. I think that's a very powerful idea. And by the way, even if you don't get recipients from it, it's a good thing.
I want to add one other item. I want to add one other item to that list. Libraries love to have these presentations. I've given e-NABLE presentations about at least 8 or 9 times in my area at different libraries. I have one coming up. If you reached out to some of your local libraries, let them know what you do, they would probably set up an event. They'll publicize it. They'll get people there. And that's a great way to help get the word out in your community about what you're doing.
Something very, very simple but silly. I partnered a couple of years ago with a woman I know who runs the deli department at the big local supermarket. She got Boar's Head Meats to donate hot dogs. They sold hot dogs that day with proceeds going to e-NABLE, $350. And I stood out with this woman in front with a couple devices and got 1 referral out of it, plus $350 for a couple hours work. So that sounds like an alternative to a high school car wash to me.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. Thank you. We've been sort of like debating between whether we should target finding amputee support groups and places where we know that there'll actually be recipients, or just targeting the public. So that's why we haven't really reached out to churches, because we're not sure if they're the right group
No,
of
you know,
people.
just be aware there is an element of professionals who consider these they would consider you as practicing medicine without proper training and licensure and all that stuff. You know, so you just got to be sensitive to that and know how to respond and back off.
I would urge you to keep in mind that any kind of general presentations that you can give are going to be helpful, regardless of whether it's somebody that is a sort of a community for people with limb differences. Because just statistically speaking, if you connect with people throughout the community, some percentage of them has a friend or someone in the family that has a limb difference, and so you will find people that you can help that way. So that's just like Bob said, give presentations for local groups, for libraries, for, you know, anywhere that you have an opportunity to, you will find that those connections have a way of multiplying and people will find their way to you.
And as Jeremy said, call the newspaper, have them cover your presentation, let them know you're giving it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I'm sorry, by the way, when you're giving those presentations, you can mention that you're now experts at 3D printing and you can do other things as well. And all of that sort of, it broadens the network of people who may mention this to somebody else. And as you've seen, you ask 40 times and you get 4 answers. Well, that's actually about average, it's 10%. So you've got to try a lot of things, but eventually the network begins to prime the pump.
Thank you.
Great work.
Yep. Good job, Ananya.
Yeah, nice job.
We just had a couple other questions, sort of like specific case wise. So is it okay if we ask them right now?
Absolutely.
So in the first 2 cases, we were thinking that it might be just because they've like lived life for 8 years without a prosthetic, because adjusting to the prosthetic was a little more difficult than I think they expected the kids, and being patient for that was a little more challenging. And so they would use the hand for a little bit and then it just would sort of not be used for a bit, and then we'd have to check in again and then it would be used again. So like using it was kind of an on and off and difficult process for the kids sometimes. So we were wondering if there's any ways that we can sort of make it more comfortable and more easy to use.
First of all, what you're seeing is not uncommon, right? Suddenly they have this device that is a little awkward. You have to bend a wrist to move a finger. That's not natural. And they've learned, as you say, to accommodate their situation.
Oh, you muted yourself, Bob. But now, how you said this was a 2-year-old?
It was a 4-year-old, yeah.
4-year-old, okay.
That's a little on the young side.
A little bit. But, you know, the reason I ask that is certainly below that age, one of the things that you run into in this community is sometimes when you have parents that come to us and say, I want to get a device for my, 6-month-old, 1-year-old. That's not about the child. That's about the parent feeling better. The child doesn't care. And so we need to be cautious about that. And there's other reasons, in terms of, interfering with their, physical development, also not to make devices for people too young. But a 4-year-old is not in that category, but it's still on the young side.
Yeah, we normally say 5, but I've made one for 4 going on 5, and remember though too, Ananya, the purpose of this isn't just being able to now grip things.
That's right.
It's the
it's
confidence.
More the psychological. Yeah.
It's the psychological. When you get this kid 7 and 8 years old and there's peer pressure in school, they hide their affected hand in the pocket, right? They don't want people to see it. Well, you give them one of these, and now not only do they wave it around, all their classmates want one also. So it's a way of building confidence at a very critical age, as it is having a functional hand.
And I think that's part of what you're seeing, Ananya. That's part of why it's not being used maybe as much as you would like, because a 4-year-old doesn't have that problem as much. The kids aren't as mean, they're not. That's not happening as much yet. So I don't think it's as big of a social issue for a 4-year-old. I think it will become more important as that child grows.
You know, I've had a few parents say that they're a little sheepish, but they eventually say something which is really worth hearing, which is that after playing with it a lot for the first few days, the kid sort of pulls it out like a toy every so often, sometimes just to show his friends. But he said for 3 years now, on the first day of school, that's what he wears to school, because that's a much better way of establishing his relationships as the kid with the funny arm, to be the kid with the superhero arm who's so lucky. So as I say, I am surprised when I run into someone who's wearing a device every day, all day, every day. It doesn't happen with medical grade prosthetics either.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just, I know that he was really excited at first to use the hand, and that excitement sort of had him take it to his first day of kindergarten. But after the use of the prosthetic sort of dwindled. So it's good to know that it's not just us.
There's one other aspect to this worth mentioning, which I think relates to setting expectations. These are basic devices, right? There are very advanced prosthetics on the market. Of course, they're very expensive. That's not what these are. These are basic, mostly wrist-actuated devices that have sort of basic functionality. As we often say, it's substantially better than nothing for people that don't have access to better options. But that doesn't mean that it's anything close to some of the much more advanced options available. And so it is helpful to sort of have a conversation somewhere up front about just sort of what to expect, what you will be able to do, and what you maybe are still going to be challenged to do with a device like this, and just kind of have some of that discussion beforehand to set expectations.
Right. This will not solve all the problems.
Yeah. I think there's a couple people raising their hands. So if you have questions, we are happy to answer them.
Ben, you raise your hand first. Oh, all right. I have received this advice from very professional prosthetists from all around the industry. It is about training. It's the same thing as with proper professional devices. You can't expect to jump on a bike and instantly know how to ride it. You're not naturally trained to use such a device. So you need to train it just like you train physical workouts. You start at about 30 minutes a day, and you keep increasing it a little bit each day. After more than an hour of training, you try to keep wearing it in general as well. But you need that daily training just like anything else. It's not a toy, technically.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's something we want to do, is work in person to have them be trained to use this prosthetic. But our past 2 cases have been sort of they've been in different states, so we haven't really been able to meet in person. That's why we've been trying to find cases that are closer to us too.
It might be worth connecting to the Amputee Coalition. They have certain workshops for people with such prosthetics where they train using the devices.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, so we just wanted to conclude. Oh, Chinwe, you have a question?
Yeah, just real quick, I wanted to talk about how you guys were able to do sizing and fitting remotely. I think Anna in the chat said that you guys were able to do that because of the pandemic. That's really incredible. How did you guys get it so accurate?
For the unlimited arm, it's just 3 measurements that you need to take. You just need the forearm measurement and the hand measurement, and then the bicep circumference. And so those are you just plug them into the Thingiverse customizer, and then the pieces get generated for you. So it's pretty simple to do those sizing virtually. I think when it comes to more complex amputations, then you would probably need to work with a mold to fit it perfectly. But for the ones that we've done, we've pretty much just used basic sizing.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, let me just add that another very powerful method is virtual fitting, and I've done a video on this. We'll see if we can dig up the link and share it with you, where you can use something like Fusion 360 or Blender or your CAD platform of choice. And what you do is you take a sizing photo from straight top down and one from the side, and we have another video tutorial on YouTube of exactly how to take those photos properly. And you have a ruler in the photo so that you can actually see the markings on the ruler. You can bring those into the CAD software and apply them to the 2 planes, the top plane and the side plane, and you can scale them according to the markings on the ruler. And then you can actually work with it in, virtually, you can rotate around the 3D models and visually size your hand. It's a very powerful way of doing this. And we have tutorials on that and are working on doing better ones even, but that's worth checking out too, especially with doing these remotely.
Yeah, I definitely went through that. I think we just had a unique case. So we ended up having to like thermoform and meet with the boy a couple of times. But yeah, congrats.
That's very common.
Yeah. And then a little bit about us. We were able to connect again because we have maybe the Rice name, hand surgeon. So he was very receptive, even though he's the big medical doctor. He was actually heard about e-NABLE and was interested in doing it himself, but he just didn't want to like figure out the 3D printing and stuff like that. So that could be another potential connection that you guys could look into.
Yeah, I think that's something that's really interesting. Yeah, connecting to doctors. We're not sure if it might just be that we're a high school, that they're slightly less receptive towards us, but that's definitely something that we can try. Thank you.
Let them hear you give a presentation.
Yeah, right. You guys did a great job.
Thank you. We just wanted to conclude with so that you can hear some of our other chapter members share their experiences. I know we're kind of out of time, but if it's okay if they just share for a couple minutes why they joined e-NABLE and why they like it.
That'd be lovely.
Yeah. So Anna or Catherine, if you want to take it away.
I can start. So basically I joined 2 years ago in my sophomore year, and I kind of helped with like becoming a chapter, and it was really great to see everything come together. And again, I also came into it not knowing anything about 3D printing or prosthetics, and it was really exciting just to get to learn so much, and I'm really grateful for the chance to help a lot of people out, especially in the community. And it's also really great to see like the faces of the boys that we were able to help with the cases. So
thank you. And Catherine, if you want to share.
Hi, I'm Catherine. I'm also a senior like them. And so I joined e-NABLE. I heard about the club in freshman year, but I only went to like a couple meetings, but I started going to every meeting my sophomore year, and I just kept going after that. And so I really like e-NABLE and how I'm not able to like help the community, but also like form connections with like other people at school. And so like, yeah, I really like being in the club. And so I also have something from another member. Her name is Annika, and she said that she's glad that she got the opportunity to help out with e-NABLE, and that it's been an eye-opening experience by being part of the club.
Thank you. It's really great for all of us to get to meet, because ordinarily we wouldn't really talk to each other if it weren't for e-NABLE, and we've been really able to meet a lot of new people and come together as a school. And being part of e-NABLE has just been a really great experience for all of us. And I'm sure all of us, whichever college we'll go to, we're all going to bring e-NABLE with us to those colleges. So thank you so much for having us today.
Listen, thank you for doing what you do. This is actually tremendously motivating for us as well.
Thank you. And thank you, Ali, for having us again today. It was really great to present to all of you.
Of course. Thank you all so much. Your presentation was amazing, and we really enjoyed hearing from you. And just to, boost the networking session from 4 to 5, we're going to have specific breakout rooms. I think you'll all find that really really great for your, like questions and stuff like that. So keep that in mind. And I'm going to introduce Lindsay Wells now, who's going to talk to us a little bit about education resources associated with e-NABLE. Lindsay is a teacher and high school robotics coach in Wappinger's Central School District. She is also a State University of New York at New Paltz professor of math and technology. So please take it away, Lindsay. Thank you for being here.
Hi there, everybody. It's so great to see everyone, and thank you so much for having me. So I'm going to go ahead and get started giving you an overview of a project that I initiated in the Wappinger Central School District for the year of 2019 into 2020. So I'm going to give you an overview of that project and that initiative. And then I'm going to actually show you a website that I built that has tons of resources in it. So we kicked off a district-wide project to utilize maker spaces in classrooms in the Wappinger Central School District. And what we did was we performed a Helping Hands project through e-NABLE using all e-NABLE resources. And we launched this in 4th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 11th grade. And I'm going to show all of the different curricular lenses that we took in those different grade levels. So just to start us off, there's this quote that says, learning virtues and values such as empathy and kindness and developing emotional intelligence are equally as important as the math and science lessons that we teach in order for children to understand themselves, their connection to others, and the world. There's also a lot of educational research to suggest that in order for students to feel comfortable and absorb information, they need to reduce the cortisol buildup in their brain so that they're feeling comfortable and not in that fight or flight response, but are really connected to the material that they're learning. And the Helping Hands project was a wonderful way to get students to open up, become vulnerable, and also move forward in rigorous content. So with the belief that empathy drives design thinking, our students were truly captivated by different e-NABLE stories. So this is Veronica from Kigoma Gate, Uganda. And what we did was we told students different stories of different children in the world who were helped by e-NABLE, being an open source organization that was solely committed to helping people. And our students were really captivated with that idea. When we explained how much money a prosthetic hand costs to students, and the fact that e-NABLE had initiated and created a website with open source materials that could be 3D printed, their response was, why doesn't everyone just do this? Why doesn't everyone just take advantage of these resources and help people? And they really were invested into the idea of helping other people. As you know, e-NABLE is a volunteer network of digital humanitarians. I attended e-NABLECon in 2019, and I got to network with a lot of different volunteers from around the world, and many of whom were able to actually video conference with our students, which was very meaningful. So our Wappinger students were able to video conference with Dean Rock, who lives in, I believe, Massachusetts and travels to the Dominican Republic. Luisa Mendez Arruda, who lives in Brazil. She's a textile engineer. And Janet Bifofeng, who lives in Cameroon, and she is an engineer, but she promoted this educational initiative called STEM in the Box, and she actually traveled all around Africa to many different countries, bringing technology resources to students. And what we did was we had our Wappinger Central School District students come up with very specific targeted questions that they wanted to get from the e-NABLE representatives before they went into their virtual video conferencing. I'm going to give you very clear examples of the curricular focus that we ran out through each grade level. And all of these video conferences were to help students in their research projects, as well as develop their professional efforts in building the prosthetic hands. So just to reinforce, the Helping Hands project was a district-wide collaborative project, which was to build the prosthetic hands, but it was aligned to lots of different curricular content that is actually state mandated. So we were reinforcing curriculum for the targeted grade levels. So our 4th grade took an ELA lens. They were our reporters. Our 6th grade students took a social studies lens, where they studied different countries around the world and designed for them. Our 7th graders took a mathematics focus, and our 11th graders were studio arts design students. So they were our designers. So each grade level task aligned to next generation learning standards and science and engineering practices. Even though I met with teachers, I asked them what lens they wanted to, which curricular lens they wanted to align this project with, and listen to their insight. And they were able to help develop developmentally appropriate content to roll out this project, which was, went in part with actually completing the design process and building a prosthetic hand. So I'm now going to take you through the different grade level focuses, and then I'm going to show you the website that I built that has every single resource that we used for every single grade level for this project. So our 4th grade e-NABLE team reporters, they took on an English language arts focus. Students used self-generated questions to conduct research on past, present, and future aspects of the e-NABLE organization and ongoing initiatives. Students wrote articles based on research they gathered from direct sources, such as News-ELA articles, the e-NABLE website, and interviews conducted with professionals affiliated with the organization. In addition, students 3D printed and built a prosthetic hand. These are photos of our students and models of the prosthetic hands that they put together. I'm also going to show you where to find on the website student resources. So I'm going to show you all of the research that they actually did as well. Our 6th grade e-NABLE team social engineers considered the functional component of the design in relation to the geographical location, cultural aspects, and environmental factors to address the needs of a candidate who lives in a different area of the world. Students video conferenced with e-NABLE volunteers from around the world, used Google Earth to understand geography of the location, and researched the culture of their chosen area to develop a design for. As you know, e-NABLE offers lots of different designs, prosthetic hand designs. So students were conducting research on different areas of the world and then making a case for a particular design and what type of filament would be most beneficial for that design. So we had TPU, PLA, we had wood infused filament, we had glow in the dark filament, color changing filament, all different types of fun filament, and they were researching, but then they had to provide and rationalize every single design component that they created and added. So, so factors taken into consideration were filament type and tone, aesthetics, hardware, additional materials needed, and the best method of delivery. So they were responsible for, determining what the most cost-efficient way would be to actually deliver that prosthetic hand. Our 7th grade e-NABLE team mathematicians considered the scaling and ratio of the design in relation to a child's age and arm circumference. Students developed and conducted their own research method to analyze existing generalized scaling charts to determine accuracy. And those were charts that we got from e-NABLE. And actually, that's on the website too. I can show you exactly the chart that we referenced. Students used Google Sheets to generate their data into a line graph to compare the results against the original. Students also 3D printed their own models according to their data and converted the scaling percentages into inches. And I think that this project when I show you more visuals and examples of what we actually did, will make a little bit more sense. Our 11th grade e-NABLE team designers consider the personalized aesthetic component of each piece in regard to a candidate's lifestyle, hobbies, and interests. The challenging aspect was to make the prosthetic more appealing without compromising the functionality of the design. And this truly was challenging. Students consulted with e-NABLE volunteer and Brazilian textile engineer Luisa Mendes Arruda and used CAD and slicing software to produce their designs. In addition, they attached CAD files and presentations to MergeCube to create an interactive virtual and augmented reality display of their artistic process. And I'm going to also show you some examples of that. So I'm going to jump to the e-NABLE education space that I developed from this. And it is worth noting that the wrong link was placed in this e-NABLE education space to be shared out. The link that was in here, the domain belonged to Wappinger Central School District. And as I was designing this and about halfway through, I decided to redesign it in a domain that could be owned by e-NABLE and not Wappinger Central School District. So it's worth noting that there is a better, more upgraded version that I'm going to show you, and I updated the links for that. There's also a YouTube video too that I'm going to share with you, and it kind of gives you a little tutorial of the website. But here's the website. It's the e-NABLE education space, and there's tons of resources here. I'm going to take you through some. So we have design thinking. So this is just the idea of developing design thinking, the design thinking mentality, in education. Then we have all of the resources for each grade level that I discussed, and I'm going to show you some examples. So we have grade 4, grade 6, grade 7, and the high school studio arts design focus. You can see that each of these resources, so we have the ELA, the social studies, the math, and the studio arts. But these can be adapted for different grade levels. So what you'll notice right off the bat is teacher, administrator, and parent reference. So this is a presentation that explains what Helping Hands Project is. So if you are trying to get support from administration, Board of Education members for funding, you can certainly utilize these slides. They're all open source. You can make your own copy and change them. This is the master slideshow that I created to kick off the project for 4th graders. So this, walks students through what is 3D printing, what is e-NABLE, and prepare them. This is the master timeline that we used. So we started this project in November 2019, and this project ended in February 2020, and we were able to actually showcase all of the student designs at an awesome STEAM Expo to the larger community. If you click here, there's more 4th grade resources. So below each grade level, there's a ton of resources. And when I say a ton, I mean every single resource that we used. This gives a little, a little blurb about what the student learning objective was. And so here you'll find a parent letter to send home to parents. This is a map of e-NABLE volunteers. So there's, aside from the interactive map that you can find, and I definitely recommend that you do that, because video conferencing and collaborating with different people around the world is really captivating and necessary and important as well, I believe. But this is a little template for video conference scheduling. Here's student project progress to help monitor. And then, there's just lots of resources that you can sift through. These are all slides that we used to help students conduct interviews. And so you can see that there's some different topics, like the beginning of e-NABLE, the future of e-NABLE, Cameron Haight, who at the times of 1st grade e-NABLE designer. Students were really captivated by Cameron. Here's some news ELA articles that align to 3D printing and prosthetic hands that students used to develop their research in. These are all open source sites that we used. And then down here are student work samples. So if you take a look here, you can actually open it up. This was written by 4th graders. You can see this is by James, Emily, and Aiden, and they reported on the history of e-NABLE. They got pictures. They talked about the beginning of e-NABLE and how it got started and the process. You can also see lots of other different types of articles that were written. This one here, students were interested. So we let students generate their own articles based on what they were interested in. So this one here, it was how to play sports with a prosthetic hand, and it had to do with making different attachments, customizing hands so that it could grip a ball better. And they did research and found students who were able to, be successful in playing sports with a prosthetic hand. So that was our 4th graders. And you can sift through the resources there. I'm going to shift gears and go to our 6th graders now. So 6th graders were studying different areas over the world. Again, there's, teacher, administrator, parent reference, the project kickoff, every single resource that we designed. We also designed a prosthetic limb material development timeline as well, because with taking a social studies lens, they wanted to understand the history of prosthetic limb material development, and where it started from, and where we're at now. There are interview prep questions for different volunteers around the world, insightful News ELA articles that talks about different social aspects happening in different countries. And then here's a student work sample. So if we actually jump to, these students conducted and gave a presentation on Greenland. So that was their area of interest. So it talks all about facts about Greenland, government and history, national items, their food, why someone would need a prosthetic hand. It talks about taking into consideration the culture and the environment as well. And then they decided on the talon hand design. They wrote out exactly how they were going to design it. And then using Google Drawings, they made a prototype model of their design and how they wanted it to represent the culture of Greenland. So Greenland's flag is on there, and they rationalized why they chose the hand. And they say that that they wanted to replace some of the material with foam on the back of the hand because it's snowy, and they wanted to make sure that no snow was going to get on the skin to make it, cold or do harm to the skin. So they had rationalized their design, and then they thought about the delivery method, and they actually researched how much it would be to deliver the hand. So that was a very well thought out design. I'm going to take you now to the 7th grade resources. These are our mathematicians. Again, lots of resources for you to look at here. So actually, this is where we found it was a Cyborg Beast instructional manual. And we were reading through it and looking through it because we were interested in all the different hand designs. And we found this here, and students were reading it very, very carefully. This is a scaling chart for the Cyborg Beast of students or children between the ages of 3 to 16 years old. And they were really interested in the development of this curve and the data. And they read here at the bottom that this cubic regression equation was derived from a mixed sample of 11 children with the ages ranging from 3 to 16 years age of range. And here it says we hope to improve this algorithm as our research team recruits more subjects. So our middle school age students decided to challenge the data. So in middle school, the age ranges typically between 11 to 14. And if you look at the interesting, shift that happens in this particular range between 11 to 14 is that it seems to just the line goes up dramatically. And our students were really captivated by that. And they didn't think that they were going to find the same findings. And quite frankly, I didn't either. I was surprised. So here's their actual findings. And you can see that they measured 100 students' arms between the ages of 12 to 14 based on, looking at the proper measurements of the arm circumference. And they found that between the age 13 and 14, there is that spike. There's that it's consistent. And then there's that interesting spike at the end. And that was something that we saw between the age 13 and 14, that there's that interesting spike. So we were all really surprised by that. And it was very exciting. And they created this, challenging the data, age and arm circumference, scaling and proportioning printout to showcase at the science fair and talk about their findings. So that was really interesting. Oh, and I didn't mention that these were actually AIS math students. So these were math students who were academically struggling in mathematics. So this was this was really, really a very interesting, amazing, hands-on approach to learning. And they would walk around with their clipboards and their measuring tape and their pencils and their prosthetic hand, and they'd go around to different classrooms measuring students' arms in a very precise way, because we had them determine where's the midpoint of the arm, and then you have to measure from that point to make sure that the data is consistent. And so the other students in advanced classes and mathematics would say, how come we're not doing that project like that? And so it was rewarding to watch their progress, and they were very excited about it as well. So heading now to the 11th grade or high school designers. If you take a look here at these resources, there's all the resources that we used. There's also student work samples here. So here are some samples. We had students design different holiday hands, the butterfly arm. The butterfly arm design was interesting. They wanted to have a component that could sense heat. So we had color changing filament that could sense heat. So they said, what if the hand was left in the sun? What if the hand was left in a hot car? What if the hand was getting too close to something, or someone brought it to the beach? And so they had color changing filaments so that you were able to determine if it was the hottest, if the plastic was the hottest that it could be, or not. So we students actually documented their design using augmented reality. So we use co-spaces and merge cubes so that they can actually document their designs. And an interesting conversation that came up during this process, one student had said, well, what if we put merge cube codes on the prosthetic hands? Could then we have the hands become, augmented reality? Could children hear stories from their grandparents that recorded them using that software? Could children see princesses or superheroes or butterflies or whatever interested them and made them feel comfortable to become more attached? And so that was something that was extremely interesting. It's not something that we explored because it came up right at the end, but I thought that was worth mentioning. You could see here this reptile hand that was designed, and then we used merge cubes to showcase all of the designs so that people who were visiting at the STEAM Expo could actually take a look at all of the individualized components that went into the design. So I'm just going to show us a quick the end of the YouTube video that I'm going to share with you, but I just would like for you to see lots of pictures, because the pictures and the kids tell the story the best.
Just so that you know, Lindsay, we're not getting the audio. I don't know if there is audio on the video. We're just seeing it.
Okay. Well, so while we have a moment of silence, Lindsay, I just want to say it's an amazing collection of resources that, especially now that it's been branded Enable Education Space, we really need to give it more prominence. It would be really nice if there were a way of expanding the same space to include university curricula and stuff. Do you have any thoughts about that?
If that question's directed at me, yes, absolutely. I teach a technology and math class, which actually you guest spoke in last spring, and I'm noticing that students who are going to school to become teachers, and also at the graduate level, so there are students who are teachers, are very interested in getting involved and trying to figure out ways to roll out project-based learning that is just like this. So I definitely see value in creating more resources for people who are at universities and before they even go into the field, and are thinking about how they can take the standards that are given to us and we have to teach, and teaching it in a way that is meaningful to students.
So maybe you or some of your students can propose something that will make it a really rich and complete, I was going to say cradle to grave, but lifelong learning repository for Enable related stuff.
Yeah, I mean, so last spring was my first year teaching the math and technology course to graduate students, and I had about 9 students. And I'm teaching it again this quarter, and I have 21 students. So there was really good reviews, and cool. Students found it to be very useful. And so I think that they are trying to figure out how to get different workshop courses where instead of listening to theories, we're actually developing and contributing to a very important curricular material in a real setting. So
well, that's great. So there are a number of things, including the stuff that Eric presented, but maybe we can pull that all together and make it available.
That would be fantastic.
Great. Cool. These are great pictures.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that the pictures and the story, it just, you can actually see all the work that was done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lindsay. That was amazing. And for everybody to know, we put the link to the education resources in the chat box, but please join me in a virtual round of applause for Lindsay. We really appreciate you coming and speaking to us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, Lindsay.
And up next, we have Jeremy Simon, who is a co-founder of the Enable community. He helps to support the enabling-the-future.org website, the Enable Hub, and the Enable community in general. His company, 3D Universe, is a strong supporter of Enable and is responsible for developing the Enable Web Central application, producing Enable assembly materials, kits, and managing the support help desk for Enable. Jeremy is a mentor to fellow volunteers as well as classrooms around the world who are interested in participating in the Enable project. Jeremy also serves as chairperson of Enable's Community Coordination Committee and provides project management for various Enable initiatives. Thank you so much for being here, Jeremy.
Thank you. And again, Allie, thank you so much for all the work you did in putting this event together. This is a lot of fun. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. I was asked to talk a little bit about cross-chapter collaboration, and I'm just going to share some thoughts and hopefully inspire some discussion and a little brainstorming, perhaps. I want to try to leave some time at the end for a little bit of that open discussion, maybe Q&A. So I'm not going to spend too much time actually on the resources that we have for cross-chapter collaboration, though I will fly through some of that. I want to spend most of the time focusing on a couple of specific initiatives that we have going on and some specific opportunities for collaboration. So I'm going to move kind of quickly through these early slides here, if you don't mind. Let's talk a little bit about just cross-chapter collaboration in general, why this is important. Online collaboration is really accelerating things, I think. And, since the pandemic started, we've all gotten really used to Zoom meetings. And I think it was Eric who talked about this earlier, that there's a lot more of this kind of thing happening now. And I think that's really going to accelerate the kind of collaborative development that e-NABLE has really, I think, pioneered in many ways. And so that's very exciting to see. There is amazing work being done by so many of our chapters. I know for a fact that I don't know about half of it. If I know about half of it, I'd be surprised. I probably know about a lot less than that. And the more we can do to help our chapters share that great work with the rest of the community, this goes right back to what Eric was talking about when he talked about his students that kept kind of recreating the wheel and making it square and doing the same stuff. Let's give each other that starting point so that we can build off of each other's shoulders. And that's why this cross-chapter collaboration and sharing that we work so hard to facilitate is so important. Different chapters have different skill sets. I know some of our chapters that have talked to us today have mentioned that they have relationships with occupational therapists. Some have relationships with hand surgeons. Some have relationships with other groups that are connected with different communities. There's different skill sets within the members of the chapter itself. Some might have really advanced CAD skills. Others might have really good logistics skills. Some might have, development skills. Not every chapter is going to have all the skill sets needed. And so the more we can work together, the more we're going to be able to help people at a higher level, I think, overall. Excuse me. And again, the ability to help people beyond the immediate range of a single chapter. If your abilities can serve way beyond your local community. It's definitely beneficial for somebody, when we're making devices for somebody, it's definitely beneficial to have some immediate contact, some physical contact, being able to get together, do the fitting, all of that. But that doesn't have to be done by the same chapter. One chapter could be doing the CAD work for customizing a design, the remote sizing, virtual fitting. There's a lot of things that can be done, 3D printing and assembly. You could then send that off, and another chapter could handle the in-person work. So there are a lot of ways where this collaboration can help get you involved in cases that, some of you have mentioned you're having a hard time finding people that need help. Well, if you look beyond your community and look at where you might be able to work with other chapters to help people in their community, that opens up new possibilities. And then establishing valuable connections and contacts. You're going to see that the more that you work with other chapters, you're going to make relationships and connections there that are going to be useful, not just in e-NABLE, but depending on where you go from here. A lot of people have ended up pursuing a line of training and eventually a career in a related field, and you might end up with some really useful contacts just by the nature of this collaboration. So there's a lot of good reasons, and just kind of in the background, I like to remind people that we are all one big family, and I sometimes feel like chapters can become a little bit focused internally, where it's like, what we're doing as a chapter, and they almost feel like they kind of have to do everything themselves. And I would just want to remind everyone that that's not the case. We are all here working towards the same goals. And the more we can work together between chapters, across regions, share what we're doing that works, share what we did that failed so that others can avoid those mistakes. This is really helpful to everyone. So what do we currently do to facilitate cross-chapter collaboration? This is by no means a full list. The Hub is the best tool we have currently. The Hub, most of you, I think, if not all of you, are aware of it and are using it. Hopefully, this is the sort of the community forum platform that we have for everyone to communicate and, more importantly, collaborate online. It's a great place to share the work that you're doing. You can join different spaces within the Hub, depending on your areas of interest, and then you'll see the content that's going into those spaces. You can find our device catalog there, which I'll be talking about in a short while here, as well as a bunch of other helpful resources. So the Hub is kind of our central starting point for collaboration. And then, of course, things like recurring meetings. This is a pattern that's emerged over this last year to 2 years, where we're seeing groups of interest sort of coming together and deciding that they're going to work on something. And it can be very helpful to take that collaboration beyond just the online platform. Having some kind of regular face-to-face meetings, even if it's online, can be very helpful. And so we've sort of started establishing a pattern, thanks to the work that Ben Rubin has been doing, of sort of pulling together these working groups. We set up a space on the hub for that group. We set up recurring meetings, whether it's weekly or monthly or whatever that group wants to do. Those meetings are done on Zoom usually. They're live streamed often through to YouTube so that people can watch if they're not ready to jump in. And then we sort of share the results, the recordings, through that space on the hub, and it's really turning into a really nice kind of a model for these collaborative working groups and being able to share the work that we're doing through those groups with the broader community. So there's some other videos and things where we've talked about that more, so I won't spend more time on that now, but that's something we hope to see more of. And I want to also mention real quick on that last topic before I go on that let me get back to that, recurring meetings. It's also important to note that that doesn't need to be us. Right now, I'm running a lot of these meetings, Ben's running a lot of these meetings, but it does not have to be. We're just trying to model this. We've already seen some of our volunteers, like Vivek, who has taken the role of kind of project manager over the Bionic working group that we have going. And so he's running meetings regularly for that group. And anyone is welcome to start doing the same thing. It does not have to be us. And if you need help getting set up for that, we can help you. We have a shared Zoom account that we can use for that, et cetera. So let us know. And then hybrid online and in-person events, just like this one today. This is actually very exciting to me because I think today is sort of our prototype or dry run of what I think we're going to be doing a lot more of. Thanks to the pandemic, I think hybrid events are the way of the future. I think this is what everyone is going to be doing. In-person events are great. There are obvious benefits of getting together with people in person if we can do it safely. But even when we can do that safely, there are lots of people that don't have the ability, either because of schedule or finance or whatever, to get there in person. And I love the ability to open these up to remote participation as well as in person. So I hope what we're doing today becomes kind of the model for Enable events going forward. So far, I think it's really been great. And then sharing cases. I've heard a lot today about people saying we're really struggling to find cases, and we know that's a problem. We need to work to really get the word out there about our community, because right now we have a surplus of volunteers, at least in a lot of areas, certainly here in North America, and we have a shortage in those areas of people asking for devices. It's not a shortage of people that need the devices, it's a shortage of the people who have become aware of us and who have asked for devices. So we need to do a better job of getting the word out there. But having said that, we know we have some chapters, some here today, who have more cases they can handle. We have other chapters that don't have enough. e-NABLE Web Central is a great tool to take advantage of that and get some cross-chapter collaboration going. In the e-NABLE Web Central, the chapters that have surplus cases can post those cases. They can put up the details of what the need is, the sizing photos, the general location, recipient, et cetera. And then other chapters can come along and offer to help with those cases. And you can actually build out multi-member teams to handle those cases in e-NABLE Web Central. So I think that's a great opportunity for working together across chapter borders. So just a quick screenshot of the hub. You've all seen this. We looked at the dashboard earlier, and this is, again, your first stop and hopefully a repeated stop as you're working with e-NABLE. This is the place to go for the latest updates, to see upcoming events, to, like I said, share your work, ask questions, etc. We know that it can be a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot of information in here, and we are working every day on things just like this that Kevin has worked on, and Isabella before him, to make it easier for people to find what they need. As I mentioned, a lot of recurring meetings. We're working to share those through YouTube. A lot of these meetings, like the one we're doing right now, is being live streamed so that by the time the meeting is finished, it's already there for people to access online. And we share those links in the hub. They're not always shared publicly. Sometimes they go out as unlisted, but we always share those links in the hub so you can get to those recordings. And so that makes it easier for people that might not be available at the time of a meeting. e-NABLE Web Central. If you're not familiar with it, check it out at enablewebcentral.com. Like I said, right now when you log in, the first thing that you'll see is you go to the map view, and you can see in the screenshot right here, not as many pins on the map as we'd like to see. Those pins represent active open requests for devices. I would like to see many, many, many more pins on the map. Right now we have lots of volunteers in the platform, I think over 5,000, not nearly enough people asking for devices. So we're going to be working on that. But meanwhile, I think in terms of handling existing case overloads and shortages between chapters, you got a tool ready to go here. Okay, I want to shift gears here and talk about, and with the second half of my time, really talk about a few initiatives that we have going on right now that I'm really excited about and how you guys can get involved and help us with these things. Number one of them is a redesign of our e-NABLE devices catalog. And last I checked, the volunteer that's taken the lead on that, Alexander, is on the call with us here today. And he's doing great work. Our existing devices catalog serves a definite purpose. It's up there on the hub, and it's a good way to sort of browse through all the different designs that our community has and get access to all the different links to files and instructions and tutorials and assembly materials kits when available and all that good stuff. But we want to significantly upgrade that to make it more visual, give a lot more information on the devices, including a lot of details that'll be of appeal to engineering types and that sort of thing. And so Alexander has taken on that initiative and is working to upgrade our design catalog. So as I said, it's going to be more visual, lots of more data points, and we're going to have placeholders because as he's developing this new design, lots of data points are going to be going into this catalog that we don't currently have the actual values for a lot of our designs. So Eric Bubar was talking about test rigs to measure grip strength, the block test to measure the effectiveness of the device. This is where you guys can help. Don't wait for us to finish the work on our end. Start building those test rigs, start building your block tests, start looking at our existing designs and putting them through those tests and helping us to collect those data points, which we can average together and put that data in here. We're going to have little graphical placeholders when we roll out these new pages in the catalog, and those are going to be calls to action for the rest of the community to help fill in those blanks, and there'll be a badge you can earn for doing so. Another exciting initiative we have going on is our collaborative design team. Now, there are many design groups and design activities going on throughout e-NABLE. We just happen to be calling ours the e-NABLE Collaborative Design Team, and it's meeting weekly and has been for a number of months. And we set ourselves the goal of developing the next e-NABLE hand design based by taking what we consider to be the best features of all of the existing designs out there and pulling them all together, as well as addressing some of what we saw as the challenges or shortcomings of some of those designs and trying to make things better. We're very excited with what we're coming up with and have come up with, and we're moving quickly towards the stage where we'll be able to release something, I think in the next 2 to 3 months. I don't want to make a commitment, but I think in the next couple of months, we'll be able to start sharing things with you. But it's coming along really well, and it's designed, what's most important about this design is that we're designing it to be fully parametric. For those of you who don't know what that means, it is worth explaining. One of the key challenges that we have across the board with our designs right now is none of them are truly parametric. And what I mean by that is when you take a hand, like you download the Phoenix hand or you download the Osprey hand, any of our designs, you download those STL files and you scale them up, you scale them down, everything is getting scaled up or down, which means the spaces between moving parts are getting scaled up or down. The sizes of screw holes are getting scaled up and down. The sizes of the cable channels, everything gets scaled up and down. The net result of this is that especially when you're making larger devices, because most of our designs are modeled at 100% scale, which is pretty small, and then you scale up. So when you're making an adult-sized device, parts start to get loose and wobbly and noisy, and that's because all those spaces are getting scaled up. When you design something parametrically, you can control all of that. You can scale the overall device, but you can keep the gaps the same. You can keep the screw holes the same. You can keep channels the same. It's a much more powerful way of doing scaling. It makes the design process a little bit more challenging, but what we're doing is we're modeling that as we create this new design, and we'll be sharing not only documented guidance, but also templates to help other people do this. What we're developing is also going to be a push-pull design. We really like the functionality of the Osprey hand. Many of you have probably seen this. I have one here. This is a push-pull operated design, which means there are no elastics. A single set of nylon is doing the pushing and the pulling. Makes for a very robust design, very strong grip. But it's not the most aesthetically appealing design. I don't mean that in any kind of a critical way. Some people love this look, but if you're looking for something that's a little bit more organic looking, or a little bit more realistic, like the Kinetic Hand, this beautiful design out of one of our groups in Australia, we're looking to bring those together. So we're looking to take the aesthetic of the Kinetic Hand and merge it with the mechanicals of the Osprey, and we've made a lot of great strides in doing so. We're also working on something that I find to be even more exciting, and that's this new e-NABLE device fitting tool. And this tool it came out of the design team, because what we realized is we're very close to having a fully parametric design that can be released. And it can be, you'll be able to enter your measurements that we take, from the wrist, from the palm, from the whatever, and those measurements will automatically scale everything as needed. But we started thinking about, okay, what is the end user going to have to do in order to put in those measurements and get back the scaled files they need? And we started going through that and realizing that, if they need to come into the CAD software and start modifying values and generating files, things get really complicated real quick. And we had a lot of discussion, and through the help of several of the volunteers on our team, we were connected with Andrew Kaiser, one of our newer volunteers, who is doing now amazing development work for us, along with one of his other colleagues, Lucas. They are building this tool for us, and it is essentially going to allow us to take all of these measurements and allow you to put them in on a very simple front end, and then basically do all the work for you to generate all these fully parametrically scaled files and bring those back to you. And it'll also provide the ability to do some basic virtual fitting for fine-tuning the scaling. So I'm going to show you a quick demo of this in a minute, so I'm going to move on, but it's a very exciting thing that's coming together here. And so when we look at kind of what's going to come out of each of these efforts, the deliverables. So for the catalog redesign, we're going to see obviously an updated catalog on the hub. But also, all of these new pages are going to be managed dynamically. We're doing it in a way where we're building all the values out in a Google Sheet, and Masvi, who we've introduced earlier, is doing some development work that's going to read that data and use it to automatically generate these new pages so that they can be easily updated. If we need to make a change to add a new field of data or something, we don't have to go edit all the pages. We just update the spreadsheet, et cetera. So a lot of great work being done to make it easier to maintain going forward. As far as the collaborative design team goes, obviously we are going to be releasing a new open source design. There will also be a new matching assembly materials kit to go with it for those who would like to get all the materials in one place. We're also going to be sharing templates for Onshape as well as Fusion 360, both free platforms that are available for use for fully functional CAD platforms. And we'll have templates that make it easier to get started with this parametric modeling, as well as documented guidance and sort of tutorials to help you move in that direction. And the device fitting tool is going to be released first as a web-based tool, very mobile friendly. In fact, that's our main focus, is people that can use this just on a mobile device. And it'll work with a back-end application server, but you can use it offline, and we'll show you how that works for taking measurements in the field. And then we can easily later move this to a smartphone app for iOS and Android. We're building it in a way that will make that very easy to do later. We'll also add in a back-end database later so we can start gathering statistics, anonymized data, and that sort of thing. Okay, so here's a quick preview of some of the work being done on the device catalog. This is just one small bit. There's a lot more to it, but here you can see where Alexander is working to add a lot more of a kind of a schematic view. This would be something that would appeal to engineers. A lot of data points that are getting filled in here. You can see the little red dot there indicating a place where we need some help filling in data. That'll be a different graphic when we roll this out, but that's just an example of a placeholder there. So as you can see, it's going to be a very different look and feel, but it's going to be a lot more visual, where you'll have kind of a grid, sort of a gallery of all our designs, and then from there you can drill in to get to the details. So keep an eye on the hub to see that in the weeks and months to come. As I said, spreadsheet on the back end, it's going to make this a lot more scalable and easier to maintain. So we're filling in all the data back on the spreadsheet, and that'll get pulled in to generate these pages. And Masvi is helping to do all the development work on the back end coding, and Alexander is doing all the work on gathering these data points. But we are going to need a lot of help to fill in the blanks as we move forward on this. And then let's see, here's a preview of the tool. And I'm going to just play this because it's a little video recording that Andrew shared with me, and I'll show you as we go. So there's just two places. There's devices and measurements. So you go to the measurements tab here and you say new measurement, and you can go through and just kind of swipe through to go through and take the measurements. And as you can see, it's all pictorial guidance that sort of walks you through how to take your measurements. You can put in the name of the person. You can put in your measurement values. This is all just early prototypes, so you're seeing some errors here. But you go in and capture your values, and this can be done offline. You don't have to have any internet connection. In some regions, that's a problem. So you can do this offline as long as you have your device with you, and it'll just save it in your browser cache locally. Then you go back and you go to the devices section, you select your design, and you say generate STL files, you pick which measurements you're using, and all the work happens behind the scenes. The API is now doing all this work of generating each of the different parts, and you can see the app is giving you real-time feedback on each component as it's being generated and scaled. And as soon as it's done with that, it's going to wrap all these up into a nice zip file for you and pop up with a download for you to pull this zip file down. And we're doing it where each individual file is getting zipped up. So if there's, for example, 4 of one of the pieces, if you need 4 copies of one of the proximal digits, we're going to give you 4 separate copies so that when you get this zip file, you can unpack it and literally just drag all the files right into your slicer. You're ready to go. It's a really powerful tool that's coming together. And what's got me especially excited is I think that this is going to be a strong encouragement for the community going forward to build new designs using this parametric approach, because I hope you're going to want to get those designs into this tool to make it easier for people to use them in the field. And in order to get them in here, we need them to be developed parametrically. So I hope this becomes an encouragement for people to start developing in that way, because that's going to make it a lot easier for us to build on each other's shoulders and accelerate the development of new designs and improvements to existing designs. So to sum up on immediate opportunities, I think, for some of this cross-chapter collaboration, shared case workload, absolutely. And I think e-NABLE Web Central can be a good vehicle to use to do that. Helping to fill in missing data points on these new device catalog pages. We're going to need a lot of help. Again, build those testing rigs, start collecting those data points on the existing designs that we don't have, and help us to fill in those missing pieces. And if you'd like to get a head start onto that, reach out to me, reach out to Alexander, who's on the call here, and we'll be happy to start working with you on which ones we really need the most help with. Provide input for this device fitting tool that I just showed you. We have other recordings that we've already shared, giving more detailed overviews of what we've done and why we've done it that way, and giving a more in-depth overview of what's going on behind the scenes. If you're interested and if you've got that kind of a background, please jump in there, look at what we're doing, offer suggestions, tell us how we can do it better. And start looking into parametric modeling, and we're happy to help point you in the right directions. There's great resources online for this, but parametric modeling is going to take your CAD modeling to the next level, and it'll benefit you way beyond the work you're doing with e-NABLE. And really want to encourage people to share the designs you're doing and developing. And I don't know if Eric's still with us right now, but I'm looking at you, Eric. So many chapters are doing incredible work, but sometimes don't get around to that step of sharing that with the rest of the community because they have so much going on. They maybe are moving right on to the next project. I just want to remind you that it's really helpful to share those designs, whether or not they're finished. They do not need to be perfect. Feel free to share them as experimental designs, work in progress, and others can at least use it to inspire their own work, get ideas, maybe help you solve some of the challenges you're still dealing with. So when you go into our devices catalog on the hub, there's a link there for submitting a new or revised design, and that'll take you to this form that I link here, and you can just fill out a form to submit a new design. We've tried to make it very easy. So please share your designs. And I apologize, I didn't leave as much time as I had hoped for questions, but we have just a couple minutes. If anybody does have questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And otherwise, I'm always available after the fact, anytime through the hub or email.
It looks like Alexander has a question.
Yeah.
Go for it, Alexander.
Fusion 360, they made the free license for hobbyists only work for a year. And so I was wondering if we could do like an open source thing like OpenSCAD or FreeCAD or something like that.
Absolutely. Like I said, the other one I mentioned is absolutely worth looking into, Onshape. It's more and more looking to be the potentially best option for our community. I'm a Fusion 360 user, but I'm quickly moving towards Onshape. It has all the same features, but number one, it's entirely cloud-based. It's not hybrid like Fusion, so you do not need a huge machine to run it. It runs fully in the browser and on mobile devices. Number two, it's entirely free with the one limitation that your designs have to be publicly shared, which is fine for us, right? Everything we do is open source. So it's a great platform to look at. Check out onshape.com. And there are others too, but I mean, you know, a popular one is Blender. I never have been a fan of Blender because I find it very complicated and non-intuitive. Some people love it once you learn it. I hear it has a very steep learning curve, but once you learn it, you love it. But it's also a different kind of tool. Blender is that's a mesh modeling tool as opposed to a solid body modeling tool. Very different things. And the work that we're talking about doing here for this new application, you really want to be in a parametric solid body modeling platform like Onshape or Fusion, ideally.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Everybody, please join me in a virtual round of applause for Jeremy. We appreciate your presentation. That was really wonderful and very helpful, I'm sure, to many people joining today. Next up, we have e-NABLE Tech from Guadalajara, Mexico. e-NABLE Tech campus, GDA, started with the help from their professor, Santiago de Colsa, who gained 2 3D printers as a prize in an entrepreneurship contest in 2015. Santiago decided to look for a project about computer design and 3D printing for students to use and profit on their printers. On their way to find the project, they came across the open source design of Enabling the Future, where they found not only a way to implement their knowledge, but help people along the way. Knowing the unfortunate situation in Mexico, where the biomechanics field hasn't developed yet and buying a prosthesis is very expensive, they aim to raise funds in order to pay for the prosthetics they print and assemble so they can give them for free to the recipients. What began as a student group has now developed into a more serious group over time. In 2021, they became a chapter and opened their doors to external recipients. They would like to start working on instrumented designs and lower member prosthesis. Currently, they're working on finger and dog prosthetics. So I'm going to now turn it over to them.
Well, thank you. Hi, we are e-NABLE Tech from Tecnológico Monterrey, Campus Guadalajara, and we are so honored to be here with you today because we have heard all the amazing projects you are working on. So we're really excited to be part of this community. We are a group of biomedical students in our senior year, and so far we have been working on upper limb prosthesis, but we currently decided to work on the case of a device to help a blind dog. So I leave you with my colleagues to explain a little bit more about it.
It all started when we discovered blind dogs. Blind dogs are not usually seen in the society, but they can go blind for a number of reasons, from disease to old age. In fact, the most common reason to go blind is diabetics, where 1 out of 10 dogs are going to become diabetic, and about 70% of them will become blind. It is a big number. But putting this in context, if you want to go to the next slide, please. In Mexico, where we're from, there is about 35 to 7 million of dogs. This represents that about 3 to 5 million are or will become blind at some point. And in the worldwide, it is the same, where there is about 470 million of dogs and about 35 million are going to become blind. With this big number in mind, we need to find new ways to make our society available for blind dogs to give them a good quality of life.
Well, now with our first patient, this is a long-haired Chihuahua that we're treating right now. It is our first approach. for blind dog prosthetics. It has 8 years old and he lives in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. And well, this Chihuahua, it has this vest with a ring around his head, but because of his measurements and the breed, it's a very, very little dog. And well, this ring and the vest, it has only one piece, like it has a metal plate in the vest that it's joining the ring, but it has very big measures for the dog to handle and for carry it all, like all day. And well, we designed a more little ring, so it's better for him. And now we will explain our solution for our patient.
Well, here is our proposal. We have to design this ring in SolidWorks. We designed a smaller ring in comparison of the original that the dog has, because of the main issue that the dog has was that it was too heavy for his to carry the ring. So we designed a smaller ring in SolidWorks. Also, we see in the image these little arrows. We made a load simulation, so we can have a better understanding of how it will work when the dog is using it. So we made a simulation with like 1 kilogram, so we can see the main weakness of the ring, so we can improve in a future this ring.
So now we need to talk a little bit about how do we take these measurements and what measurements do we need to create it. This helps us to know in the future when we implement this with other dogs, what do we need to look for. So we have the A measurement, which goes from the neck all the way to the front legs. We also have B, which is from the nose to the neck. And finally, C, which is the diameter of the chest. This helps us for several reasons. Basically, A helps us to know the length of the legs, the legs that go attached to the ring, because that's more or less the measurement that it will cover. So we need that. And for the diameter, we take more or less B and half of A, which is where the ring will start. That gives us an idea of the diameter length. And we sometimes are thinking maybe multiplying it by 2, so the dog is not in direct contact with the ring, and it gives him space, but not that much space, because then he will be hitting everything, even if he's not that close to it. So that might be that's the issue he has right now. And letter C will give us an idea for the measurements we need for the harness. There will be a harness like the one we more or less saw on the previous picture, where it goes from the neck to the back of the front legs. And that's where we will attach the ring with these legs. So we need to know more or less what's the diameter, so we know what measurements we need in the harness, and maybe a little bit of the separation between the 2 legs, so we know how open it has to be. You want the next one?
So we have here some of the features of our ring. The material we will use is going to be PLA, because it's the material that we use in our printers. So we found this easier way to do it. A weight, it's going to be approximately 0.40 pounds. This is a huge advantage in comparison to the other ring, because it was too heavy for the little dog. So this is a great advantage. And about the price, this is, in comparison to the market, this will be cheaper because the price will be around 150 Mexican pesos or $7.
Now that we have this, we need to plan ahead if this really works for the dog, what maybe improvements we can do. In this design, the ring is fixed, so it doesn't move. So it might be a little bit uncomfortable for the dog, maybe if he wants to eat or get something from the floor. So we're thinking on maybe making a design in which the ring can be moved in different angles. So if he wants to eat, maybe the ring can be moved a little bit upper. And this will help the owners that they will not need to take off this vest or this ring every time the dog gets bothered by it. And we will also keep in touch with these owners because they will probably give us a lot of feedback onto maybe what can be changed. And we also plan on working for this not only for dogs, maybe also for cats. And probably, I mean, it's a similar process. I'm guessing it's not that different. So we want to go ahead and see what other animals can we help with this, because they normally don't take into account these blind animals, and they normally just kill them or stuff because they think that they don't have a life if they are blind. So we want to help them to have a better life and help all of the dogs that we've seen in the stats that go blind every day. So that's more or less what we have in mind for future work. And that's all. Thank you. We are open to questions.
Wonderful. And if you don't mind, I just want to jump in and say, because I didn't mention this in my presentation, that as we're updating our devices catalog, one of the things that we want to do is add these new categories for other kinds of assistive devices, animal types of devices. It does not have to be just hands and arms there, nor should it be. So let's get all these great designs in there. You're gonna see some new categories for that stuff. And I'd love to get these things in. This is just brilliant. The work that you're doing, really brilliant.
Thanks. Yeah, we are planning on when we try it and we see it works, we will probably share with you guys. Well, definitely share it with you guys. It will be open source, so don't worry about it.
And send video.
Yeah, yeah, we'll take a lot of videos and also post them so you guys can see it. So I don't know if you guys have any more questions or that's all.
Well, I'm wondering how which came first, the blind dog or the interest in animal prosthetics?
The interest in animal prosthetics. We wanted to start, and honestly, it's harder to start with the leg prosthetics, for instance. That requires a lot more like analysis. So we started looking for people that had contacted us with animal cases. We didn't work them before. So when we decided to start working on them, we reached out to the people who had contacted us. They didn't answer, but one of our, Josa, she's here. She has a vet sister. Well, she's starting to be a vet, and she told us about this case, and we decided to take it and see if that's maybe the first approach we have with dog prosthetics.
Well done.
I've got a quick question for you guys. You've been active for a really long time. I mean, considering the fact that you're a new chapter, you've been involved for years in Mexico. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about the early days with your group and some of the other cases that you've worked on, because I know Mexico has some areas with groups of people that are in need. There's different states in Mexico that have more folks that need prosthetics. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that and networking that you've done.
Okay, yes. Well, yeah, we it's been a long time. I mean, we started 2015. When the group first started, it was really active. They actually went with newspapers and some of the news to go and look for people that needed this assistance. That's when approximately, I think, 4 or 5 devices were delivered. and the aim of everything was to donate them. We normally don't like to charge people because the people that tend to reach with us, they are people who don't have the money to pay for any kind of prosthetic. So we don't like saying, okay, but you have to pay or stuff. It's probably not within their reach. So I was not a part of this group when it first started. I actually wasn't even studying biomedical engineering at the time. So they've told us about, it was like a year more or less that the group was really active. That's when they get to work with the cases. They also took that time to kind of teach all of the students that were interested what they needed to know, what is 3D printing, what's the measurements that we use, and all of that. So it was after that, the group started being less active, and it stayed really inactive for approximately 3 years until a year ago, when we decided to start moving. And with the pandemic, really all we could do, since we didn't have the printers, they were at school and they did not let us in, all we could do was to teach all of the students that were interested what we do, like what is 3D printing, what measurements do you do, and maybe take some measurements and try putting them in Customizer or on OpenSCAD, try to do the STLs yourself, and then put them on the printers program so you can see how long it will take to print, how many filament, all of that stuff. And when we finally got the printers, about, I'd say August, July, more or less, July, August, we worked on 3 to 4 cases. That's the ones we delivered so far. And in order for us to, so the sponsor I told you guys about, he got some money for some funding for the prosthetics, and we needed to look for cases, because all cases we had, they were not answering since they had been so long. So we looked at, we started some search in hospitals. Normally that's where most cases came from. We put some flyers, and Marisol was the one in charge of that. She created a flyer saying that we were looking for people that needed an arm prosthetics, and people started looking for us. And that's when we got the cases that we are working on, and that's how we got the cases. And also people reached to us because since they got to know us on the newspapers or TV, we became popular.
We are co-working. We have a contact with this like a government foundation, and that approach us to patients who need a arm prosthetics. So this contact give us the case, and we evaluate it. So it can be we evaluate the case, so we can make the prosthesis for this person with a foundation, with a government foundation.
That's really cool. So you guys have a number of different partnerships that you've been able to bring in.
Yeah, mostly because in reality, here in Mexico, there's not a lot of support for people that need these prosthetics, and the people that help them, it tends to be really expensive. Like I don't know, around the cheapest one can be around, I'd say $900 more or less. So I mean, it's pretty expensive. So people can't afford it, and people are interested in helping out and experimenting on it, seeing what can be changed, what can be better. It's what's more comfortable for the patients, and so they're interested. It's just a lot to be done, I guess, but we're working on it. Yeah, and
Great.
Also we also work with remote cases. I saw you guys don't work a lot with that, but actually most of the cases we get are outside Guadalajara. They tend to be from other states. So that's why the measurement parts, like teaching all of the students that are helping us the importance of the measurements. And we ask for the people whenever they're taking the measurements to send us photos of how they took them, because they normally don't take them the correct way. So.
Very cool. And how many members do you have? I see there's a number of team members that are here today. How many members are in your team and how many are here today?
Here today, I believe we are 5. But so we have like the ones that are constant, which we are 6. I don't know how you call it in English. So it's like the president and the finance guy and all of that stuff. And then we have the students that want like collaborators, you could call them. We have approximately 20 to 30 active collaborators, and people that are interested, but they are not always active, around 60. So there are a lot of students, but not all of them are constant. That's sometimes the issue.
Cool. Well, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you all so much for that amazing presentation. We really appreciated having all of you show up and give us that presentation. It was very insightful and interesting, very innovative.
Thanks.
So up next, we have Eric from Po Paraguay. Po Paraguay in 2014, as 3D printing technologies were becoming popular in Paraguay, a group of 3 university students studying medicine and engineering joined the e-NABLE Google Plus community. During the early days, actually, when there was around 100 people in that space, and the Po Paraguay chapter has evolved from there. So I'm gonna pass it over to Eric to tell us a little bit about it.
Super. Hello, how are you, Ali? How are everyone there? Happy to hear about the people in Mexico working with pets and with dogs. I actually had a friend of mine who her dog had a fracture in one of her arms, and she received like a super prototype splint from the vet, but she contacted us if we could work with it. But we said, okay, we can prototype with you, whatever, but we need someone who is working on it so we can get better insights. So I'm definitely gonna hit you up next week in order to see that. Okay.
Great. Yeah.
Super. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can share like this. So I'm going to speak like a little bit about what we were doing since 2014, and then in the end, and I would love to hear questions so we can do like ping pong those things that maybe you think that are super important to share with the people who are watching, right? So as Ali was talking about, we started in 2014. It was about a year or 2 years after, or a year and a half after the Google Plus community of when it was a Google Plus community of enabling the future started. It was a really crazy moment. We were all of our team, Fercho, Mateo, and I, we were on school and our different universities, but we saw the situation in the healthcare in our country was happening. We were going through a terrible moment with work-related accidents. We are finding like hundreds of people getting amputated during a certain year. We found that really there was no an actual solution that we could bring to the people going into the ER and then leaving afterwards. Usually medical doctors were just saying that you should go to physical therapy and try to manage without a prosthetic because it was not a reality. And we were doing some research in the National Institute of Disabilities, of people with disabilities, and we found that less than 1% of the people who were looking for a prosthesis actually could get one of these devices. And as is common mostly a lot of parts. Here in Paraguay, we only had one model of device for upper limb prosthetics, which was one for from transradial amputees. And this kind of device was, and then we had lower limb prosthetics for below knee amputees, but no feet, no upper knob above the knee, and one functional prosthesis was going through over 20 million Guaranis, which is I think about 10 or 11 minimum wages here in our country. So in a context of you losing your job, going through the process, having a lot of healthcare expenditures, then getting a prosthetic was okay. Better do other things. The other situation was that everything that we had was, Paraguay is about 7 million people in population. So most of the solutions or services were everything centralized in the capital. Now, after a couple of years, then it became decentralized a little bit, and there's a lot more services, but in about 2 or 3 cities where most of the population focus, right? So yeah, getting to someone that we needed was basically super hard, right? And then was the situation that was actually the one that for us became a priority to solve, was that most people were not able to leave their houses, to leave their work, to leave their families for a long time. So they needed something that would be dynamic, fast, that would be most of the process would be online and then go through the IRL process, right? Through the real life process. So yeah, so that was a moment where we thought, okay, we should grab what we were doing, what the community was doing in e-NABLE, and say, okay, let's start doing it here, right? And it started with him, right? He's Elias, and you can see there a flexi hand. Super. There's a spotlight. So you can see the flexi hand, which was made by Gyrobot, by Steve Wood, Gyrobot, from the ones that know him from the e-NABLE time, and it was a quite interesting model, because was the one that it differed from what most of the community was doing, because it was something the users in that we were testing the devices were not really were really looking for something that went more to the flexi hand style, but obviously the flexi hand had several challenges in the device. So we modified it, opened it, changed the flexi filaments in the hinges to make it work better when grabbing tools or grabbing other devices that we were developing. And we used Elias in the first moment as he says, for us is our test subject. For him is the guinea pig of the team. So he started working with us and saying, okay, I want to play the guitar again, and I want to grab a fork, because with the prosthetic it's really hard to grab a fork, or I want to ride a bike, or I want to grab my tools for woodwork again. So through a process that we had of working online and offline with him, we started developing devices that would directly work with what he was needing, right? Then we started working after going through hands in 2014 to 2015, we started working with devices that would work for one of the most common here in our country, which is transradial amputations too. We had several challenges, right? For most of them, they wanted something that would be lighter, more aesthetic, that could work in only grasping with a manual system. Others wanted the hinge-based system in the elbow, right? So this is Ingrid. She is one of our users that have been working for about 3 years. But from working with her, we realized that she wasn't looking for something that was constantly working with the elbow movement. It was more about having something that she could use, kind of like the BOA system that the shoes use, where she could grab and she could keep still the grabbing movement with her hand, and also work more as an aesthetic thing. It was really interesting. I was looking for it, but I'm in a new computer, so I can't find it. But she actually has like three different sets of arms. So with one of them, she got married. So she modified the whole hand. It was only activated through the BOA system, and it was kind of a sunflower addition because her whole wedding was about sunflowers, right? But she was not using it for working purposes. So she just took it away and took it on. So we believe that most of the working system of the elbow should be removed in that situation. The other part with Antonio, he was looking straight forward to something that would work. So we started working with the arm bow, which is the one that works with the hinge. It doesn't need any kind of suction. It's only we have first models like a Velcro system. Second model, we have more of a strap belt, and then kind of a light socket where he can just put it over as a sock. And we started working in other situations, like how could we, besides the fact that he could grab this way, most of the times he needed to do the pivotal movement of the wrist. But it was not needing. At the beginning, we thought, okay, let's do it electromechanically or do it the other way. And it was more like he can use the dominant hand to move the hand in different ways and then just grab it that way, so he could grab tools with a specific system that we have, that it's in, I think it's in Thingiverse, where you can see in the palm of the hand, he has kind of some grooves where you could start putting different kind of devices with a universal point that you could just switch it up. And then this is kind of the model, the one Antonio was using, which with a soft socket and the Velcro system and the wrist one and the wrist movement wrist movement. After a couple, during the pandemic, we start seeing a really interesting switch in what the users were looking for, right? And this started triggering something really, a project that was born this year, working with a group of occupational therapists, that students that we call like specific activities prosthesis, right? And we started going away of trying to put hands or arms for some of the people that didn't want them, that either were born without them and were doing whatever they wanted without using the prosthetic. But in order to find specific activities where, in this case, for Blanca Lila, she's a hairdresser and she could not do specific work in like higher tier work during the what she was doing, because she needed to be able to grab the blow dryer and the other hand try to grab the comb. So she was limited to one part of the devices. And it happens here. It also happens in other kind of work, like in electricity. It also happened with one of our users who's a electronical engineer, who he wasn't looking for an actual hand or an arm. He was looking more for a device that would go to solve a specific issue in his situation. So with Blanca Lila, instead of doing a hand, she said, I don't want it. She just grabbed a signal system, which now it's being compressed to a universal system that you could switch from blow dryer to hair comb to grabbing other makeup palette and other things that she could just click and start putting on thing. And this was a process that was made on demand by the team, right? Yeah, so this is the other girl that was showing before. Other devices that were adapted from what we're seeing outside were like for the specific projects were riding the bike, so we could grab and do that, and started using for a bunch of stuff from Franquito. He's one of our most old users, right? He started in 2015. He got his first hand, and he grew over through the process of 6 years, and he's still using it. I think he's over his 5th prosthesis, which is an interesting thing to see with him, right? And how he adapted. At the beginning was more of aesthetic thing. Then afterwards, he started, by the feedback we get from him, it was more, okay, we should definitely work with ping pong, he was saying, right? So let's go for ping pong device and try to optimize the strength of the grip and the movement for the ping pong model. That was a super interesting thing. And then in 2018, we saw that the other problem, maybe upper limb prosthesis, was something that we were working a lot in. We even got now to have from people who have above the elbow amputations. I think the device is now in Thingiverse, so you can check it out. But after that part, we saw that most of the people that were looking for prostheses were more of lower limb devices, right? So we started with this, was the first prototype of the device, which was feet 3D printed and the socket 3D printed. The feet 3D printed device was then modified working with Wichita State University and tested for strength. So we went through several kinds of feet, but now we're not yet sure that feet are really with the FDM devices, 3D printers that we have. But we did manage to do the socket as the socket fully 3D printed and then covered in fiberglass, and no carbon fiber. This is fiberglass. Just we do with a scan. We do the 3D render over the scan, and then get the socket made, and then we send it to a third party who fiberglasses it. And we managed to do the tubes here with a company that does, I think, industrial tubing or something like that, which is really good. And they managed to replicate this kind of device. And this was the first test we had in 2018. The shin part of it was, sadly, we had a mirroring event where the shin of the shin guard was mirrored. So the shin protector was in the switch side, but that now evolved, and he has like 3 or 4 different shin things. Now we have the socket is being made completely here. The tubing the tubing is also made here, and now the feet we have for pediatrics. We have the feet that we can print and kids are using it, like in this case, who Arielito had a surgery thing, that like a systemic illness, and so he's using one side and orthesis. In the other side, we managed to do the socket, legs, and the feet all 3D printed with fiberglass strengthening, and yeah. So he's doing like super work. This is the first time that he got his device, but this is about 10 months old, so he's doing super amazing. And now we're working on the first prototypes based a lot in the Jaipur feet and in the Stanford prosthetic knee, in order to find a way that we could use the either PLA or reinforced PLA, but with something that anyone can use, and start doing above the knee, because the socket of the above the knee devices we managed to super nail it. But obviously the knee is always the part that it's submitted to the most stress. So we're working a lot in order to actually manage to do that. And everything is possible by our team, right? We are a nonprofit organization that's been working, as I told you, from 2014. And we rely a lot on individual donors and companies that try to sponsor not necessarily individual devices, but what we work is individual projects for R&D, and then we get from those projects, we get a subset of that money in order to subsidize part of the devices that our users get. So what we charge sometimes is our idea is that we do not give things away, because we try to make them as a product that they could get it as in any other place. But what we do is like there's no barrier for them to getting it. So if they cannot pay it in 1 month and in one installment, then we have like 24 installment without recharge and without anything, and you can pay whenever you want. But the idea is that they get it, and that's how we get about 50% of these people that are standing there in our team. This is about a month ago. Are users. And either hand users or leg users or arm users, and that share with us different events, and where we do the feedback of working of what are you struggling on, what do you want to do, and then do the cross needs of and start doing the solutions towards that eventually will help others in the team. So okay, this is about what I was planning to present right now, but I'm super open to questions that I'm pretty sure that we have.
So Eric, it's amazing work. And you showed a big team. Are those people all paid? I remember in the early days, you and your partner were on the phone saying, we are burnt out, our people are burnt out, we don't know how we can sustain this. And 2 months later, you said, oh, no, it's all gone, we're all working well, and we're doing this support system and so on.
Yeah.
It seems like you're now a stable and thriving organization. If that's not true, feel free to tell us. But in any case, give me a sense of how the physiology of your organization.
Super interesting question. So I'm pretty sure that maybe if it was a 2 months lapse, then maybe we were lying a little bit about super perfect, right? Like for what we found is that we established really good company partners, right? First is that the overhead here is really a different level of having an overhead of salaries in any part of the world. So for us, an engineer costs about, I don't know, $700 to $800 a month, right? And that maybe is like a week of work for an engineer in other places. And that's like that's an engineer that leaves engineering school. So that allows us to actually have really good engineers, industrial designers, physical therapists, and we work usually with, if it's too expensive, maybe we use volunteer based and we pay for like half of a salary for them to work with it. But we have either social responsibility from businesses, which in anywhere in the world, it's just about having a package that you could sell to a company that they could use as social responsibility initiative, and you can start. Maybe it's not about like we have about 70% of our organization, which is about $70,000 or $80,000 a year, covered by either individual donors or companies that donate. But then a 30% of it is covered by like now we have business gifts for end of the year, or we do like prototyping for products for people. We do first iterations of other devices that cover that 30%. So then we only have to manage that 70% from people that are working. Like now, obviously working that way as a nonprofit, we couldn't manage to make it as a for-profit. It was, our clients were not able to pay what we needed to make a sustainable business model. But working in like a subsidized way, we could at least pay for the process of, plastic or machines or like machines and electricity. But the whole structure of R&D is the one that is usually a little bit heavier. Now we are working, maybe we're in it's not so easy, because after pandemic, we had like a 1 or 2 year of runtime without getting donations. So 2020 was obviously no one was donating. Our team, the working team kept getting paid, and they were working on doing the face masks that were not available here, other Venturi tubes for hospitals and stuff like that. And then this year was super. It is super hard. So we're doing like a last year end of the year fundraising in order to try to get to 2022. But if anyone wants to see our what we send to the companies, we are super. It's not even, it's there to ask, and people usually, if you show them what you're doing, and you get like a proper result of other things that you've done, people are super willing to do it.
Eric, it would be great if you shared your templates for those things. I think that there are a number of chapters that could well get corporate sponsors if they sort of had a better sense of what a corporate sponsor needs in order to be able to say, okay, good, this solves my ESG problem. Ben had a question for you.
Yeah, and actually, even before that, I was just going to say that, especially for the chapter in Guadalajara, I think because you guys have all your resources in Spanish, it would be really great to do some networking with Spanish-speaking chapters and be able to share, all the wonderful resources you guys have. I did want to ask, you guys started your chapter as students in your grandparents' shed. So can you talk a little bit about how e-NABLE changed your school plans and how it became central to Mateo's studies?
Yeah. So as you said, it was in Fernando's. Let's see if he's there. The one in the middle. The ball one in the middle. And so he's my best friend since we were real little. And so we got together in 2014. We were just in his backyard, like in the shed of his grandfather. And he already had was working in a company that worked in printing, like regular, like 2D printing. So he had the chance to bring one 3D printer, and then we and I think it was with actually with one of the team that was from the group of e-NABLE, from Jeremy Simon, that we started our process of getting the first device, and we got it, and our 3D printer was like broken. There were little to nothing of in YouTube to actually learn from how to fix it. Now there's like a bunch of stuff, but in that moment and in Paraguay we did not have any engineers besides Mateo, who was the one, I think the first one in Paraguay to build a RepRap 3D printer. So after starting in 2014 with that, I left med school. In my second year, we have 6 years here, and Fercho and Mateo started were, I think, in their 4th year of engineering. I think Fercho was in 5th and Mateo was in 4th. So I went back to, after everything was sustainable and our volunteers were getting paid, after we did a crowdfunding campaign in Generosity. So our team volunteers were getting paid, and so I went back to med school. Mateo started doing his research in myoelectric devices. We managed to do a cooperation with Mayo, the Mayo armband, which I don't know why they stopped doing. I think their device just their device was just not selling enough. But we got from them 3 prototypes, and Mateo managed to actually do crazy work with it. Actually, Ingrid is his wife. So his wife was one of the users, and so she was our testing prototype for the myoelectric, and it worked wonders. We did with bilateral amputees. We started using for computer using, and it worked great. So afterwards, after all of that, our team, and now I'm my last finals from med school, and Mateo and Fernando are already engineers in their way, and the main thing that everyone in PO is a student, right? We usually encourage and in our selection process, we usually grab students and tell them to come here and try to work with do your thesis from your work for PO. Like either you are marketing, industrial design, physical therapist, engineer, whatever. You come here and we're gonna try, if you have something that could be funded and will work in the process of PO. And after a couple of months, they just pour everything they have on it. And we even sponsor with a company or with an individual donor if it's a really sellable research, right? And it's not a lot. We're talking about, I don't know, $2,000 for a whole thesis, and that just amplifies what we create and how we actually innovate in our team.
Great. And once you graduate from medical school, is that the end of your academic career? What happens next?
That's the question for every medical school, every medical student. I'm not sure. We have really interesting projects for next year. So the last 2 years were called COVID, and then last year is a lot of clinical work and hospital work. So I had to step back from operations in Po. So my objective is now to, but my team is, they're amazing, but my goal is to rejoin Po as a full-time employee in Po in January. And we have super crazy things. From the beginning, Po was not only prosthetics, but using technology for several stuff. So we're working, and you can see in Thingiverse, we're working for automated ambu system that could be 3D printed anywhere and automated with ventilator flow rate. Now we are working with a Penn State PhD that was married to a Paraguayan and came here in order to work in low field MRI and start trying to, instead of the $1 million, $10,000 MRI, trying to use either 3D printing or other manufacturing technology in Po in order to start making that. So yeah, next year it's about trying to speed up and work a lot in fundraising too, so we can manage at least another year of runtime easily.
That's great. It's a great story. We're proud of you.
Super. And please let me know if the Paraguayan team, the Mexican team, or any Spanish speaking or any team that needs help, like let's do a call. We don't have like a template of how we do corporate responsibility. We can show you what we send them, and it's nothing from outside. It's just, most of the time, it's just asking the right people and asking a bunch of people, right? So
well, listen, as Ali is about to say, we're about to break up into breakup rooms. And I've asked that you be assigned to the session I'm supposed to be moderating, which is about establishing and running a university chapter and fundraising techniques. And I think currently you're the true expert. So if you can join us, that'll be great.
Super. I'm in. Okay, Ali, let's give it to you now.
Thank you so much, Eric. That was really amazing. I'm sure we all really enjoyed that. And as John just said, we're definitely going to be continuing these conversations in our breakout rooms. So we're going to have the next 40 minutes in 3 different breakout rooms, and all of the participants will be able to move freely throughout those rooms as they want. So Kevin's going to open those rooms in a couple of seconds, but I just wanted to mention what they were. So the first room, the topic is previous cases and challenges finding recipients. And I believe Arinze and Chinwe will both be the moderators for that room. Since there are 2 of you, of course, feel free to join other rooms if you want to ask other questions about other topics. And then the second room is cross-chapter collaborations, and Ben Rubin's going to be the moderator for that. And the third room, as John just mentioned, is establishing and running a university chapter, and they'll also be discussing fundraising techniques. So these are just rooms for everybody to chat and learn more from one another and ask questions. And if people are available to put on their cameras in these rooms, I'm sure that would be greatly appreciated. So Kevin, if you could please open up the rooms, everyone will be able to join a breakout room of their choice. And we'll also have this room here for anybody who wants to return. So if anybody else is still out there, please feel free to join a breakout room. There are 3 different breakout rooms, and you should all have access. Kevin, I was thinking, should I share my screen for the live participants? And then you and I go to breakout rooms?
I was going to take a break, but.
Okay, that's fine. I was wondering, if I share my screen, can I then go to a breakout room? If you're going to take a break, can you share?
So Yes,
Perfect.
I will.
And we will come back at 5 o'clock for our final session. I'm gonna take a couple seconds as well. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, no problem.
For anybody that has just joined in here, please feel free to join a breakout room. Hi, Alan. Am I saying your name properly? I don't know if you can hear me. Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
Okay. You said, oh, okay, I saw the message. Perfect. Great. 5 minutes. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no problem. How was the breakout room?
They were good. I kind of just jumped from, I just went into each once and then took a little break myself.
Cool.
Yeah. Is anybody that's in this room, does anybody have any questions over here? Nope, that's okay.
I'm about to hit close all rooms.
Well, should we send a 1 minute?
Doesn't it automatically close in 1 minute?
Oh, I think you're right. Yeah. We'll see.
Yeah, there we go.
1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We hope we didn't disrupt any conversations. We tried to give as much warning as possible.
We were yanked from our conversation like to the to a hyperloop there, and how about good?
Yeah, being a Zoom student, I definitely know what you mean. But we hope you had some amazing conversations, and I want to introduce our last speaker, Ben Rubin, who has a master's of visual literacy. He has several years of experience working in Europe, Asia, the Middle East, and Africa with educational NGOs supporting international collaboration and media development. Since 2019, he has worked with the e-NABLE Media Coordination, a project that aims to establish collaborative reporting between volunteers and chapters. The effort will continue to transition into a sustainable series of internships and fellowships. More specifically, Ben has supported the Brandeis MBA internship program that Kevin and I are both a part of. So without further ado, I will pass it to you, Ben.
Great. And a big thank you to Kevin and Allie. Round of applause for the work that they're doing to pull this together. So I will share my screen. All right, let's see, go to present. Unfortunately, I can't see any of my notes though.
Do you want me to share and you can use your notes?
Yeah, maybe. Would that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, let's do that.
Just let me know, I guess, when you want me to click next. Let's see. Here we go.
Great. So to start, I think we all have a sense going through this conference today that e-NABLE is a constellation of many different groups and volunteers and chapters. It's not a single organization. I think that can be an easy mistake for folks just getting involved, but it's a web of interdependent chapters and volunteers. And like a constellation, our connections are relative to the groups that we're working with, the teams that are around us, but individual stars in our groups can really pull these constellations together, but they don't necessarily need to be people that are in our direct networks. So in terms of a constellation, this is a conversation that I've had with John Scholl. You know, the stars don't actually, well, anyways, it's a group, it's a network, it's loosely formed, and it depends on the position that we're in. So each of us, I think, are bringing in a really unique perspective of what e-NABLE means and what we can contribute to it. So you can go to the next slide. So there's different ways that we can contribute to this e-NABLE network. There are centralized resources, there are decentralized chapters, and there are distributed volunteers. And these are basic types of networks. But the unique thing about our e-NABLE constellation is that these are all ways that we can be involved. If you go to the next slide. Chapters are, you know, in some ways it's decentralized. Each chapter has its own team. They're financially independent. They can be part of nonprofits. They can exist within traditional organizations like schools and businesses, government agencies. It's not a requirement to have any specific affiliations, but it's also brought together with this centralized map, something that Masvi put together for us. So it's both a centralized resource and a decentralized community that's developed to adapt to local needs. We use the badges, which we talked about today, to designate our chapter status. Today we have 197 chapters from 53 countries. And it is something that is changing all the time. Some are more active. So one of the things that we'll be working on in the future is making it more clear which chapters are active and highlighting them. You can go to the next slide. So we talked about centralized resources and decentralized chapters, but volunteers don't need to be affiliated with any chapters. Actually, most volunteers aren't contributing specifically to chapters. They're working independently from any formal affiliation, and they really are a distributed group. So we can count on volunteers. We can count volunteers in the hub. We have over 2,000 active members in the hub, but there's thousands of others. So we have groups on Thingiverse and Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp groups. I think a lot of device users don't always use the hub, but they work with their local chapters. Sometimes the chapters set up support groups, WhatsApp groups, community social media, sometimes private Facebook groups. So although we have 2,000 active members in the hub from 105 countries, I mean, that's really a huge diversity among our hub membership. There's a lot more out there, and those are distributed in that they're connecting really uniquely through posts, getting feedback from different international perspectives, which is really wonderful. You can go to the next slide. So we talked earlier, John started out this conference, and in his previous career as an evolutionary biologist, we've talked before about community management in relation to animals and joked about, sometimes it feels like herding cats or herding cats and birds at the same time. I do think when you map the connections that the e-NABLE network has, which John has done on the right, you can see the image on the right, which it sort of looks like a dandelion going to seed. You can see that our network and how it works, the activities that are sort of documented, it takes on a distinctive shape. It looks a lot like a jellyfish, and the way that we work is similar as well. A jellyfish is something that can reproduce by fission. It splits into pieces and it maintains its its DNA, and it produces that way. It has a distributed neural network. Our community seems to develop and grow following a similar nature. So there's these groups that split off, but they maintain a similar mission. It's also really hard. I have SpongeBob at the top. It's also really hard to really get a handle on it at times, because there's all this change going on, all these different groups. So that's why I've got SpongeBob. You can go to the next slide. So what does hold our community together? I think this slide shows the difference between a jellyfish and two different ecosystems. So you can see this is a jellyfish in the water, and this is a jellyfish on land. And I think the one important thing for the e-NABLE community is realizing that we can contribute to an open source community ecosystem, which our network depends on. So if you take a jellyfish and put it in the wrong environment, it's just a handful of goop. And I feel like sometimes the e-NABLE contributions that make the most difference internationally are ones where we're creating resources that can be replicated and shared. We're really thinking about community ecosystem resources rather than just focusing on maybe a device or something more tangible or specific. You can go to the next slide. So your job as a volunteer, as a community participant, thinking about what kind of jellyfish network that you're a part of, thinking about the different chapters and how they function how they're working, how they're adapting to existing organizations. You can take a peek at our chapter spotlights. We have 9 of them currently out of 197 chapters, but they do give a deep dive into the ways that chapters have found partnerships, developed fundraising, how the challenges that they've had, the research, the universities that they're working with. I think going back to the jellyfish, this is a little bit of a tangent, but scientists have identified about 2,000 types of jellyfish in the ocean, but they think that there's about 300,000 different species. And I think in a similar way, there's so much diversity within the e-NABLE community, and we've got just these 9 deep dive chapter spotlights, a little window in time. Things change, afterwards. We're hoping to be able to collect more deep information about how these chapters are working and developing and partnering with each other. So a big contribution that you can make is maybe completing a spotlight and learning from what we can share. You can go to the next slide.
Just a quick mention in regards to the spotlight. In the participants resources folder, we do have a bunch of questions that are typically asked for the spotlight. So if anybody is interested, they can check that out.
Great. And maybe another quick add-on to that, translating the chapter spotlights is really a huge contribution as well. So if you are working in a country that speaks different languages, having that for your community members can also give them a sense of how the e-NABLE system works. So chapters and volunteers are connected and independent. And one of the main things that we share that holds us together are values. So we are free and open source device designs, assistive technology to help people and animals. And as John likes to say, what is significantly better than nothing? Being able to share something that's half-baked, knowing that it could be the starting point, the seed for another team. So you can go to the next slide. So I mentioned chapter spotlights, and that's been part of our media coordination project, which we began in 2019. It was really inspired by the diversity of e-NABLE's volunteer base. Like I said, it's 105 countries just within our hub. And we're exploring strategies to share some of these community growth patterns. So some questions. How do we connect the dots between volunteers and chapters? How do we cross language barriers? What regular practices bring us together? And how can we support and evaluate our activities? And the idea of collaborative reporting between volunteers and chapters, whether it's just storytelling about the work that you're doing and posting it online, or more formally as some sort of an annual report or as a chapter spotlight, it can be a really useful way of contributing to our community. And the work that started out with some models that I built is slowly transitioning into more sustainable series of internships and fellowships. Kevin and Ali are doing a wonderful job with that. But hopefully in the future we can also involve other schools. So right now we're working with Brandeis, but if you go to the next slide. We have 45 university chapters currently, I believe, and 43 high school and middle school chapters, which is almost half of our chapter community. I think it's pretty inspiring to realize that even with the obstacles that we have in the medical system in the United States with liability and insurance limitations and all that stuff, we are creating a platform for the next generation of change makers. So, the students are really super important in changing the system. You know, if something's not working, knowing about open source now can be a huge asset when you are working within potentially a more not so open source workplace. You can go to the next slide. So we had some really wonderful presentations today by Lindsay, by Ian and Eric. You know, the idea of having the materials that you're doing be something that contributes to a curriculum across grade levels and districts and continents. You know, Eric's work with block testing on popular devices, Ian's 3D printer as a textbook. These are really incredible contributions, and they formed collaborations with Pakistan, with Syria, Cameroon, Portugal, Italy. And we're looking for the next round of educational leaders. So, you know, that's you, that's your school and your chapter. So next slide. So I'll pass this to Allie. One of the things that we thought about for after the event is a post-event chapter mission or set of missions. So I'll pass it to her.
Thank you, Ben. Yeah, so in regards to these chapter missions, they're almost like activities or challenges that different chapters can be a part of. And all of this is located in the participants resources Google Drive that I've shared with everybody. But if for some reason you don't have it, I will share it in a little while when Ben's done with his presentation. But we're just trying to boost engagement. We're thinking that chapters will find it fun to maybe post a photo either with your chapter. It could be, you know, a screenshot of today if you wanted, and just mention your participation in the student chapter networking event. If you did present, it would be awesome to hear a little blurb from you on social media, and you could tag us, the e-NABLE Hub accounts on Instagram or Facebook or YouTube. And all of this is, as I said, in the participants resources folder. So as you see, all of these blue links are clickable. So it will take you directly to those resources. And then mission number 2, as we talked about in the badge-a-thon earlier, register for a badge, do a 5-minute MakerLab tour, post it, get a badge. A lot of these badges are like right at your fingertips. They're available to you. And keep in mind all of the different prizes we talked about earlier today. I can also share that information again in the chat, but there are a lot of attainable prizes, I believe, that are listed there. And then 3, upload any photos you have of like recipients, device users with the devices that you've made, or even just the devices themselves. We're just trying to, you know, gather photos for promotional materials. We want to also see what everybody's doing and boost engagement. So we have a photos drive in the participants resources as well. And yeah, we're just hoping to challenge the chapters to do some of these fun missions.
Awesome. So looking ahead, we talked about some post-event missions for you guys. There's some specific areas that are really important for our community to take a look at and spend some time with. So just some leave behinds. Chapter and volunteer reporting, I mentioned, you know, finding ways that you can document your activities and share them with the community. Device user feedback and leadership. Eric and Paraguay are doing really incredible work of integrating their device users and their team seamlessly. I think that as a model is really what would benefit everybody. So for the annual report for some of the chapters that I helped with just a few weeks ago, including your device users as team members gives you a much broader sense of, it gives you more team members for one, but you get much more regular feedback. And again, as Eric mentioned, his first device recipient, the first device user that the group worked with, is still involved and has been a lead designer. So they can be really valuable contributors. Educational resources. So there's been great conversations that I've heard about all of these different resources, bringing them together. Lindsay, Ian, and Eric, just within the three of them, there's just tons of opportunities for other educators and students to model and develop programs. So let's try to bring that together. Let's see if we can get something in the hub. Expanding the range of assistive technology. So it's not just 3D printing and prosthetics anymore. We've got, with the pandemic, a huge shift into PPE. Some of the chapters today have mentioned some parallel projects. So feel free to continue expanding that range and sharing with us the work that you're doing. A lot of chapters are also working for architecture firms and hospitals to do 3D printing of models. Ian really expanded, I think, the range with his presentation today. So think about all of those sort of parallel resonating paths that you're following and sharing them back with us, and strategies for remote collaboration. So today, this is sort of a new model for us, and we're open to how we can work together as a community. So you can go to the next slide. So back to SpongeBob and catching the jellyfish. What's next for you? So who can help you get there? I really think before everybody goes off in different directions, I'd really encourage each person to look at the participant list, find one person that spoke today or you're interested in, send them a direct message now before the end of the session, and see if you can exchange emails and form the beginning of a collaboration. See if you can contribute to their work or learn from what they're doing. So each one can expand the network by one person. I think if we all do that on a regular basis, we really can do some pretty incredible things. So anybody else want to jump in? John, I know you've probably got some closing comments for us.
Well, sure. So look, here it is, 5:23. It's been a long but really great day. I have to admit, I approach these things these days with some trepidation, but then I end up being just really inspired and reminded about how much good work so many groups do, which, this is the frustrating part, usually comes as a surprise. There's so much e-NABLE work going out there. And so I got a couple of things I want to say. One is, despite Ben's and my shared obsession with jellyfish and metaphors, I do want to say that what makes a living organism thrive and reproduce and grow is shared DNA. Because they have shared DNA, different animals in the same species, different cells in the same organism, they cooperate and they support themselves. They don't get paid. They don't get hired or fired. They collaborate because they have shared DNA. Our shared DNA is the things we share, right? That's all we got. That's the only thing that keeps us together. That includes our open source designs. It includes our values, which I'm happy to stay still, just sort of radiate from what we do. It includes our practices. It includes the know-how that we share with each other. And that includes the mutual support that happens. That is our shared DNA. The corollary is, if you don't share it, it doesn't function as shared DNA. So for example, I can tell you that with Alejandra talking about her chapter's struggles with COVID and the work that they have done nevertheless, either as a chapter, before they were a chapter, when they're locked out of the university, or in the university, it came across. It came across so much that another one of our volunteers, who may want to remain anonymous, said, I want to support this wonderful work because she shared it. So we're doing great here. The whiteboard, a link to which I'm going to put up for the nth time, will outlast this session. It will be preserved forever. And it now includes a number of pictures and a number of links that you may find useful. If you hang on to this link, you can go back to it again over the next few weeks, and you can add to it. And we, as we're looking at it, will pull initiatives out of there. There are already several follow-ups that I know is going to come from this. I think adding university resources like Eric Bubar's to the educational resources is a no-brainer. During the last session, Eric Giekhaus gave a wonderful little tutorial on how to develop a good proposition to give to corporate sponsors and others. He's going to share a few more documents, and that I think will be a really good set of templates the chapters can use for this kind of thing. There are several other things that I noted were really sort of head slapping. Why haven't we done that before? Insights. Some of them may already be on the whiteboard. Some of them may not be and won't get there unless I remember or you remember. So it really helps if you leave your mark. That in some ways is the point of these prizes and these rewards. It's not to bribe you. It's to highlight the importance of sharing and leaving traces of your involvement. It's a little mysterious, but it's hard to emphasize how effective it is to have a network full of weak links, which everyone feels free to connect with. Having said that, I want to say that Eric and rather Kevin and Ali have done a great job as interns, but special appreciation to Ali, who managed to pull this particular event together with extraordinary sang-froid, as they say, not a trace of panic, and yet she pulled it together in a very well-organized and coherent way, and it's really quite an achievement. Ali and Kevin both are interns. Their tenure is ending in the next few weeks. They will be succeeded by other interns. If someone listening to this is interested in being an e-NABLE intern and has some kind of a structure at their university or elsewhere, we thrive on effective, motivated, bright, caring people like Ali and Kevin and you. And most of us, we're not being paid. We do this because it's really a pleasure and an honor to be able to advance the kind of thing that this is. So we salute Kevin and Ali. I salute all of you. I salute our speakers. In particular, while we're here, I just want to say Bob and Jeremy, as sort of old timers, are really rock solid foundations to what continues to develop and grow. And some of you need to step up to the plate and say, yeah, this is great, but those old timers are also old fogies. If we're really going to make it into the 21st century, we need to start adding this. And it's fine to start by suggesting adding this, but we're a duocracy. And so Masvi comes along, or Alexander comes along, or Andrew comes along, and they say, I could build a thing here. And you'll see that's what really gets Bob and Jeremy and my blood pumping again. And so this is an open invitation to the next leaders of e-NABLE to step up to the plate, to begin scratching a mark on the whiteboard, and then start leaving a mark on the whole organization. Thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what all of you are doing. It really is quite inspirational.
Thank you, John, for those amazing words. And thank you all so much for being here. I was wondering if we could take a quick Zoom photo. If you don't want to turn your camera on, that is totally fine. But I love these confettis and different types of clapping emojis. So I'm going to take it in 3, 2, 3, 2, 1. Woo! I'm sure you all heard that click. Might be posted on social media. If you have any issues with that, please email me. I put my email in the chat. But yes, thank you all so much. And thank you to all the chapters and individuals and speakers. Have a great evening.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Way to go.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you,
Great
everybody.
to see you all.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good week.